You damn right. Hope everybody's having a good Tuesday. Get a little closer to the championship games in the NFL. There's always coaching news going on, it seems like, this time of year. Plenty of basketball to talk about, including the Longhorns getting back in conference play and the Jayhawks not being able to handle conference play lately. That Big 12 is tough. We tell you all the time. It's Chad and Zay on a Tuesday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined once again by Isaiah Collier. He'll definitely be talking some basketball today. What's up, Zay?
What's poppin', Chad? Happy Tuesday, everybody. Feeling good, and I can't wait to throw this conspiracy theory out for that ass today.
A conspiracy theory?
Oh, yeah. I love that's just going to shake up the Cowboys world and all the fans. They're probably going to look at me like I'm crazy, but hey, I love having fun with y'all.
I do love a Cowboys conspiracy theory, so we'll start with that. And again, Zay's going to be dealing with a lot of basketball today. Could you not find like an NBA game or a sixth grade game to deal with today? You got the high school action coming tonight again on KBVO, and you got to be at I don't know if you follow live or you just have to get home and then watch the Longhorns. How do you do that?
So I always have to tell Roger Wallace, Roger, shut the hell up. Do not tell me what's happening in this Texas game. And he loves to muck with me, too. He always you sure you don't want to know what's going on? Like last week, it was the Kansas State game, and he was letting me know what was happening in that game. He was like, Texas is playing now. You sure you don't want to know what's going on? I'm like, yeah, Roger, I'm sure. So I always have it ready for me when I get to the crib. And since it's an 8 o'clock game tonight for Texas, 7 o'clock game for Conley versus Georgetown.
That's a little better.
That's a lot better. Yeah. I have time to get home, shower. Well, probably shower before, but get home, relax, and
One of the toughest things during my life doing this job is it's gotten harder and harder to do a media shutdown. Media shutdown used to be fairly easy before phones, social media, and all that. So I actually pulled it off with Cowboys-Niners. We got done with the funeral service, we went and ate, and the Bengals-Bills was still on. By the time we packed up at the house and we were leaving, Cowboys hadn't kicked off yet.
Okay.
So I got my wife knows she's been with me long enough to make the agreement.
She knows she got herself into.
I said, honey, can you do media shutdown for me? She said, I got you. And I told the kid. Now my kid doesn't follow it. I said, both y'all know, don't say anything. Okay, we're good. So we literally had a nice drive home. Let the kid drive us part of the way home. Training her to drive and everything. Focused on that. I got home and started the game at like 7:45 p.m. and I did not know anything. So I was able to pull it off. Hopefully you'll be able to do that with Texas basketball tonight. We do have football and basketball to get into. Before we get into the Cowboys conspiracy theory and some other stuff with Zay, a couple of serious notes to start the show, but we did want to make sure that we send our thoughts, prayers, best wishes out to the Vandegrift family, the Spring family, this young man, Graylin Spring, who went to Vandegrift and was at SFA as a receiver, died in a car crash over the weekend. My wife showed it to me because she's SFA. So she saw it through the lumberjack side of things and follows that program very closely. And then she says, oh, my God, he went to Vandegrift. So to all those Viper folks out there, just, keep the Spring family in your thoughts. I know that community right now is they are coming together and helping that family out. But Zay, it is the ultimate nightmare for any parent out there. I am literally teaching my child how to drive right now, and it's the last thing a parent wants to hear. I've been out there on Highway 59 in East Texas. I know about those roads very well, and it was a crash with an 18-wheeler, just so unfortunate to hear about. Also, rest in peace to a young man named Micah Makafuse, I'm assuming is how you say the name. He was a former SFA baseball player that also died in this crash. So terrible to hear about that, man.
Yeah, absolutely horrible. Like you said, just the last thing a parent would want to get from a call, and heart goes out to that family, both of those families. Heart goes out to the Vandegrift community. And yeah, just one of those things that you just become numb to. I saw the story on social media and I glanced at it, and one once I saw what happened, I just kept on scrolling because it's so sad, so young, didn't really even get to live out a full life. And yeah, just got to cherish every day. We say it all the time on this station, on these airwaves, but it just seems more and more true. All these stories that you hear, you saw what happened with Georgia right after they won their national championship.
That's a good example too.
So sad there. And yeah, just got to live every day like it's your last and smile and talk to everybody that you can to, hopefully make your life better.
Yeah, and also that reminder, we don't remind ourselves enough, but just be careful out there on the roadways. It's a wet day out there. When it rains, people can get a little crazy out there on the road. So when it rains, I always say be careful, but not too careful, because sometimes people get really out of control, careful, and that can also cause problems. But please be careful out there. So many distractions now in the car. And
it was a nice slow ride for me coming in. I
bet. Man, I hope everybody's good and safe and sound and dry today. Also on the local kind of a local feel to a story, and this is not something I would normally do, send out positive wishes to somebody that's involved in a story like this, but we have talked about Charles Omenihu on the show before. He was an intern here at the station with us, and I saw this story today, which could be a distraction for the NFC title game for the Niners. Omenihu arrested on suspicion of misdemeanor domestic violence yesterday, according to a release from the San Jose Police Department. This was yesterday afternoon. It is a woman who is saying that when she called in the report, a woman called the report, Omenihu, who is her boyfriend, pushed her to the ground during an argument. No visible injuries were observed, and she did complain of pain in her arm, but declined medical attention. That's kind of where that story is now. The team says they're gathering information. So on the football side, Zay, that could be a distraction as you lead into the game. But just on that personal level, I hope this is some kind of misunderstanding, or I hope it's maybe not as described. You don't want, somebody and like to be involved in a story like that. But I hope that all works out for Charles and his girlfriend the way it needs to. That's a serious story.
Yeah, and not going to have any speculations right now, but it's going to be interesting to see if he'll be on the field come Sunday. I mean, you talk about it being a distraction. If you're John Lynch and San Francisco 49ers, you got a decision to make on, how obviously they're going to look into it, but how deep is it? And if Charles will be able to play this Sunday, it's very unfortunate, and like you said, just hope everything's well, but we've been dealing with a lot of that down here lately.
Yes, exactly.
Down the 40, so it's a very touchy subject, and you got to see it all the way through.
Yeah, the other thing is he had that injury in the Cowboys game.
Yeah.
He hurt his oblique. I never realized what that was till I'm reading in a story here. He was able to come back in the game, as you pointed out yesterday, but now we'll just see. It could be the injury, too, that may keep him out of the game. So a couple of serious stories to start with, but we did want to mention those. There's a lot of football out there. We'll get an update for you on a coordinator position. But first, let's get into some Cowboy stuff. Well, we'll get to Zay's conspiracy theory after I report a weird story. It's not a story if any other person in this job in the NFL doesn't do a radio hit. But Jerry Jones didn't do his radio hit on 105.3 today, Zay. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Now, I'm sure it's happened. Mid-season. Jerry's a businessman. He's a busy man. He's got stuff to do. I'm sure he hasn't done every single interview for the last, 30-something years. But the fact that it's right after this loss, we'll see if that's anything. But
it takes a little more time for an 80-something-year-old to get over hangovers off the Johnny Walker Blue.
Right. Yeah.
It takes a little bit more time for him to get over the hangovers.
It affects him differently now?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. No, he is 80 years old now. So I've been saying for years he shouldn't be doing radio shows and he shouldn't be getting interviewed by the media, but that's Jerry. So we'll see if that is anything. But just to let you know, Cowboys fans, if you've always been bugged by that, maybe a little bit of happiness today that Jerry was not on the radio rambling like an 80-year-old about this football team. So, Zay, you have I haven't even heard this. You have some sort of Dallas Cowboys conspiracy to lay on us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all seen the tweet, but if you haven't, Dallas Cowboys a couple of days ago put out a tweet basically blaming Dak for the loss. It says Dak Prescott gave away the ball twice in a narrow loss to the 49ers in a matchup the Cowboys had a chance to win if they didn't, again, generate self-inflicted wounds. This is a weird thing to do from a personal account.
Now,
the Cowboys.
That's from the team account?
That's from the team account.
Man, are we sure that Micah Parsons isn't in charge of that account?
That's now. Here comes the conspiracy.
Okay, here we go.
But remember, a week ago, Dak Prescott was on the sideline saying, "Why don't we effing go for 2?" Because Brent Maher was smoking kicks out the yin-yang, missed 4 in that wild card game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I told y'all, Brent Maher is going to be salty about that, and he should go bash Dak Prescott when he gets a chance to. But that's just me being petty. But Brent, he ain't forget. He ain't forget what Dak was saying. So Brent, when he got the chance, Dak's going to muck up again. We know Dak leading interceptions. We know he's going to do it again. And he did a couple of days ago against San Fran, where Brent had somebody on the low, somebody in tech, hack the Cowboys account.
Wow.
And put this tweet out there.
I'm
just throwing that out there.
You're accusing you're saying the Cowboys kicker might have hacked the team account to rip the quarterback. That's your theory?
I think he paid off somebody to hack it, but yes.
Now that's grassy knoll stuff right there. That is grassy knoll. I can see you from the school book depository window on the grassy knoll.
I'm reaching.
Dealey Plaza, isn't that what it's called in Dallas? Yeah. My God.
Yeah. I'm reaching like Stockton 91. But I'm just saying, I told y'all, the way that Dak went at Brett last week, he had no right. Dak, you could have made our lives a lot easier beforehand.
Yeah, he did hang the guy out. It was a bit of a hang your guy out to dry. He didn't know that was being caught on camera, but
nah, you the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, dog.
Yeah, you gotta know.
All the cameras on you.
Right.
Every time you step on the field, every time you get to the arena and you pull up in the whip, the camera's on you.
Yeah. You're right.
You gotta know, Dak.
You're fair. You're correct. Just like Stephon Diggs probably needed to know all the cameras were on him. We'll get to that.
Oh, he don't even care.
We'll get to that updated story in the crap bag today, along with some Tom Brady sound. That's a little later on. So the Cowboys, yeah, that was a weird way, just a weird way to phrase the tweet. I don't know if I almost took that like, wait, was Dak nearby when that person was sending the tweet out? And Dak was like, no, you put that on me. You put that on me. Because he said it in the media. He took it all on himself and said, I can't do that, and I made bad throws. Did he tell them to tweet it that way? I mean,
it's weird.
Why would you?
It's a weird thing.
Why would you throw your quarterback under the bus unnecessarily? We watched,
yeah, like he knows he was bad.
We watched the game. We understand that. You're the team. Say the Cowboys lost to the Niners and 23 season tickets will be on sale blank. Schedule comes out April. Whatever. The draft is so-and-so. Can't wait for the combine. Ready for next year. Something. I mean, I get that players are going to have their feelings. And did you see these Micah Parsons comments after the game? Because I was just so mad I hadn't even heard all the different comments. Micah kind of went off on the offense a little bit.
Did he really?
And it was a respectful version, but he said, hey, we held him down to 19. We held him under 20. You would have thought maybe that would be enough. And then he said, hey, we didn't make plays. We didn't make enough plays. He didn't say Dak's name, and he didn't say the offense specifically. But, to me, he's got every right to do that. I thought he did it respectfully, and he's the leader of a badass defense that just held somebody under 20 and is thinking, really? Come on, Dak. Come on, offense. You needed 2 and 2. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and we win. That's it. And my man gave you the 2 field goals. He gave them to you, even though he's been weird lately, and you couldn't come up with the 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So I get why Micah Parsons might be a little salty on that situation.
He needs to put that energy to his boy Trayvon Diggs, too, on the whiff.
Yes.
On the whiff job. Trayvon Diggs, I know you're a lockdown defender and all, and you led the league in interceptions a year ago, but all offseason, you need to be doing tackling drills, my brother. Tackling drills on Big Bro. Big Bro needs to get tackled, too.
Yeah,
with his ignorant self.
You don't want the rep to get out there that you are afraid of contact. It's almost like he and Donovan Wilson now have the opposite problem. One of them is not great in coverage but will tackle you all day. The other can cover but does not want to tackle you.
Right.
And together they'd make a really badass defensive back, but separately they can give you problems.
That's where people harp on Deion. Like, the only knock on Deion, people said he couldn't tackle. That's it. I mean, he didn't get many opportunities because nobody really threw his way ever.
And Deion would show you a little footage where
there's a couple of
might have
glimpses,
had to.
But overall, Deion Sanders wasn't known for his tackling. And it seems like the way Trayvon Diggs goes about the way he plays, it's always just about forcing turnovers, whether that's, plucking the ball from a fumble or going for picks, where sometimes he goes for way too many picks at the wrong moments. But yeah, that's just too big of a moment for him not to make just no contact at all.
That was tough. We got text already rolling in. Remember, Specs text line 337-3776. This says, if Zay's conspiracy is right, Jerry would have taken it down by now. The fact that he hasn't says more than anything.
That's so petty.
That's interesting, too. It goes out from the team. If it had been hacked, then obviously the team would just say,
taken down.
"Hey, we were hacked. It's taken down," or whatever. The fact that the team phrased it that way, that is bizarre. If you're a Cowboys fan, we know you're still processing. Trust me, I'm still processing. I was making Dak, Tim Tebow references yesterday, and I shouldn't have. I was acting out of anger. I understand that. If you're doing the similar things, please. We're here for you. It's therapy week. It's not just therapy Monday when you lose like that in that game. So we're going to continue to talk about it. The other quick NFL story I want to make sure we hit in this segment, Zay, is the Bill O'Brien update. So Nick Saban now needs a new OC and a new DC. So let's start on the Bama side of this story. I didn't realize he'd already lost his DC. Pete Golding is going to Ole Miss. Had you heard that? I missed that part of the story.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that.
I missed that one the other day. Now,
I heard Spencer Sanders going to Ole Miss. That's the Ole Miss story.
Spencer Sanders is going to Ole Miss, yeah. And then on the other side of the ball now, the Lane train has decided that his Sharks weren't biting enough, because they weren't at times. They would give up a ton on the ground. So Pete Golding coming over, lateral move, depending on how you look at it, but coordinator to coordinator job. He's going to be the DC at Ole Miss. Now, Bill O'Brien has decided, there have been rumors about it, now it's official, he's going back to New England to be the offensive coordinator. They've had numbers slip all over the place in New England. So he's going to be their OC, and Saban needs to replace OC and DC. By the way, here's how you know you're a badass and probably the best. The last time Saban replaced both, they won it all. They won a natty the last time he had to do this.
Yeah.
2017.
Yeah, because like the great Bucky Godboll says, at some point, the talent just overrides the coaching.
Woo. Yep.
It doesn't matter who you bring in. Just bring in somebody that kind of knows what they're doing. But if you have top two recruiting classes every single year, that kind of helps.
Yeah. No, it absolutely does. And if I'm a Patriots fan, I don't know how many Patriots fans we have that listen to the show, but now they can at least be excited about the fact that their offensive coordinator will have called offensive plays and is an actual offensive coach. It's not the Matt Patricia thing. It's not the Joe Judge thing. They put a mess together last year. We've told you why, to protect Matt Patricia's money. And I guess now, after 1 year, they don't have to protect his money anymore. So they're saying they were going to search for an OC. And there's a story I read today where everything's gone down for them this year. Red zone efficiency, third down efficiency, first downs, et cetera, et cetera. They did Mac Jones a huge disservice in 2022.
Yeah, and they almost made the playoffs.
Yeah, and you're right.
With how much of a joke their offense was, and Mac Jones throwing temper tantrums and whatnot, they still almost made the playoffs. So we know Bill Belichick, at the end of the day, he's going to bring in a guy that he's familiar with and he's comfortable with. And Bill O'Brien being there in early 2010s, around that era, he's familiar with Bill O'Brien and he's comfortable with him calling plays. So you're not going to step on Bill Belichick's toes or anything like that, which is why he's been, he's always had his guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's always going to be his guys. Until he retires, he's always going to have somebody that he's been with along this long-ass ride that he's been in with the NFL. He's going to bring guys he knows just because that's his comfort. So, say what you want about Bill O'Brien. I know he had, a bad stint with the Texans. I think this is a upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely an upgrade.
Yeah, no doubt. He's one of those guys. We've talked about him before. There are some people in sports, but specifically football, when you can look at coordinators, head coaches, some guys may not be the perfect one, but they are a badass too.
For sure.
They are a badass coordinator, and at times, O'Brien's been pretty damn good. 09 to 11 is when he was there.
Yeah.
So he would have been there the year they beat Texas. That's the 09 season, if I'm not mistaken, right? Wouldn't that have been 2009? When they played Texas for the national title? Colt McCoy? I think that's 09 season.
No, I think he was with New England then.
Okay. I'm sorry, with New England. You're right. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm putting him I'm putting him at Alabama way too late. Sorry, my brain just got crossed up. You're right. He was with the Patriots 09 to 2011. So at that time frame when Texas was playing Bama,
right,
he was with New England. And then he went to Penn State 2012 and 13. Then Houston was 2014 to 2020. The other disturbing sentence in this story, if I'm a Patriots fan, is this one. Belichick also oversaw a streamlining of the offense, changing the blocking terminology for offensive linemen, in which one of his goals was to produce more big plays down the field. Huh? Changing the blocking terminology for offensive linemen? Dude, I know you're the best. You're gonna revamp it that far? That far.
Did he do that mid-season?
After all this. I don't know. I'm assuming it was before the season started, but really?
If it's guys that are familiar with your system already, that's very odd. It's not like you're getting fresh new batch of offensive linemen like it's junior college or something.
My man's got 6 rings in his pocket. He's changing blocking terminology?
I don't know.
I don't understand that. They've gone through a weird year. We'll see what they look like now.
He's a defensive guy.
So
through and through, he's a defensive guy.
Yeah, he is. What we've learned more and more through the years, that the guy calling the plays paired with a quarterback is such an important relationship in football. And now you got Bill O'Brien dealing with Mac Jones. Can he turn Mac Jones into something that might even, push up towards that really good, very good elite level? Because we know Bill is elite. We know Belichick always feels elite, and the Patriots always feel like a threat. Can Bill O'Brien crank that offense back up with Mac Jones next year? We'll see.
Danny Boy taking his second interview with Arizona this week.
Oh, is that right?
Dan Quinn, yep.
Oh, man. That's the one thing as a Cowboys fan that I'm pretty sure of right now is that Dan Quinn's gone.
He's gone.
Somebody's going to make that guy a head coach with the energy from Micah Parsons, that defense. Heck, they just held San Francisco to 19 points.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about striking while the iron's hot. I would think this is Dan Quinn's moment to get back into the big chair.
Yeah, and Micah Parsons, go look at the footage. Trent Williams, I think he got the best out of Micah Parsons in that game. And the Cowboys still did what they did on holding the 49ers under 20. But, yeah, Dan Quinn just striking while the iron's hot. He's got to make this move. And, I think the Broncos, even though they kind of screwed him over last year, I think the Broncos, that seems like the best fit. I think he could change what Russell Wilson had with Nathaniel Hackett.
You think they'll go right back to a defensive guy? Because they were on they went older defensive coach for a while. Then they tried to go young offensive mind. You think they're going to go right back to defense?
I think he could bring somebody in that could actually work with Russell Wilson and do what Russell Wilson does well, like get out of the pocket and make plays with his legs, not only his arm. And Nathaniel Hackett, he didn't understand that early on. But, yeah, I just think that defense is very promising with the Broncos.
Yeah, no,
they get lit up one time for like 50, but
no, there's something to build on there. Definitely. Yeah. And he can make the argument, he could set it up like he did in Atlanta, where he's running that defense and he put a big-time offensive mind when he had Shanahan doing it. And Shanahan and Sarkisian both did it, and he can make that argument too.
Patrick Surtain II was first-team All-Pro this year, second year in the league.
There you go.
Just like that, corner.
There it is. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that story, see if Dan Quinn does come back for the Cowboys, or is it going to be him getting a head coaching job? We'll talk NFL. We got basketball to get into as well. Up next, it's the Right Call segment. Zay will get you set up for Texas and Oklahoma State. It is an 8 o'clock tip tonight from the Moody Center. 7:30 pregame, and you are going to hear the game right here. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk Apple leasing. Rainy day like today reminds you need a good, dependable car. If you don't have that, if you're in the need of that, Apple leasing is a great way to do it. You're going to be paying for the part of the car that you're using. You're not having to worry about that long run at the end where you're putting all that money into it and the car doesn't respond for you. And who knows, maybe in the rain it's leaking or you got bad tires, whatever it is. Apple Leasing can make it so simple for you. Any make, any model, any car, any truck. I just called them up, 346-9977. Told them it was time for a new car. Told them what I was looking for. They went out and found the options for me. They saved me all that time. They saved me all that legwork. They saved me the hassle of sitting in a dealership, signing document after document, because you do all that electronically. It is the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Probably never been a better time to lease than right now. Let them tell you why. 346-9977, 346-9977, or check them out at appleleasing.com. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to know. This feels like everything I was listening to for about 8 years. But I'm not sure if I've identified the voice yet. Oh, my God. I'm going to feel so bad when you say this one. School of Hard Knocks? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Wow. When it first started, it kind of sounded like the dude from Kicks, but I don't think it's him. I really don't know. I don't know. Tell me who it is.
Black and Blue.
All right. I know of the band. My brother saw Black and Blue open for Kiss one time, but I wasn't there, and I was never really into Black and Blue. That explains why I don't know it. Good band name, though.
Oh, yeah.
Black and Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a little bit of hair. They may have been, I don't know enough of their history to know if they were one of those L.A. Sunset Strip bands, but there you go. A little Black and Blue to get you started today. Cowboys certainly feeling that way after the game with the Niners. I rewatched Bengals and Bills in the snow last night. That was a hell of a snowstorm, man. That never stopped.
No.
It just snowed the entire game. We'll get you that Stephon Diggs update if you haven't heard it, and the Tom Brady getting snippy with Jim Gray moment from the podcast coming up in the crap bag. It's a nice little moment. We'll play it, and Zay and I will talk about how staged or not staged that moment might have been. We will also be talking some basketball today. Coming up at 1, we'll take a look around the Big 12. In case you haven't noticed, Kansas can't win basketball games lately. That makes everybody smile outside of Lawrence. And those K-State Wildcats continue to play really good ball. We'll go around the conference a little bit at 1. Right now, though, we are going to focus in on the Texas game for tonight. If you haven't been to the Moody Center or you just want to get back out there, tonight is your night. Texas and Oklahoma State. It is an 8 o'clock tip, and it's time for the Right Call segment. Zay's going to get you set up for the Longhorns and the Cowboys for the second time this year, Zay.
Yeah, good looking out, Chad. The Right Call segment is brought to you by Syntex Tickets. Go to syntextickets.com for your concerts, theater, stand-up, and, of course, sports tickets. We just had Sam Morrell on last week. You could have got your Syntex tickets there. I know Joe Rogan has a show coming out soon. Go to syntextickets.com for that. About 5 tickets left. You hear Bucky Gobbo on these airwaves say, Shelby, get them to me, and get them to me quick. Get everything at syntextickets.com. And yeah, Chad, another big-time game for the Longhorns, another big-time opportunity tonight at the Moody Center at 8 o'clock. And if you remember last game against Oklahoma State, it was a battle. I mean, Oklahoma State, they shot 30%. Texas shot 32%. Oklahoma State shot 29% from 3. Texas shot 28% from 3. So, yeah, that was just kind of what that game was. And I expect it to be a dogfight just like it was on January 7th. Now, Oklahoma State, they're riding some momentum these last few games. They beat a really good Iowa State team on Saturday, the team that the Horns lost to a few days ago, or a week ago, I say, and they played Iowa State well. Caleb Grill had 0 points. 0.
Wow, they held him scoreless.
Scoreless.
That's tough to do.
That's very tough to do, especially with, how good and how hot that he could get. So they're going to come in with a lot of confidence, and they still got Avery Anderson. He went for, 18 points against Iowa State. He could get hot at any moment. Caleb Boone had a pretty good game against the Horns the first go-around. And, Caleb Asbury, the Pflugerville High Caleb Asbury.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a transfer from Texas State, Central Texas native. So coming back home, he's going to want to get some revenge on the Horns, not only losing on January 7th, but being a hometown kid and not being recruited by a Texas. I know that he's going to want to come in and show out for his family. So, yeah, I think it's a big opportunity for the Horns. Marcus Carr, he's going to have to continue to play well. The bigs, they've played well as of late. Dylan DeSue and, Christian Bishop, they played really well in that West Virginia game. But what just hangs in the air for the Horns, Tyrese Hunter, will he be able to finish games? And if he does, will he be able to be productive either he's finishing games and he's not playing well, or he's able to play the whole game and he's not playing well, or he is playing well and he has to leave due to cramps. Like, we haven't seen him just play well and finish out games really all year long, or at the beginning of the season when the Horns were playing Gonzaga and Creighton. So it's going to be a tough game with what you got upcoming with Tennessee and Baylor and Kansas and going to Kansas State. This is a must-win type of game tonight. I'm not going to say it's as major as it was last week because we're going to talk about the 1 o'clock hour. Kansas, they're treading on water. They're not playing as well. Iowa State just lost. So just hanging in the middle of the pack and playing good basketball down the line, I think that's more important than really just seeing these wins on the board. If you get these wins, of course you want them, but just playing good basketball, that's what you want to see going into March. And we know with this schedule, it's going to give you everything that you want. So the Horns need this win tonight for sure, but I don't think it's as big as a must win as it was when they were going up against West Virginia.
So again, an 8 o'clock tip tonight. And if you'll recall, the first time these two teams played, that's the first game after the Chris Beard deal. It was January 7th, and then
like official him being done.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Once they knew, when they knew that he was not going to be back, then they go to Stillwater. It was like 2 or 3 days after that. So they had to kind of reset themselves and and get ready for that. Is that the time frame on it, or was that when
that sounds right?
Or was that just when it happened? No, because it happened back in December.
It happened in December.
The incident was in December.
Right.
And so they'd had a couple of those games. That's when they found out, right, that he was that he'd been fired. And then they go to Stillwater, and you mentioned the ugliness in that game. 12 for Carr. Allen had 11. Those were the two leading scorers. Another guy I'm going to watch in this game, Zay, Dylan Mitchell, just invisible in the last game. An ofer. He took the collar too. That can't happen. The bigs overall have given you a little something, and you found some good shots inside. But it's like sometimes 23 is not there. They need to kind of find him some moments, because that dude can bring the Moody Center to life.
Yeah.
When he's on.
Yeah, absolutely. And his defense and this hustle, that's the number one thing with him. Like, he needs to focus on those things, because he's not the type of scorer that you would think a big-time 5-star recruit would come in. He's a hustle guy. He's a do whatever it takes for the team guy, dive on the floor, and then use his athleticism to help in any way possible. But he's not going to get you 20. He's not going to look for his own shot. So Marcus Carr, Tyrese Hunter, Serge-Ibaka Rice, they got to help get him going by when they drive and penetrate, so he could go along the baseline and get those highlight dunks like you're mentioning, Shad. Mm-hmm. So the freshmen, they've hit a wall. Arterio Morris and Dylan Mitchell, they've hit a wall that a lot of freshmen hit. I remember Greg Brown with his traveling self a couple of years ago. Like, every time he caught the ball and tried to make a move, he would travel. Now he's playing in the association, just trying to get minutes for the Portland Trailblazers. So it's a process. And, when you got guys like Serge-Ibaka Rice, who's been solid all year long, Marcus Carr averaging 17 a game, we know what he's brought to the table. Whenever that shot clock's going down, you could put the ball in Marcus Carr's hands and he could get you a shot. Texas didn't have that last year, or I don't think they had the confidence. I think they had that. I just don't think Chris Beard gave them the confidence to really showcase their skills offensively and get into that one-on-one breakdown mode. So the freshmen, they got to bring it. Brock Cunningham, he had a really solid game against Oklahoma State the first go-around, hit 2 huge threes. And if he wouldn't have made those threes, I don't think the Horns would have won in Stillwater that day. So everybody needs to bring their A game. Everybody needs to help Marcus Carr when it comes to scoring. Timmy Allen, he can't go for his single-digit performances, 2 points, getting his shot block down there. He's got to be better. And we just haven't seen this team, everybody clicking at all cylinders. That's what's exciting. That's why, I just want to see some good basketball down the line. We know this team's going to make the tournament. We know they're going to, be seeded probably, round 3, maybe 4 or 5. If they make a good run, they can push themselves up to the 2. I don't think they could be a 1 seed, but we haven't seen everybody click on all cylinders yet.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Carr has a good game, but Tyrese Hunter doesn't. Dylan Mitchell, he struggles, but Christian Bishop does well. Timmy Allen does well. Dylan Dessou doesn't. It's just not everybody has been able to click. And if they could click, if they could find some type of rhythm where everybody's playing well, everybody's bringing something to the table. Timmy Allen's giving you, great assist to turnover ratio, great mid-range game. Arterio Morris is bringing something off the bench. It's igniting some type of spark offensively. His defense has been pretty good, but offensively, Arterio Morris he hasn't been consistent like you would hope for a team that has Final Four aspirations. And I think the Horns still do. I think the top 6 teams in the Big 12 right now all can make the Final Four. It just depends on who could get hot at the right time. We know that's what the tournament's about.
Mm-hmm.
You could go into your conference tournament losing like the last 3, win that tournament and make it to the Final Four. We've seen it multiple times. That Kemba Walker team did something like that when they won it. So it's possible. You just got to find that rhythm. And I think Coach Terry and his coaching staff, they're still hunting for that.
Survive in advance. That's what you got to do when you get to March. We'll see if the Longhorns can survive Oklahoma State tonight. Get on out to the Moody Center if you want to be a part of it. 8 o'clock tip. That should give everybody a chance to get there and really get fired up. That atmosphere is now starting to become certainly a conference story and a national story as well every time the Longhorns are on TV. All right, coming up, we will get to the crap bag. If you haven't heard the Tom Brady sound, we'll play that for you. A shoot or a work? We'll talk about it. Plus, Stephon Diggs, the day after. He was on Twitter with some thoughts. Are we going to tell you about it? Yeah. Does he want us to talk about it? Nah. This is The Horn. Oh, here we go. No, maybe not. They're warming up to it.
Here we go.
Here we go. Come on. Wow. That took a turn, didn't it? Took a turn down a dark corridor. Yeah, I'm just going to say, all y'all think I'm a crazy metalhead. This may be a little too far for me. This may be a little, I may be a little more of a, rainbows and clouds person than this song. So I don't know, but I'll guess Sepultura. I have no idea.
Razors.
Yeah.
Well, Evil Invaders.
You are finding them today.
Razor.
Razor. Just R-A-Z-O-R?
Yep.
All right. They sound like a razor. Razor and Black and Blue getting us started today. For all you metalheads out there, I'm sorry if I just disappointed you there. Didn't know Razor or Black and Blue. Wow, that's points off. But recently, towards the back end of the show, I've had a couple nice victories. The Monica moment was nice. The Nate Dogg moment was nice yesterday, even though that's not that big a deal. I'm still proud of myself.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty good. Now the music gods have decided, okay, Chad, if you're going to get those, we can't let you have the medal anymore. Now they're going to take it away. It's just all balanced out.
You have been struggling on the medal.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't know how you do it. You end up picking either a metal band that was right before the time I was really, listening to it, or you just happened to pick a band that I wasn't into, or I missed them, or just I've never heard of Razor.
Yeah, somebody has to be in the Razor.
I didn't know there was a band called Razor. So just a reminder, you cannot know it all in music. You can't know every single thing. That would take too long. Real quick, before we get to the crap bag, how about this, Zay? Money is coming in on the Bengals for the AFC title game. It's Cincinnati -2.5 right now.
Yeah.
What's that tell everybody?
That high ankle sprain is serious.
That Mahomes thing. Yesterday, the Chiefs kind of put out this statement about, we are preparing as if Patrick will play. Huh? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Why would you need to say it like that? So maybe that kind of freaks some people out, but those Vegas folks and the money seems to be headed in on Cincinnati. Cincinnati -2.5. Same thing for Philly in the NFC. Philly -2.5 is what I'm seeing right now.
I'd take Patrick Mahomes if he was in a Greg Abbott wheelchair than Chad Henne. Sorry, Chad. Great 98-yard drive that you put on and against the Jaguars, but
oh yeah, no, you'd rather have Mahomes on one leg.
Chad, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're calling this game Burrowhead. That's what they call Arrowhead Stadium. They call it Burrowhead because
they beat them last year.
Because they beat them last year, and Joe Burrow's record against Patrick Mahomes and the Bengals' record ever since Joe Burrow's gotten on the team when they go and play Kansas City.
On the CBS broadcast I was rewatching yesterday, they go to halftime, or maybe it was postgame, and Boomer Esiason was like, I tell you, this Cincinnati group, man, they are confident. Phil Simms said, no, they're not. They're cocky.
They're cocky.
And they know it, and they know they're good, and it's impressive to watch. We will continue to talk about those teams getting ready for the championship games. Also, what was the other? Oh, the other NFL news real quick. We can put this in the crap bag. Let's get into the crap bag. We'll do Brady, Stephon Diggs, and a Super Bowl update.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. Your Super Bowl 57 update, Chris Stapleton is going to sing the national anthem. Babyface will sing America the Beautiful. And if you hadn't heard, it's Rihanna at halftime.
Okay, Babyface getting back out there.
How about that? Babyface going to get after America the Beautiful. That should be good.
You like Rihanna?
Oh, yeah. I'm interested to see that show. I'm interested to see what that looks like, because she's been kind of away from it for a while, right?
Yeah, she just had a baby, her and A$AP Rocky.
Okay.
Her current boyfriend. I don't know what they are.
So this is the return.
This is like the return of Rihanna. I can't wait to see what that baby weight did to that body. I'm excited about that.
She's awesome. I mean, so talented, sexy, know, that look that that aura
Barbados
around her.
about her.
Oh, she's so sexy. can't wait to see what that looks like with her back on not just any stage, but that stage with knowing that there's that many people out there watching. So Super Bowl 57 coming up on February the 12th. By the way, I heard from our man Super Bowl Stu today. Stu is going to be out at the Super Bowl like he has been for us the last few years on Radio Row. It is super expensive to go out to the Super Bowl, so we are not going to be able to go this year, unfortunately. But Stu's going out there. He's got the connections with the NFL Alumni Association, and he's gotten us some great interviews. Check this out, Zay. He told me today he's got an interview set up Thursday of Super Bowl week for us, 12:15. Earl Campbell and Tony Dorsett.
Oh, man.
Seriously.
Running back royalty.
Right? I don't even know. I mean, it's going to take me that long to figure out what I ask Earl Campbell and Tony Dorsett. That's incredible.
Wow.
So we're hoping
They're looking out, Stu.
Yeah, man. We're hoping that happens, and be on the lookout for more interviews and more coverage from Arizona for Super Bowl 57.
Yeah, I might have to let Earl know my brother needs some sausage to put on the grill because TC ain't hook a brother up none.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm calling you out, TC. TC Speaks. I love you. Great show every Saturday from 12 to 1.
See if Dad has the contact.
I need some BBQ sausage because that's some good stuff.
That's awesome. We do know that Tom Brady is going to have to buy a ticket for Super Bowl 57 if he wants to go. The question is he going to play football again? You may have heard the sound already, but let's listen to this, and I want everybody to think as it's happening. Is this a work or a shoot? Is it legit, or is this part of like the scripting of it? Here's the weekly podcast with Jim Gray and Larry Fitzgerald, and Jim Gray just had to ask.
Tom, you're leaving everybody guessing. You said you'll take your time. Do you have any type of a timetable as to what you might want to do regarding your football career?
Jim, if I knew what I was going to fucking do, I'd have already done it. Okay? I'm taking it a day at a time.
I sense you're antagonized by the question.
You're scratching.
It's only the question that everybody wants to hear.
You're scratchy. I appreciate your asking. Thank you.
Come on, man.
You're scratchy? I'm not sure what that is. So do you think that was legit? Is that a shoot? Is that all natural? Or do you think that they were trying to have a little fun and decided they wanted to do that? Was that pre-planned?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
A little bit of both. I think Tom knew what he was getting himself into being asked by Jim there. But also, I think Tom is tired of answering these questions. And we know the year that they had with how they looked on Monday night. He's still pissed off that they went out the way they did in Tampa Bay, and he wished that things could have went different. He probably wants to wish he could have finished out his career in Tampa Bay. Now, he's currently on the squad, but I don't think he'll be there next year. Also, Brock Purdy mucked up a lot of his plans to go to San Fran.
Right.
He was thinking about going back home.
If that was the idea, that may be done.
That's
right.
done.
Gotta be done
That's
now.
done.
Yeah. I do think he was. I think he was kind of having fun with it, but yeah, the frustration's there, trying to have a little fun with it, and he knows. He does a podcast with Jim Gray. There's no chance they can't address that. So I think they realized it and maybe decided to have a little bit of that kind of fun. Plus, I do love a good F-bomb. So well done, Tom. Well done there. We'll see.
You need to ask him about the weird stuff he be doing with his son.
Yeah, that's
his son too old for that, Tom.
Yeah, that's a whole nother deal. Yeah, that doesn't need to happen. And last year, apparently, Tom Brady decided on February 1st is when he released that thing. It was leading up to the Super Bowl. Remember when he released that weird black and white video thing and he said he was gone and it was done? And then 40 days later is when he said, no, I'm coming back. So right around the beginning of February would be that same time. Also, keep your eyes and ears peeled for Aaron Rodgers maybe this week. Today's the day he usually goes on the Pat McAfee show. So if anything comes out of that, you'll be on the lookout for it. Brady and Rodgers, obviously big stories in the league. The other big story coming out of the Buffalo-Cincinnati game was the antics of Stephon Diggs, where he was criticized a little bit for that late game stuff where he's talking to Josh Allen. Zay, he tweeted out 3 different things yesterday. First one was, you want me to be okay with losing? Nah. Then he tweeted out, want me to be okay with our level of play when it's not up to the standard? Nah. And that's NAH on nah, in case you don't know. And then the third tweet was, it's easy to criticize my reaction more than the result. End quote. End tweet. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Not easier to criticize, but it is part of the criticism. After watching the game, Zay, I will say I think it was overcooked a little bit because I don't think he went full game with it. It didn't really happen until it was already 27-10. So I wanted to tell him to, like, get away from his quarterback, somebody go defend the quarterback or whatever. That game was done when he did it. It was over. So that was his frustration of, oh, my God, we're down 3 scores now. We're not going to win this game. Now, he shouldn't have done it. I don't like the fact that he
What are you talking about specifically?
I'm saying the moment everybody's talking about where he's on the sideline, I thought that was clearly the worst of it.
Yeah.
There were a couple moments during the game where he's kind of throwing the hand up or giving signals back and forth, but I didn't think any of that was showing up Josh Allen. I didn't think he threw like a fit on the field that would have shown up the quarterback. You may disagree with that. Do you think he was showing him up throughout the game?
With how good Josh Allen is, yes.
Okay.
This ain't no, like, Ruthie Poot scrub. You're not talking to Dak. If somebody was doing this to Dak Prescott, I'd be like, okay.
How dare you? How dare you say scrub and then immediately go to Dak Prescott?
I'm sorry, Dak. You're not a scrub, but you're not top tier. And Josh Allen, I know Burrow will take Burrow. I know we'll take Mahomes, maybe Aaron Rodgers. But after that, it's Josh Allen, and then the list goes on. So this is who you're getting after, which, why now? Like, I get you're frustrated here, but the Damar Hamlin situation, like, that was a thing. We talked about the emotional fatigue that put on the whole team yesterday. Like, let's be objective about the situation, Stefan. I get it. You're a competitor. We're all competitors out here. I bet the whole 52 other your teammates are competitors also, and they don't want to lose. But with him, the hand gestures throughout the game, like, throw it up, don't throw it down, let me run after the catch. Like, you could see it. And then what happened after the game, him just dipping out early, that's whack.
Now, also, I did see an update on that story. This is wild. He was about to leave, and did you hear who got him to stay for a little bit? A practice squad running back. Some rando, maybe a rando. Do I recognize this name? Oh, you know what? This may be a kid that went to Miami. Duke Johnson. You remember that name? I think that's the running back that went to Miami, right? Yes. Third round pick in 2015. Duke Johnson is on their practice squad, and he apparently got him to at least show up for a little bit of the locker room stuff before he ultimately bolted. So apparently he was there for some of the McDermott stuff, but he didn't stay for the media afterwards. And
that's what I'm talking about, all of it that day. Not just him showing up Josh Allen. Like, that's with what this team's gone through, Stephon Diggs, you're better than that.
The thing I didn't understand, too, and watching the game, you didn't see a good bit of it. I wanted to see more of where was the Diggs and Josh Allen interaction while the game was still up for grabs. Where was that at 7-0, 14-0, 14-7, 17-7, 17-10? Where was it then?
Yeah.
Because I didn't.
Where's that energy towards the defense that couldn't stop no damn body?
That too. And that was the other thing. Also, there was an injury in there for Diggs. He got banged up a little bit, was off the field for a little while, then came back. Then there was a pass that went to somebody else, and he did look a little frustrated kind of in the flat there. But that's the communication that's got to happen. And so I almost, in a way, I don't have a problem with you going up to Josh Allen and saying, hey, man, what's going on? But by the time it was that big moment at the end, it's over. It was 27-10. They had you guys in a vice by then.
Yeah.
You needed to figure it out well before that. So that's the part of it and that's where I'll put a lot more of it on him, but that's also on the quarterback. 17's got to be a part of it too. They have got to figure that out while it's going on. That's what the badasses do. The badasses get in the face of the receiver that's frustrated, and they figure it out.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. Real hard to do. But they do it.
Yeah, Josh Allen, he wasn't good. That last part of the season, his interceptions were a problem, but 29 other teams would take him right now.
Oh, dude, he still made some throws in that game where I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Kid's got a rocket.
Someone on Specs text lines like, what's Josh Allen done, Zay? Him and Dak Prescott are in the same boat. I'm not even going to acknowledge that. I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not even going to acknowledge that.
Different arm. That is a different arm. That is a different arm, man. I love Dak to death. He is my guy. I'll be T.O. and pat my chest and say he's my quarterback, but he doesn't have that.
Yeah, if we don't see the separation on Josh Allen and Dak Prescott, I don't know what we're doing.
That is not what's hooked to the side of Dak's body.
I just don't know what we're doing.
Dak's shoulder is not connected to an arm like that. It's just not. It is just not. But I've heard that talk out there over the last couple of days. So there's the update on Stephon Diggs after what happened over the weekend in the snow as Buffalo loses by 17 in a snowstorm at home. That one had to sting. We do the crap bag every day about 12:45. Up next, let's dig in to some Big 12 basketball where Kansas doesn't seem to be able to win lately. So crushed about that story. We'll have Zay give his thoughts on that. The rest of the conference, we'll keep talking NFL as well. Bill O'Brien headed back to the Patriots, and they are not the only team that needs an offensive coordinator. We'll keep talking NFL today. We hope you are having a great Tuesday. Stay with us. It's The Horn. Oh, yes, indeed. Hour number 2 on a Tuesday. Bettors. Have you heard the latest on the AFC Championship game? Money on the Bengals coming in. Cincinnati, -2.5 on the road at Kansas City. Not only did they beat them there last year, but this Patrick Mahomes thing, it's got Kansas City worried. It's got everybody concerned. It's got bettors leaning towards Cincinnati. Can they do it 2 years in a row? That'd be Burrow 4-0 against Mahomes. I'm seeing stories out there about legacy-defining game for Mahomes. He can't let it be 4 in a row and all that, but he's got that high ankle sprain he is dealing with. We'll talk about that. We'll keep talking basketball as well. Big one for the Longhorns tonight. They're all big in the Big 12. They host Oklahoma State. It's Chad and Zay with you on this Tuesday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined by Isaiah Collier. Zay's going to be calling a big high school game tonight, as he does on Tuesdays, and we'll get you the info on that coming up in the Flex segment. Also, one of our Flex preseason guys from last year in football has found a new home. I saw that over the weekend. We'll get you that info if you missed it. So we have all of that out there. We got the NFL cranking up, and Zay, it is a massive nothing against the Eagles and Niners, because that's big brand stuff. Niners are trying to get to a 6th Super Bowl. That would put them on another tier. I'm not trying to dog that out, because that's big time. That's what I'm hoping doesn't happen as a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sound like you being a Cowboys fan and trying to make that like it's not a big game or something just because you hate both teams.
No, that's what I'm watching. Like the most important thing that now when the Cowboys go out, all I do is Super Bowl watch.
Right.
A tote board, right? Because I got, you got the Eagles, you got the Steelers and Patriots with 6. Cowboys and Niners are at 5. I don't want the Niners to get number 6 and leave us alone at number 5. But that's what the Niners are trying to do. Eagles trying to get themselves into that multiple Super Bowl winning category. But on the other side, it's just there's a little extra level to it for me because of the young, talented quarterbacks here and what they're trying to pull off. So Burrow is trying to – I didn't realize this. He's already got more playoff wins than any Bengals quarterback ever.
Yeah, and they were going to the playoffs a lot in the 80s.
He's got more than Boomer. I didn't realize that. First time I saw him go, it was Ken Anderson at quarterback, so that sort of made the math work out a little bit. But now that he's got, 4 or 5 playoff wins, he's out in front of all of them, and the notion that he could get them a Super Bowl, that not only sends shockwaves around the conference in general, it really sends shockwaves through the division. Because the dogs in that division are supposed to be Pittsburgh and Baltimore. And if they get a Super Bowl, that could change the whole dynamic. And then the fact that he would have beaten Mahomes in Kansas City to get them both, to get both trips, and then to get his first Super Bowl, ultimately he has to beat Mahomes again. That's big-time legacy stuff.
Yeah, it is, Chad. And, when it comes to the quarterbacks that are left, it's such a quarterback-driven league. It's become even more and more quarterback-driven league as the years go on. But, back in the day, it being like a running back push league, if you didn't have a good bell cow running back that could get 30 touches a game, a la Emmitt Smith, Terrell Davis, those guys, then you probably weren't going to win. And, yeah, you could have a Hall of Fame quarterback, but we're going to base our game around the run. Now, the quarterbacks that you have left with Burrow, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, and Brock Purdy, all 4 of those teams have incredible talent surrounding those quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the Cowboys situation, as bad as Dak was this year and was on Sunday, you can't say that about the Cowboys. Yes, CeeDee Lamb had a great outstanding outbreak year at that number 1, but go down the line. Like we look at the Bengals right now, their number 2 is T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Their number 3 is Tyler Boyd. Both those guys could be 2s and 1s at different franchises, but they got Jamar Chase. For the Eagles, Devontae Smith, a lot of teams would like him to be a number 1, him being the former Heisman winner. I think he's a little slim for that as his career goes on.
Right.
But him alongside,
it could happen, yeah.
It could happen. And them making that move to go get A.J. Brown for nothing, they just took him because the Titans were too, just scared to bring him back to the squad, which that's the reason why they got their GM canned in Nashville.
You know, the pattern you're talking about here, do you know what team doesn't pay attention to that pattern?
Who?
Cowboys. Think about it. Because a team with Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb, that's deadly. That's really dangerous. If one of those guys is technically your 2 on a play, my God. And then Schultz is your 3rd option. That's what teams like Cincinnati have built. That's what Kansas City has now built. Even without Tyreek Hill, they've built this weird group of like, oh, yeah, he'd be a 1 somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or he'd be a 1. Somebody else would want him. And there's like 5 of those guys in Kansas City. And you build that up around the quarterbacks like you're talking about. The Cowboys did not build up that much around Dak. They got a couple guys, but they don't have all those options like the other teams do.
Yeah, we know how dumb Jerry Jones was for signing Ezekiel Elliott for that contract. You don't pay running backs that anymore.
No.
He ain't Emmitt Smith. You can't do that because now you're in a chokehold with your salary cap and you can't go out and spread the money around like you should be able to get those type of rosters like these 4 remaining teams have.
Good point.
Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. They just got Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
life's easy for Brock Purdy.
San Francisco built it a little differently, but it's the same thing. It's multiple weapons that do all kinds. Theirs is more versatile. Theirs is silly. But you're right. Yeah, it's building on all of that stuff. By the way, even if he was Emmitt Smith, you shouldn't pay him because your offensive coordinator's not going to hand him the ball anyway.
Touche.
Right? Why are you even going to do that? So, yeah, these 4, that's a good point. These 4 teams have definitely built it in a very modern way. And Kansas City and Cincinnati, I'm just hoping, beyond hope, that they can get Patrick Mahomes to a good, healthy standpoint. I don't want to watch that game and think, yeah, but he wasn't right. I want him to be right. Maybe he's not 100, but get him to somewhere around 80%.
I'm literally just watching the injury
and let's watch
behind you.
It is not good.
No, it's not good. Your body's not supposed to fold like that.
But that is a tough dude, and hopefully he can withstand that and be pretty good. We'll continue to talk about the championship games and what's on the line because that Mahomes-Burrow matchup is legacy stuff. Not that those other guys don't have legacies to deal with. Niners are trying to add to history. Eagles are trying to get one. I get it. And by the way, to the texter that texted in, I thought the Eagles won a Super Bowl with Mark Wahlberg. Well played. That is well played. Well done. All right, so as we shift quickly to Texas basketball, we remind you it's 8 o'clock tonight at the Moody Center, Texas and Oklahoma State. Zay got you the right call segment earlier in the show. Texas looking for their 17th win overall. They are 5-2 in conference. And Zay, as we look at the Big 12 here, there is a monster out of the state of Kansas leading the conference. It's just the guys in purple at 6-1. This K-State team, more and more now we're starting to find out that, hey, that loss, that not that you love a loss, you don't, but the fact that K-State came in here and did what they did to Texas, they really backed it up through the next 6 games.
Yeah, Jerome Pootie Tang is coaching his ass off. Sakate, Samade, whatever Pootie Tang used to say in that classic Chris Rock joint. But yeah, Kansas State, they're a scary team. Marquise Noel, he's looking like the best point guard in the conference, and there's a lot of really good point guards in the Big 12. Keontae Johnson, he's just a guy, a dog at 6'7". He looks like he's 240, even though they got him listed at 220. It seems like you can't move him around. He's going to get to where he wants to on the court. And then they got a lot of wings and long guys, really athletic. Sills, their backup, 6-man. I think he's going to get 6-man of the year. Him and Sir-Jabari Rice, they're battling for it.
Mm-hmm.
Number 13, Sills. He's had some really big games, especially in that Kansas one. But man, Bill Self, the national champs, they got some serious issues right now. And Jalen Wilson, he's going to be first team all Big 12, the Denton Geyer product. But their point guard, Dejon Harris, has been awful these last 3 games.
So that's one of the big – I was going to ask you what has been going on with him in the last 3.
He's it.
Okay.
He's it. Against Kansas State, I think he had 3 points. Against TCU when they got blown out, donut. And then last night he had 2 points, and he's getting like 35 minutes plus.
Dang. Yeah, that's bad.
That's horrible.
That's wretched. You can't do that.
Yeah, and you remember last year with this Kansas team, they're look at the spots they're trying to fill from last year. They got Grady Dick, which he's done a really good job filling Christian Brown's shoes. Christian Brown now playing for the Denver Nuggets, solid player for Bill Self last year, a huge reason why they won the national championship. Jalen Wilson being that star player, big time scorer, averaging around 20 a game. He's took the spot for Ochai Agbaji, who was Kansas' best player last year, but they don't have a Remy Martin, which was the X factor to them winning the national championship last year. Him coming off the bench, being that scorer at the point guard spot, it allowed DeJuan Harris to focus on distributing and to focus on defense. That's what he's best at. But when you're making DeJuan Harris have to score and look for his own shot, which he doesn't want to do, and you're focusing on Grady Dick, who's a really good freshman, and Jalen Wilson, KJ Adams, the Westlake product, he's been well all season long, but he's a lot like Dylan Mitchell. He's not going to get you a bucket very often. If he does, if he has the ball in his hands, then that's plays to the defense hands. That's what the defense wants to do. They want KJ Adams making plays for himself and others. And then Kevin McCullough, the Texas Tech transfer, he's been up and down just trying to find his role in Bill Self's team. So they're not as deep as they were last year. And we know in the Big 12, depending on what your schedule is, that's why I'm not too excited with where Texas is at right now. You just put out the stat of 17 wins. I just saw CB's on the Specs Tech line saying 17-3. That's as good as Texas has been in a long time. With the next 12 games that you have to finish out the regular season, I'm not even talking about the Big 12 conference tournament, which you're going to play a juggernaut no matter what there. The next 12 games, 8 of them are ranked opponents.
Wow. Yeah.
The other 4 against rivals like Texas Tech and guys that just don't like you, like Oklahoma State, and it's nuts. Yeah. It is nuts. So 17-3, that sounds good right now, but we don't know what this team's gonna be. These next 4 games after Oklahoma State are brutal. Right. Going up to Knoxville, turn around, playing Baylor, Kansas State, Kansas. It's a brutal conference. The upside is you're going to be ready in March. You're not going to see anything better than what you saw during the regular season. But like I said in the last hour, Chad, everybody has to start clicking. You just can't have 1 or 2 guys playing well and having others, Timmy Allen, 5 points, 2 points. Those things can't happen if you want to finish out the season strong, which I think they can. But, man, again, 8 of the next 12 games that you got to finish out the regular season are against ranked opponents. Again, the top 6 teams in the Big 12 from TCU, Kansas State, Kansas, Iowa State, Texas, Baylor. All 6 of those teams could get to the Final Four.
Yeah, it's a weird thing with this team where clearly all cylinders fired against Gonzaga. But that's obviously with Beard coaching. Since Rodney Terry has become the acting head coach, they've had some impressive wins. They've had some dogfight wins. They've even had some comfortable wins. They haven't had what you're talking about, though. They haven't had that all pistons firing kind of thing. So can they get that going at some point? 16-3, they'll be 17-3 if they get the win tonight. And then those Kansas losses, let me make sure I've got this right. Baylor got them in Waco. Kansas State beat them in Manhattan, but TCU was the one that went to Allen Fieldhouse and kicked their doors in. Beat them by 30 or 40? What?
Yeah, by 20-something.
By 20-something? Okay, yeah. Beat him bad.
I mean, Mike Miles, he was going at DeJuan Harris. And what I saw last night in the Baylor-Kansas game, Baylor...
23, my bad. Yeah. 83-60, only 23.
Yeah, Baylor, they were able to attack the mismatches and the switches that Kansas was throwing at them. Like KJ Adams, he's a really good defender, but with the freedom that Scott Drew gives you offensively and the confidence that he gives guards, we saw it with Jared Butler and Davion Mitchell in the national championship squad. He just gives his guards extra confidence to take advantage of matchups and go one-on-one that at times last year, especially, Texas really struggled at. They've got a lot better this year with Chris Beard early on, and now Coach Terry, especially with Marcus Carr getting his shot, anytime he wants, being able to take certain bad shots. But Baylor, that's how they play. They love that type of style. And LJ Cryer, who had 22 last night, Adam Flagler, who seems like he's been there forever. He was part of that national championship team, was a sixth man on that squad. Keontae George, who is going to be a first-round draft pick in this year's draft, freshman out of the Dallas area that was real close to coming to Texas. All those guys have the ultimate green light to dominate. So they're on a 5-game winning streak. They started off in the Big 12 losing 3 straight. Now they're looking like that scary juggernaut team that we know Scott Drew is, typical of having year in and year out. So Horns got to play them twice. And those aren't going to be easy battles. So these 12 games, even though 8 of them are all ranked, none of them are easy. None of them are given. The teams at the bottom of the Big 12, you've barely beaten. West Virginia, you barely got out of Morgantown. Texas Tech had you down by 12 points.
And West Virginia beat TCU.
Yeah, West Virginia beat TCU. Oklahoma State, who you playing tonight, beat the same Iowa State team that you lost to at Hilton Coliseum in Ames last week. It's nuts.
Oh, it is a slog through this conference, man. There's nothing easy. Nothing easy at all. By the way, did you catch the pops from that crowd in Waco last night?
Yeah.
My God, that place can get nuts. It's one of those things in the Big 12. It doesn't get talked about a lot, but when it's packed and they are firmly against the opponent, that place can get special. It's about 10,000 when it's
Farrell
packed.
Center's a weird place. If you look on the outskirts, you're like, this is the most rinky-dink,
it looks
broke down place.
Yeah.
Like for recruits,
I got
you go look at that place and you're in Waco, especially like how Scott Drew. That's why he might be send him the College Hall of Fame. Send him right now. Just winning a national championship there.
The only reason it looks kind of cool from the outside is it's kind of gold in parts. It's sort of shiny, but it's getting in there and figuring it out. Bring a recruit in when they host Texas.
Yeah.
And just don't even want to say a word.
Yeah, it gets rowdy, but they're not on top of you. Like you see, from the TV standpoint, it's like spread out.
They are spread out.
You can barely see people in the stands. Yeah, you're right.
But it gets loud.
It gets loud.
God,
it's a weird place.
Yeah, that is a weird little nut barn there in Waco, and they got to have fun last night beating Kansas. So Texas and Iowa State are at 5-2 in the conference. Kansas State sitting on top at 6-1. We'll see what happens tonight. Texas and Oklahoma State, 8:00 tip, 7:30 pregame for you right here on the Horn. More of that coming. More NFL stuff all over the place. Bill O'Brien filling that role in New England. Did you realize there are 10 NFL teams that need a new offensive coordinator? I didn't realize that till the other day. The Patriots apparently have filled their job. We may talk about some of those others that are in need of one.
By the way, I forgot about this. Bill O'Brien, I think he was at Alabama with Mac Jones right when Sark left.
Yeah, somebody texted us that earlier. I think that might be right.
That sounds right.
Okay. So there's relationship there.
Yeah, a little relationship.
Belichick and Saban, they love sharing talent, don't they?
Yeah.
They just love sharing that talent, sharing those stories, and sharing all that knowledge. I think that will work. It's going to work way better than what they were doing this year. That's not a limb to go on. But Bill O'Brien getting a chance to do that, maybe now, who knows? Maybe the head coaching thing is out of his system, and he'll just say, yeah, let me go coordinate a badass offense and try to help Belichick. Let me just do that. Is he content just doing that? Because I think Mac Jones can be a damn good quarterback in this league if you put a decent system around him.
Yeah. But he's been decent these first 2 years. He's been eyed. He's had a lot to overcome, but he's been eyed.
I think there's leadership to him. I think he's got the quiet confidence that Burrow has already shown us at a young age, where his face never shows the problem. He just keeps going. He just keeps going.
He kind of showed his emotions this year.
But I think
there's some temper tantrums that he needed to relax on.
But I think sometimes, like Brady used to do, I think sometimes he does it when it's needed. Sometimes you do need to. You can't just sit there the whole time blank faced. But I think in general, I think
there's not much film on Tom Brady going crazy like that when he had the butt chin in the early 2000s.
True, but if he needed to get after guys, he'd get after guys.
Yeah, I'll just be careful with that, youngster.
Yeah, well, right. You do.
You just gotta be careful.
You have to be careful. I think he's shown some leadership so far. I would assume that they'll follow him, but we're gonna find out.
Julian Edelman did not like the way Mac Jones went about carrying himself with the Patriots. You know how Julian Edelman is being a Patriots guy.
Yeah.
He did not appreciate the way Mac Jones was handling things. Like, bro, you ain't Tom Brady. You haven't done enough in this league yet to be throwing these temper tantrums on the sideline. You don't have the right. So, yeah, he can work up to that.
But not there yet.
I don't think he's there yet. You better show me something.
That's
show
probably
me a
fair.
little mo.
That's probably fair. And now Mac Jones can say, hey, Bill, show me something. A real offensive coordinator.
Finally.
Thank you so much. That's a good idea. All right, coming up, we'll get you the Flex 30 segment. Isaiah's going to be watching one of those big high school games tonight. We'll tell you how you can watch it as well. Plus, one of our all-flex preseason guys from last year that had a very crazy season and now finds a new home at the college level. We'll get you that one, too. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk a little Twin Peaks. If you're doing dry January, don't worry. Twin Peaks can help you out there. Who says it has to be boring? Come grab a bottle of Heineken 0.0 for zero-proof sips and all the flavor that you love. Plus, they're just $3 during lunch when you add it to any of those lunch combos. We've told you about those starting at just $7.99. Savory soups, crisp salads, a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. So come check out your next lunch break with Twin Peaks. And yes, the NFC and AFC championship games are happening this Sunday. Get on out to your favorite lodge location, grab your favorite bar stool, order a 29-degree draft brew, and watch those conference championship games. Cowboys fans, that is how I would advise watching the Niners and the Eagles playing each other. Get to Twin Peaks, get yourself a beverage, and just hang on. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Love at first sight. My God. I don't know if all of this talent was on display any more than right here. This video, this moment. Whitney Houston. I'll be your baby tonight?
I'll be your baby tonight.
Dude. I don't know if she's ever looked better, sounded better, felt the whole thing just felt like, man, she's in charge. Love this video. Whenever you want from me, giving you
Yeah, she had the feathery dresses and stuff.
I'm your baby tonight. She was in total command right here. If we could have just stayed right here, whatever the drug levels were, whatever the drama levels were, keep it right there, Whitney. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. I loved her right here. That black suit she's walking across the room with. Whew. Good stuff. Whitney. The queen. What is Whitney? If Aretha Franklin is the queen of soul, and then what? Mary J. Blige is the queen of R&B?
Yeah.
What's Whitney? The queen of pop? Or is Madonna the queen of? If Michael's the king of pop, is she the queen?
Queen of crack cocaine? I'm sorry.
Trying to discuss the happy times. Will you let me discuss the happy times, please?
What you want me to say? I gotta have my man Bobby's back. Everybody blames him. Nobody says anything about old girl, the air quotes friend, homegirl that was always hanging with Whitney and stuff. Bobby ain't deserved that.
That was complex. And man, that documentary is so good.
Oh, it's incredible.
That was documenting what, like her last big tour, I think is what the original point was.
Right.
And then it kind of turned into something else.
So they just dropped a biopic of her. I don't know who plays her.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
But they just dropped a biopic, and it looks like only the good moments. I need the real. You know me and biopics. It better be real.
You want the low down truth.
Yeah, they're supposed to be making a Michael Jackson one, which they already did with The American Dream, where Angela Bassett and Lawrence Fishburne played Joe and Mary Jackson.
Okay.
Lawrence Fishburne, Joe Jackson.
What is it with Lawrence?
He's an elite Joe Jackson. He did that.
But that means Fishburne would have played him and Ike Turner? Like,
yeah.
Wasn't he the one that played Ike?
I think so. Okay. Yeah.
Man. It's like not the kind of typecasting I want. You know what I mean?
Michael Martin.
Who are we going to get for that role?
Michael Martin. Who left the towel in the damn pool?
Fishburne's right there. Okay.
Who left the towel in the damn pool? I'm Michael. Well, Dad, I'm the reason why we're rich in the first place. You don't have to beat me.
I paid for that pool.
Yeah, I paid for the pool. These vocals. I paid for that pool, sir.
I paid for 1,000 of those towels.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is BS. You couldn't let me keep my rat friend.
I want to leave it.
I love Ben. Y'all made me kill Ben. I'm out here making hit records for you and Barry Gordy. I want a monkey. You won't let me have my monkey.
Hashtag Ben.
Yeah.
Hashtag Ben forever.
R.I.P. Ben.
R.I.P. Ben. Come on, Joe. Just let the kid have a pet, would you? All right, now we're getting just too deep into the Jackson family for some reason. Whitney Houston, Razor, and Black and Blue getting us started today.
You don't deserve that, Bobby.
Oh,
you
man.
do not deserve it.
I do thank you for that trip down memory lane on Whitney, man. That was such a good time for Whitney. All right, rest in peace, the great Whitney Houston. Okay, a lot of stuff on the board today with NFL football. Bill O'Brien's going back to the Patriots. Cowboys tweeting out weird stuff referencing Dak. Jerry Jones not doing his radio hit on 105.3 today in Dallas. All of that. The big Mahomes-Burrow matchup. And, yes, the Big 12 matchup tonight with Texas and Oklahoma State. All that's out there. There's another big matchup that Zay's going to be checking out. Let's get you that and some other stuff in the Flex 30 segment. Here we go.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to The Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, if you've not caught Zay as a TV star, you got to do it. KBVO, 7 o'clock tonight. It is Pflugerville Conley hosting Georgetown. So you and Roger Wallace are getting a chance to look at some 5A action tonight. What do we need to know going in here?
I think I changed to a 7:30 tip, Chad.
7:30 tip. My bad. 7:30 tip.
Yeah, I just got that text from Roger Wallace not too long ago.
By the way, I dig that Friends episode that's leading into you guys. Each week when you go 7:30, we get a Friends episode to lead in and then into y'all. I like it.
Yeah, it's great. You can see horrible Jennifer Aniston acting, and then you can see some decent commentary from myself.
Actually, because they know you're going to be on, they've taken Jennifer out of all the episodes. So they're looking out for you.
I appreciate that, y'all. I really do. But, Pflugerville Conley versus Georgetown, the Eagles. Conley right now, they're number 1 in that district, and their star player is sophomore Mechalai Bryant, 6'5", stupid athletic. Do not jump with him. I don't know who's on Georgetown other than Kai Canfield, which we'll get to in a second, but I just do not jump with him. If you are going to take a charge and he is driving down the lane full speed, remember, it could go viral no matter what happens. If you get the charge or not, it could go viral. So remember that when you're standing under the goal, because he's going to take off and he's going to try to dunk on you if you're 5'5", like Spud Webb, or if you're 7 foot something like a Yao Ming. It don't matter. His athleticism is through the roof. One of the top young players in Central Texas, and he's really what makes the Conley Cougars go. On the other side,
now, real quick, you said it's Malachi Brown?
Malachi Bryant.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 6'5", sophomore.
6'5", okay.
Start getting recruited by everybody, if not already.
Gotcha.
And then on the Georgetown side, Kai Canfield, the junior, had a game this year where he had 33 points and hit around 6 threes, averaging around over 15-something points. He could really light it up. And, should be a fun one.
Nice.
But Mechalai Bryant's the real deal.
That's the guy?
That's the dude. Georgetown, I would play a lot of zone tonight if I were them to force some shots and maybe not have him attack the rim.
Don't let him drive?
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have let him drive. Okay. Again, he will take off on you, so be careful.
And just in case y'all don't know, KBVO does bring cameras.
Yeah.
And they film it and they show all of us.
Yes.
So you're saying somebody might end up on TV?
Oh, yeah. And I've been unprofessional a lot of times with Roger Wallace due to some highlight nasty dunks. And, I would apologize for that, but I can't. It's the player's fault. Y'all shouldn't throw it down so nasty to make me jump out of my seat.
Occasionally, as you're watching these games, you might hear Zay throw out like an, oh! You might hear that.
I do that a lot. I do that a lot.
Good natural reactions to some big-time basketball. 7:30 tip tonight, Conley and Georgetown on KBVO. Speaking of big-time basketball, Zay's also got us hooked up with an interview. So tomorrow, we've been talking about this Stony Point team. Zay, you got us the head coach tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Coach Antoine Thompson, first-year head coach for the Stony Point Tigers. Stony Point's only lost, I think, 1 or 2 games this year. I think, in my opinion, they're the best team in Austin and in the Central Texas area. Me and Antoine go back, used to play against each other for select ball, AAU, graduated in the same class, played in the Central Texas All-Star game
So
together.
He's got Zay Collier stories. That's what we need to get into.
He might have a couple.
Okay.
He might have a couple.
All right.
But Antoine, that's my guy. He does a great job.
We're going to talk to him tomorrow in the Flex segment here at 1:30. Couple of notes before we get out of here on the football side with Flex. First off, we want to wish Bo Edmondson the best at his new location. Bo, of course, was the quarterback at Lake Travis, had some of those injury issues early in the season and wasn't able to get on the field as much as he wanted to. Ultimately decommitted from Michigan State, and now he's going to UNLV. So congrats to Bo Edmondson and the Edmondson family. Zay, I remember talking to his mom at 7 on 7, and they were excited about maybe trying to find like a place around East Lansing to be able to go and hang out and be able to watch games and stuff. Nothing against East Lansing, but I think the Edmondson family might have just upgraded their visitation situation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If they can find a place just outside of Las Vegas to go hang out and watch the kid play?
Yeah,
That's
real.
Good stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Bo. I know he didn't have the year that he wanted to have at Lake Travis, just being in and out the lineup, but Yeah, I mean, he has a strong arm, great quarterback body, has a college body already. He's probably got to tone some things out like all high school kids going to the next level have to do. And, yeah, the Running Rebels, they got him steal. I think he's a steal.
If he gets everything figured out, if they got everything figured out with that injury situation, you're right. The arm is impressive if you've seen him throw the ball. And remember, UNLV was the place that was going to be Bobby Petrino calling plays. He goes to A&M.
Yeah.
So guess who's calling plays for Bo Edmondson now? Brendan Marion.
Ah, that's right.
New offensive coordinator.
That's right.
At UNLV.
Yeah.
So best of luck to those guys, and I hope Bo does very well at UNLV. Also, on the serious side of Flex, I wish we didn't have to say this, but we do want to send our thoughts out to the Vandegrift family. Graylin Spring was the young man's name, an SFA wide receiver that lost his life in a car accident over the weekend. He and another, actually a former SFA baseball player named Micah Makafuse, both died in that crash. It was a crash with an 18-wheeler, and we just send all our thoughts out to the Spring family, the Vandegrift Vipers family. I've got some friends and contacts in Vandegrift and all these communities around here are this way, Zay, but I know that Vipers community is going to reach out to the Spring family and try to help them as much as they can because they are absolutely going through hell right now. All we can say is rest in peace to Graylin, and obviously everybody be careful on those roadways, but just a horrible story there. So we're thinking of you Vandegrift folks today. SFA family, Vandegrift family. I don't know how you get through something like that.
Yeah, hearts go out to the Spring family, and just too many of these stories as of late. Just gotta cherish every day. Gotta cherish every day.
Yep, that's it. And obviously, just be careful out there. One of those wet road days today, reminding us of how dangerous it can be. Flex segment every day at 1:30. All the different stories around high school sports. Go to flxatx.com for your full schedule tonight of Tuesday night boys and girls basketball action.
Also, Chad, shout out to Bucky Gobbo just calling me just now like I'm not working or anything.
What up, Buck?
Thanks, Buck. Appreciate it. I'll get back to you after the show.
Okay. Oh, that was in general. Bucky will he'll call you.
I hope it's a butt dial and him not trying to just mess things up on our show. That's very unprofessional.
No, I don't know that that's it. And now Bucky has butt dialed me a few times.
Oh yeah, he's
recently.
A butt dialer.
It'll happen.
He's a butt dialer.
Yes. In fact, Bucky's butt calls me more than the rest of Bucky does.
Yeah.
Like way more. Yeah. Probably 5-1.
Yeah. If you want to know just a snippet of what my text messages with Bucky Gobbo is, he just sent me a picture yesterday of Dak being bent over by a Brock Purdy GIF.
Yeah, there was no need for that, and there's definitely no need for you to repeat it. There's definitely no need for you to repeat that was what you were sent. Coming up at 2 o'clock, we'll get back to Texas basketball, getting ready for Oklahoma State. All the NFL action as Mahomes gets ready to face Burrow. And up next, it's Where We At in Society. We'll see what Zay's got for us today. Don't move. It's The Horn. This is Chad talking AV consultations. They can help you with the little things and the big things. Let's start with the little things. But they can also help you with the big stuff, like big screens and big speakers and all that big sound and video that you want in your man cave, in your media room, in your family movie room that you've always wanted. You want 4 big old screens where you can make all 4 into one screen, or you can have 4 different screens. Yeah, you can do that. I was watching Back to the Future Part 2 the other day where they had 6 screens at once that could pop up, and I thought, yeah, AV consultations can do that today. They can make all those audio visual dreams come true. Call 255-8678. Remember, let them handle every detail, every part of the process. They can get you deals that nobody else can get you, and they will not raise their prices like some other places are doing right now. 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com.
About you now.
All right, Zay, give me an opinion on Oasis. What do you think?
This is it.
This is it for you, the whole thing?
This is it.
Only this song?
Everybody feels the way I do without you now. I don't even know the lyrics.
It's hypnotic, man. And all around. That's a unique voice, man. So this is Wonderwall?
That's right.
Right? Okay, they had Wonderwall, and then there's that other one that I'm not going to remember while this one's playing. Oh, here it is. And then maybe you want to be the one that saves me. Yeah. Very hypnotic.
You're my Wonderwall.
Oh, it's fantastic. Fantastic.
Okay, so reason why I played this,
Yes.
which I didn't even know this was a thing. So
Okay.
who's the Who's the guy singing right now?
So it's the Gallagher brothers. It's either Noel or Liam, one of those two.
Okay, one of the Gallagher brothers.
Yeah.
I guess in the late 2000s, Jay-Z was headlining some huge festival concert, Coachella-like venue in Europe. And one of the Gallagher brothers were like, yo, this is offensive. Like, hip-hop shouldn't be the headliner to this event.
Oh.
Jay-Z might have done one of the pettiest things of all time, which we're going to get to some pettiness on where we at in society. But,
okay.
And he performed Wonderwall for the first song that he did at the concert.
Yes.
And everybody sung it with him.
Wow.
So picture like a Coachella-like concert in Europe.
And he did it like in his style?
Yeah, he did it just like that.
Wow. Oh, he did it with a band.
Yeah,
and
he did it with a band.
The song
He did it with a band, yes.
Wow.
And rocked it. And Jay-Z rocked it.
I don't know if I describe that as petty. That's just kind of badass.
It is kind of badass, but it's definitely petty.
It's kind of sticking it back in their face a little bit, though.
And their sales went up. Oasis sales went up.
Is that right? Dude, that's a great crossover moment for him to do that coming out of something that was trying to be an insult. And like, I don't agree with Gallagher's opinion of the matter, but it's one of those where he could have taken that in a really bad way.
Yeah.
But he probably did himself some good too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure an Oasis fan heard that and went, whoa, Jay-Z knows Oasis? That's cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
It's dope.
That's
dope.
I'd never heard that story.
Video.
Oasis, Whitney, Razor, and Black and Blue have all been a part of the show today. Talking a lot of Big 12 basketball, Texas and Oklahoma State tonight at 8 o'clock, 7:30 tip. And then, of course, you got lots of NFL on the board as we get ready for the championship games. Plus, there's all kinds of fallout from last week and trying to figure out what goes on with the Cowboys and all of that. Let's get into where we at in society and see what Zay's got for us today. I got a feeling I'm going to need to go to Twitter. Here we go.
Where are we at in society today?
I'm seeing things on email to tell me to go to Twitter.
Yeah,
is that right,
go
Zay?
to Twitter. Go to Twitter. So, to double down on the crap bag where we talked about Stephon Diggs throwing his little hissy fit against the Bengals, you know who ate that up and was really petty about it?
Who's that?
Cincinnati Bengals cornerback Eli Apple.
Oh, Eli does love to get into some social media.
He's been so petty these last few days. One of the tweets that he had, I love it. One of the tweets that he had.
Wow.
It was the video of Stephon Diggs looking at Josh Allen when Josh Allen was looking at the iPad or Microsoft Pad, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And that's the video that went viral, Stephon Diggs throwing his hissy fit. Eli Apple retweeted that and commented saying, someone get them in couples therapy, and tagged Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs on Twitter. And he said, I'll pay on God. Which is the thing you say.
What does that mean? I'll pay on God?
On God. So it's just like a speech, like slang, like.
Oh, he means on God like I swear?
Yeah.
Like I swear I'll pay?
Yeah. Like,
okay.
I used to kill him at the park down there over at the Rucker on God.
On God. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Man, he can't hold me. I threw up 300 on him. 300 yards and 2 touchdowns on God.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to be said.
I enjoy this kind of victory pettiness. I wouldn't do it, but that's fantastic.
Yeah. He also said, when Stephon Diggs was making those tweets yesterday, it's easy to criticize my reaction more than the result. Eli Apple retweeted that and saying, Cancun on 3. Which, if you don't know what that means.
Right. Yes, that's the
inside the NBA
reference,
became famous. Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal, they made that famous when guys get kicked out the playoffs. They said Cancun on 3 because guys go on vacation when they're eliminated from the postseason.
Oh, my God. That is brilliant stuff. I'm telling you, Phil Simms was right over the weekend. It's not just you can go past confidence and just say the Bengals are cocky. They're
a cocky group.
They're following every inch and every drop of Joe Burrow's swag and confidence and clothing and cigars and that look on his face. Like, they've all got it now. It's infected that whole team.
Eli Apple retweeted the video also and put Terrell Owens Jr. Which that might be a compliment to Stephon Diggs, depending on how you look at it. But
he means the bad version.
Yeah, he means the bad
side
version
of T.O.
Yeah,
right?
the bad version of T.O. So,
oh my God,
Eli Apple. It's not like he's Darrelle Revis in his own right, but yeah, like you said, just that confidence that their quarterback gives everybody. It's turned these Bengals into a very cocky group. So they're going into Burrowhead this weekend. Especially now Vegas saying that they're the favorites.
Yeah.
They're feeling all that confidence.
This is it's such an interesting swing with these three teams in the AFC because all the stories out of Buffalo had been how much of a leader Josh Allen is. He could be elected mayor tomorrow. The people love him. The fans love him. The teammates love him. Stephon Diggs is perfectly happy in Buffalo. Can you believe it? How could he be? And they all hang out together because they're out in the middle of nowhere in Buffalo. That's what we heard around the Damar Hamlin story. This is such a tight-knit group. They're always hanging out together. But after that game, the story was Stephon Diggs had to be talked into staying in the locker room by a practice squad teammate. And then when he left, multiple teammates followed him, Zay.
Where's that camaraderie now?
Followed Diggs out the door, and they all left their quarterback to talk to the media?
That's the biggest thing I have with Stephon Diggs. Like, y'all talk about this camaraderie and being together and hanging out and being friends and, playing putt-putt together on the weekends, and the girls hang out together, our wives and girlfriends hang out together and get mani-pedis and this and that. Then you turn around and do this when things go bad.
Yeah. And by the way, you know what was happening on the other side of that field in a snowstorm with Jamar Chase, the best receiver for that team? He just did his job. He caught passes. He was blocking. I'm watching plays last night. Some of that Joe Mixon. Go look at some of those Joe Mixon runs. Jamar Chase is just working dudes. He's taking linebackers on tours of their own stadium.
Tough.
In that game. Just not saying a word. And on the other side, you got Diggs. By the end of the game, palms up in the air, showing up. One of the big-time young quarterbacks in this league.
Mm-hmm.
That's rough. That's rough.
Get your refunds. You heard Joe Burrow.
Mr. McDermott, you might want to get that figured out in your locker room. And warning to the Kansas City Chiefs, they may be about to come through y'all's town again and mess with your situation too.
It's not looking good for the Chiefs. With Patrick Mahomes being hobbled, it's already going to be tough. Patrick Mahomes at 100%. Now he's hobbled, so now these cornerbacks are going to be playing a little tighter because, Patrick Mahomes is going to have to get the ball out of his hands so that pressure doesn't get to him. It ain't looking good for the Chiefs and the Bengals. They riding real high right now. Ricky Williams high right now.
Unbelievable. All right, so we're running late here. We'll stay into this conversation because we do need to. There's still some NFL stuff to get to. There's one particular Joe Burrow throw you mentioned yesterday, and now I've seen it multiple times. We got to talk about that thing too. There's some crazy stuff in the NFL. Cowboys trying to figure out what to do. Bill O'Brien update, and yes, Texas and Oklahoma State tonight in the Big 12. We got that action for you here on the station. 2:00 hour coming up. Why Today Matters on a January 24th. Not a lot of birthdays, but a couple of big ones we need to hit, including one of the young talented coaches in the NFL getting 1 year older. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right. This is Chad. Let's talk a little sinus and snoring specialist. Hope you are feeling good and resting good and breathing really well right now like you're supposed to. The key is, can you breathe in and out through your nose while you're sleeping throughout the night? That is very key, nasal breathing. But again, don't be taping your mouth shut. This thing right now, that's craziness. Don't do that. You need to go to sinus and snoring specialist. Let Dr. Slaughter take a look at what's going on with you. Ask all the questions. Find out why you're snoring. Find the cause of the snoring, and then go about it after that. I haven't mentioned the sleep test in a while, but they do have the sleep test they can send you home with. You sleep in your own bed, sleep in whatever position you normally sleep in, and then they're able to use that information to figure out what's going on. How many times a night do you stop breathing? There's a little bit that's acceptable, but when it gets to a certain point, like it did with me, it was moderate obstructed sleep apnea. Some people have severe obstructed sleep apnea, and that's where you really need to get it checked out. That kind of stuff doesn't get better as you get into your 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. So call and set up your appointment today. Trust me, I am the example, and there are a lot of others too. They can make you feel better and sleep better like they did for me. 512-601-0303 or go to sinussnoringent.com. It's sinus and snoring specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. All right, rolling through a Tuesday. Hour number 3 always starts with a great beat, especially chosen for all of us by Zay. Where are we going today, Zay?
Mobb Deep, Shook Ones 2, Part 2.
Mobb Deep.
Shout out to Havoc, R.I.P. Prodigy.
Okay.
Yeah, you remember this 8 Mile? The last rap battle? Everybody in the 313, get your hands up and follow me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that why I was getting the Eminem vibe off of this thing?
Yeah, that's why you were getting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That would sort of make sense. So that's the beat from the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pacs, 1.
Oh, man, that's good stuff. That's a good movie.
Love that
Good
movie.
Very difficult, very hard for a movie to make Kim Basinger seem unattractive at times.
Oh, she was still hot.
Still really
She
hot.
was trailer trash, Kim. Still hot.
There were a couple moments where you're like, oh, I see what they're trying to do. It's not working, but I see what you're trying to do there. I love it when they try to make the hotties look unhot. That's a challenge.
Yeah.
It really is.
Brittany Murphy, R.I.P. to her. She looked good in that too.
Yeah, that was a great performance from her. Yeah, that's such a shame that she is gone. Mobb Deep getting us started this hour. Great beat there with a little bit of 8 Mile vibe to it.
Jeff Howe just texted me. The guy's a gangster. The real name's Clarence.
Yeah.
Clarence also lives with both parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. Oh, man. 8 Mile. What a movie.
And then the villain, ultimately, the kind of bad guy of those scenes ends up being what's his name? That the guy that's in the Marvel movies as the Falcon.
Yeah, Papa Doc.
That's become the new Captain America.
Right.
Like that. I can't remember the actor's name right now.
I don't remember his name either.
He's great. I love him.
Okay, he's great in that. He was Tupac in Notorious. Not so great.
Well, see
Not
that.
So
See, you
great.
know what I'll tell you. The mistake was there. You decided to cast Tupac. That's too hard to do.
It is tough.
I'm sorry. When you reach a certain iconic status, if you tell me, okay, today we're going to cast Tupac and Biggie, really, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, they had P. Diddy as Boobie Miles from Friday Night Lights. That was a train wreck. Notorious isn't one of the better biopics out there.
It's just hard to do. Yeah, it's tough to do, man. All right, so we get started this hour talking a lot of football, a lot of basketball, and we have a little breaking news to start this hour. Zay, can we get the Longhorn football fans all updated? Because apparently the story they've been waiting on is now done. Shout out to our guy, Jeff Howe, the crew at horns247.com. They are now reporting that it is Chris Jackson for the Texas Longhorns' new wide receiver position. He was in Jacksonville, so they had to wait for certain things to play out. I think there are also different rules for, are you the OC or DC, or are you, in this case, a receivers coach? I don't think he gets the same freedom everybody else does. I believe that they've changed those rules for certain people, but I don't think everybody gets that.
Huh.
So they may have had to wait officially until they were done, or maybe they just wanted to kind of do it out of respect for things. But Chris Jackson will be the new receivers coach, apparently, for Texas. And with a name like this, Zay, I started thinking, I hadn't looked up any bio stuff on Chris Jackson. It's a pretty generic name. There have been a few Chris Jacksons in sports throughout my lifetime. So I started looking him up, and kind of interesting, the path here. He's a guy that went to high school. The connection with him and Sark comes through Mater Dei, the high school in Southern California. And according to a story I'm looking at here, both Jackson and Sarkisian's son attended or attend the school. From there, Jackson started a journeyman career, Orange Coast College, moved to Washington State, where he was a receiver for Ryan Leaf. I'd forgotten about that part of it. So he was a Washington State guy on that team that reached the Rose Bowl in 97. For those of you that are old like me and remember all that. 6 seasons in the NFL, Arena League, couple of Arena League titles, in fact. Arena League Offensive Player of the Year awards, and did very well in that league. Started coaching in the Phoenix area at a high school. He joined the NFL in 2018 as a Bill Walsh Diversity Fellow turned that fellowship into a job, rising to assistant wide receivers coach in 2021, and then joined Peterson's staff in Jacksonville in 22. There you go.
All right.
Chris Jackson. And now he's coming to Texas, obviously trying to increase the effectiveness of the wide receiver room. There's certainly been talent in that room. It just hasn't come together like Sark has wanted it to before. And so obviously there will be a big recruiting component there. So I'm interested to see how that part works, because this is clearly a guy with the path I just laid out, not a guy with Texas ties. Not a guy that's been grinding on the Texas high school front for a long time, but you've got the California connection. So how do you utilize that part of it? And then also a few years now in the NFL to be able to kind of use that part of it. So again, horns247.com is reporting that Chris Jackson will be the next wide receivers coach for Texas.
Yeah, and if you're a wide receivers coach coming in like Chris Jackson is, you got to be very excited about that wide receiver room that Texas has now established with A.D. Mitchell coming along. You got Jordan Whittington coming back. Xavier Worthy's going to be back for another year. I know he might have had a down year for his standards, but that is big for the whole offense as a whole and for Quinn Ewers, especially their chemistry and their relationship they already have with them being roommates and whatnot. So add Jonte Cook, the freshman, add guys like Ryan Niblett.
Can't wait.
You think about the track star, Brennan Thompson. Casey Kane had a really good Alamo Bowl game. He should be better in year 2. So JT Sanders, he's also a part of that wide receiver room. It's a lot to be excited about if you're Chris Jackson, and hopefully he could get on the same page as Quinn Ewers and Steve Sarkisian to where this offense, even without Bijan Robinson, all the starters that you bring back 10 starters without Bijan and Roshan, this still could be and should be a juggernaut offense. And I'm still standing on what I said a few weeks ago. This team should win the Big 12. I don't care about Cincinnati and U of H, all them teams coming in, what the schedule might look like. The talent with Jalen Catalon coming on defensive side, Gavin Holmes, the Wake Forest transfer, another year for Jaron Thompson and guys like that, Ryan Watts, Jalen Ford's coming back. This team should be able to get to Arlington. They should. There shouldn't be Steve Sarkisian in year 3. The talent that's there, they should get to Arlington.
But you're saying win it all, though, not just get there. You think
win it all.
You think win that game?
Win that game,
okay.
too. They should. It will be a huge disappointment if they don't even get a chance to get there, but they should win it all with the talent that you got here at the 40 acres.
Did you mention Isaiah Nayor? Because that's another guy I'm looking forward to.
I didn't mention him because I don't want to put expectations on him. You just never know if an ACL injury. Troy O'Meara damn sure wasn't himself at all. We didn't even really get to see him. Now he's off to, I don't know where he went off to, but him coming back from an ACL injury, they're around the same height. I don't think they're the same player. I think Isaiah Nayor is a big step above a Troy O'Meara, but those big guys dealing with ACL injuries, I know modern medicine's a lot better than it once was back in the 80s, 90s, etc. I just think it'll take a little bit of time. We saw what happened with Michael Gallup this last year. I'm not going to put any expectations on Isaiah Nayor. I don't think that's fair to him.
Wasn't O'Meara one of the guys that's ending up at Arizona State?
That sounds right.
I could be just playing the math because I think every former Longhorn is now at Arizona State. I think they're all there. I want to say that's where O'Meara ended up. Yeah, that should be a really talented room. I was interested to see how Chris Jackson now fits into this whole discussion. How do they free up certain guys, utilize certain guys? They just need to take a whole bunch off of the shoulders of Xavier Worthy. They do not need to make that whole room about one guy. And it felt like during the season they really tried so hard, too hard, real hard to do that.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Over and over and over again. And to me, it didn't do anybody any good. It didn't do Quinn any good, didn't do Worthy any good, and it didn't do anybody else in that room and it didn't do Sark any good. Like, run that offense, do what you do. I understand that this is going to be a pass offense. I totally get that part. But you can pass it to a lot of people. You got a bunch of people to pass it to. Pass it to a whole lot of guys. You go 80-20 pass run if you really want to. That's what he wants to do, I think, deep down. But just not one guy. He's got to come up with acceptable versions of hitting a shot. Hitting a shot to Sark needs to not just be 40 yards downfield. If he stays in that mindset, it's not going to be ultimately successful.
Well, another thing that we didn't see much this year was even hitting those short shots, those under 10-yard attempts, and allowing those to go for 30 yards, 40 yards, and allowing those wide receivers with the ball in their hands to make plays. We didn't see that much either.
Right, because it's almost like he doesn't feel like that's a big enough deal. He wants a bigger splash.
Yeah, or just the arrogant confidence that he had in Quinn Ewers all year to make life not easy for him.
Yeah, and you would tell him as a fan, you were there live to watch 49-0. He carved Oklahoma up. As long as the play goes 35 yards, who cares if it starts short or long?
Yeah, that might have been an awful thing to happen. That 49-0, I think, gave Steve Sarkisian just a certain amount of confidence that his quarterback is that guy, and he wasn't this past year. Can he get there? Does he have the talent to get there? We all know he does.
Yep.
But Steve Sarkisian didn't do him any favors with the play calling that he had this year for Quinn Ewers to have the success that we thought he was going to have coming in from Ohio State. Just that didn't happen.
You know what Quinn Ewers needed after that game? He needed Nick Saban to come in with cut-ups of every bad play because only Nick could have found them. Only Nick could have found the bad moments in that game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're actually terrible.
Yeah.
We won 49-0. No. Watch these.
Yeah, watch these. Humble yourself. Quinn Ewers even said it like, I got a little over my skis as the season went on. I got a little overly confident thinking this stuff was easy. And I had to see these 3 high defenses from Oklahoma State and TCU and stuff that I never saw during my only junior year. Remember, didn't play a senior year at South Lake Carroll. Didn't see that in
No, he's still trying to catch up in a lot of ways.
Really didn't see that at Ohio State when I was on scout team. I was scout team the whole time. I was the other offense that this defense for Ohio State was preparing for every week. I wasn't preparing for things on my own. He was getting those college reps, but way different than when he came down to Texas and what he saw in practice.
Yeah. So congratulations to Chris Jackson, now the former Jacksonville wide receivers coach. Now they need a wide receivers coach if he's coming to Texas because Brennan Marion ended up at UNLV, as we mentioned earlier. He'll now call plays for maybe Bo Edmondson, who Lake Travis product announced over the weekend. He's going to be going to UNLV, and that's all because Bobby Petrino is going to College Station to call plays for the Aggies. I think we got that part of it covered. In the NFL, we mentioned that Bill O'Brien is the new OC in New England. He's the new OC and the old OC at the same time. Zay, I saw this stat the other day pop up on SportsCenter that there were, at that moment, 10 different NFL teams that need a new OC. New England's now filled their job. I'd forgotten how many different teams need one. Baltimore, the Chargers, Washington, Tampa, Tennessee, the Jets, the Rams, the Colts, and the Cardinals all need an offensive coordinator. Think about that. Wow. Think about the quarterbacks involved in what I just said. That means Lamar Jackson, Herbert, whatever you're going to do in Washington, Brady or somebody in Tampa, whatever Tennessee's about to do. Is it Malik? What's his name? Malik Hooker, right? No, Malik Hooker's the safety. Malik Willis, thank you. Is it Malik Willis, or are you drafting somebody, or are you going to get somebody? The Jets, the Rams with Stafford, Indy with whatever they're going to do, and Kyler Murray. All those guys are going to need offensive coordinators. And now only Mac Jones has one for sure. We'll see how those jobs get filled in.
Yeah, because a lot of these head coaches that we thought were going to take the bullet, they didn't. And they just threw their coordinators in front of them.
Yeah. No, the Chargers love Staley.
Yeah, they love Staley. Just keep them around.
Analytics.
Yeah. Ron Rivera got rid of his because it's not his fault for benching Taylor Heineke and playing Carson Wentz in the game that you just didn't know could keep aspiration for you making the playoffs or something. Keep your playoff hopes alive. You had no idea, Ron. But it's not your fault.
No.
It's the offensive coordinator and the quarterback coach's fault for all those decisions that went down in D.C. Yeah. Sure. All right. Yeah.
Now you're learning. You're reading that right from Washington's media release, aren't you?
I'm curious of what Lamar Jackson's going to do. That's such a weird situation. Like, he's his own agent.
Yeah. Did you hear them all begging him in that press conference?
Oh, yeah. They
a lot of heavy begging.
On their knees with that one.
Head coach and GM begging. Although, if I'm the GM, I wouldn't have said out loud, I like Lamar the player. Dealing with Lamar the agent's a little different. Yo, dude, shut up.
He said that?
Yeah. Stop talking. No, stop. Stop. He referenced it like two different entities. Lamar the player, Lamar the agent.
Bye. He gone.
Stop.
He gone.
Don't do that.
Yeah, Baltimore
Don't do that.
Baltimore ain't that nice of a place for you to be saying stuff like that.
No, it's
this
not.
This ain't San Fran. This ain't South Beach.
No, they filmed The Wire there.
Yeah, have you seen The Wire?
For reasons. Yeah.
There's Avon Barksdale's running around there like crazy. Do you want to encounter that?
Stringer Bell should be the agent.
Yeah, Stringer Bell. Yes. I know Idris Elba is a sexy son of a gun, but they're around there. They're out there.
Two dual threat weapons like what Lamar can be and what Kyler can be need OCs. And then the talent we've seen out of Herbert, that needs an OC. Are you going to go with Wilson with the Jets? That needs an OC. Mac Jones now gets his OC in Bill O'Brien. And what about Tampa? What if it is Brady? Who are you going to get that's going to make Tom Brady happy? You going to stay with Todd Bowles? First off, you staying with him as head coach. That's number one. And then who are you going to get to call the plays that could still challenge Brady and push him the way Arians did? Because nobody pushed Brady in 2022 except Giselle. That's really the only person that pushed Tom Brady in 2022. All right, coming up, we will get you why today matters. It definitely matters for the Texas basketball team. They're hosting Oklahoma State tonight. We'll get a little bit into that. Also, a huge birthday in the comedy world, a birthday in the NFL. Oh, and one musically, too. I don't know if this guy's still touring, but we'll give him a happy birthday as well. Stay with us. It's The Horn. And Mr. Wag, speaking of fantasy football, let's talk Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy sports. These pick'em games are so easy to put together. I had one put together for the Cowboys and the Niners, and I just missed it. Remember, all you have to do is figure out whether your favorite players or maybe your least favorite players will have a higher or lower stat total in that week's game for your chance to win big. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single playoff game. I've had a couple of wins lately. I think those were 6 times my money, and you can decide exactly how much you want to do. Trust me, once you get it on your phone, you start going through it, you'll see how easy it is. Pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You can also make rivals picks, pitting 2 players against each other with different stats, yards, points, or field goals, whatever. Also, check out the pick insurance option, which gets you a little better chance to win, because you'll only need 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 and so on. Remember to sign up today with with the promo code HORN. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store, and don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. Get a pick'em game started today at Underdog Fantasy. Rolling through a Tuesday. Do I have any shots, Zay?
Nah.
No? Sounds like some talent here. Sounds like some talent, but I don't quite recognize it. Who we got?
Zero.
Zero.
City Done. Freestyle.
You know,
classic.
Where's Zero from?
Houston.
Okay.
A lot of people knows these lyrics word by word.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not the part, not the real part?
Yeah, the real part.
Dude, this is the only thing about rap that frustrates me is when I have to listen to edited songs. It drives me crazy. And the other thing that's amazing to me is when I've seen rappers perform on a show where they know they can't swear and they do it live and pull it off.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible.
Like, how do you – where they'll actually go silent?
Yeah.
They will self-edit the song. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I have no idea how that – I get how they can just put you on the radio and they edit it themselves. To do it on stage live, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's just amazing. All right, so Zero added to the list today. Oasis earlier, Whitney Houston. If you missed Zay singing Oasis, it was a treat. Razor and Black and Blue, all a part of the show. The beat from Mobb Deep to start this hour as well. Couple of quick notes. We mentioned horns247.com. Jeff Howe and the guys over there, Chip Brown and the crew, reporting that it is Chris Jackson going to be the wide receivers coach at Texas. And Jeff Howe sent another reminder to us. He played with Jeff Banks at Washington State.
Okay.
Another connection.
Okay.
So he and Sark kind of have a connection out west at modern day, but then there's also now a connection with Jeff Banks. And then I was right. Troy O'Meary's going to be at Arizona State along with Prince Dorba, Xavion Alford, and Jake Smith. They're all going to be at Arizona State.
Yeah, I can't knock those guys, man. Phoenix is a beautiful area to go to school there. Why not?
It is. They are, let's see, they're Tempe, right? Which is right there outside of Phoenix. Or is that close to Phoenix?
It's right there.
Or
I think
yeah. Tucson is Arizona.
Tucson's, yeah.
And then
Arizona.
Tempe is Arizona State.
Yeah, it's right outside of Phoenix.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a party school.
Yeah.
Oh, mercy. Got to make sure you're all buttoned up if you're headed to Arizona State, gentlemen. Best of luck to everybody there. Best of luck to Chris Jackson. Looks like he's going to be the new receivers coach at Texas, so that will reestablish everything with the Longhorns and get them headed towards the 2023 season. Tonight, Longhorn basketball has a game. We will get you set up for that and a couple other things in Why Today Matters. It is January 24th. Here we go. All right, in past years, it has been keeping up with the Kansas Jayhawks about this time of year, but they've lost 3 in a row. It's about clock tip, 7:30 pregame. Zay, do you think they get this win tonight and sweep the Cowboys in the regular season?
Yeah, I do. We'll see how it goes. We know Oklahoma State, they're fighting for their March Madness live, so they want to avenge that loss in Stillwater a couple of weeks ago. And if the Horns, if they play just 38 minutes of solid basketball, I'm not even going to give you the full 40, just give you 38 minutes, everybody playing decent, playing lock-up D. They played great D against Oklahoma State the first time around, holding them around 30% shooting, around 20-some, 28% from the three-point line. So that we know the Horns can lock up. It's just about putting points on the other end. Will Tyrese Hunter be able to play the full 40 or as many minutes as he can without coming out the game, dealing with all those cramping injuries or cramping issues? You know, what does that mean for Arterio Morris? Can those freshmen get out of their little drought/slump that they've been in for a few games? Can Brock Cunningham bring what he brought like he did in that Oklahoma State game where he hit 2 big-time threes? If he wouldn't have hit those, who knows what the outcome would have been. Brock's kind of been a little up and down as of late. So just consistency. That's all you want heading into this really tough slate. And yeah, with the 4 games after Oklahoma State, I'm not going to say this is a must win, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, you got to get that one. At home? At home against a team you've already beaten at their place, I would think this is one that, Longhorns need to get. 8 o'clock tonight. We'll be talking about that one tomorrow, of course. As long as we're talking Longhorns, let's give the biggest happy birthday of the day to Bevo. It's Bevo's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Bevo.
Oh, Bev 15 turns, what did I hear today? 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that range for Bevo 15. Happy birthday to one of the best live mascots out there. Some would say the most famous live mascot. I certainly would believe it's either Bevo or Ralphie in terms of the most famous big live mascot. On the smaller side, you've got the Uggas and some of the dogs and stuff like that. But on the big side, Bevo, Ralphie, and I can't quite think of what else would be discussed. Like, who else has one that big? That's a big, big mascot.
Yeah.
He's impressive, man.
Yeah, he is impressive. Absolutely legendary. I think they should bring back the old Bevo logo back in the day in the 80s, like the full Bevo, like the full, body of Bevo, and put that in the center court.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The screaming one?
Yes.
I agree with you there. I said that to Hards the other day as we were switching shows, and he happened to have it on that day. He had a shirt on with the old screaming, with the hat on.
Yes.
The hat and screaming Bevo. Yeah. I told him, I said, they should put that at center court. They got rid of the state of Texas finally in the center court. I never thought that looked quite right. They did it okay, but I like that screaming Bevo idea.
The clear state of Texas was weird. When the state was white with the orange hook'em, that was fire back in the day.
That wasn't bad. Yeah,
Rick
that
Barnes
was good.
Era, TJ Ford era.
People have flipped out with that state thing. Like my Aggies had that thing for a while where they went with the stained look and it looked like the court was leaking.
Y'all's court's just bad.
That was
Why
weird.
is it so dark in Reed Arena?
It is a little dark right now. Some of it's better than it used to be. Some of it they've kind of gone backwards. They haven't quite. At times they don't dial that up just right.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of places like to mess with their basketball floors too much. Like they can't just be normal and just wait.
What was y'all's old arena called?
G. Raleigh White before Reed Arena.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's like 20 courts in that whatever arena it is. The old school arena, because I remember going to A&M basketball camp back in the day, which I went to Bo. I went to Texas basketball camp.
So you're old enough to have gone to a camp at G. Raleigh White?
Oh, yeah.
Look at you.
Oh, yeah. And there's like 12 courts, like upstairs, just in random places, kind of like a rec center. And yeah, I got buckets at that camp.
That was a cool old barn, man. I was sorry to see it go. That was a place that it was like 8,000-9,000. I remember going there as a student, man. GA, you just scanned in your ID, packed in wherever you could. It was loud in that place when it was full.
I took my team at that camp. I took my team to the finals, and we won it on 2 game-winning shots, one to send into overtime, and then I hit one to win the game. And I pointed right at Coach Gillespie and said, yeah, you need to recruit me after that.
Wow.
I never got a call.
You bowed up on Billy Clyde?
Yeah, I never got a call.
I like that attitude,
Maybe
though.
if he was on that cognac, he would have given me a call because we knew he liked to drink.
How dare you? How dare you? I'm not saying you're wrong, but how dare you?
Love Billy Clyde.
There are stories. Somebody needs to do a documentary called Basketball Coaches and Booze.
Yo.
Just tell me every story you know.
You were at Kentucky, Coach.
Because I'm not saying football coaches don't drink, because they do. But there's something about that relationship between a basketball coach and alcohol has been legendary over the years.
Oh, Rudy T was on that yak too.
We need to I need the documentary. Somebody do like a 2-3 hour documentary on pro and college basketball coaches that have been drinking all these years.
That's why it took so long for them to put Rudy T in the Hall of Fame, because they're like,
because they couldn't get him there.
Let's look at what he's done off the court. We know 94 and 95 were big for the Rockets and all. And Hakeem was that dude, but man, Rudy T, he was on that jack.
Call it Buckets of Booze.
Yeah.
That's the name of your documentary. Buckets of Booze.
No ice.
Jack neat.
No ice, please. You're disrespecting me if you bring that ice out.
Woo!
Do not do that.
Jack, the ice is for the player's knees. Bring me the Jack is for me. The ice is for him. Jack. Neat.
Yo, I can't blame Rudy T that much. The way he got his ass whooped back in his playing days,
dude.
It might make you drink the way he got his ass whooped in that sequence or whatever happened there. I think he got some punchings in, but
that one punch is legendary. Maybe the most famous punch ever thrown. Certainly in a basketball game it is. All right, Why Today Matters on your January 24th. Happy birthday to Bevo. Happy birthday to Sean McVay. already 37 years old, but still a young man. If you didn't know, Sean McVay went to Miami of Ohio. I didn't realize that.
Is he coming back?
As of now, yes. I haven't heard that he's not. I haven't heard that he's doing either broadcasting or retiring or whatever. As of this moment, I think he's back.
I blame him a lot for the distractions the Rams have this year. I really do. You can talk
because
about
of that offseason stuff.
Yeah, you can talk about Matt Stafford's elbow, but him just being on the fence of wanting to come back after they won the Super Bowl, it's already hard to win a Super Bowl back-to-back anyway. There's just that natural easing up on the
letdown.
The letdown.
Well,
it's just natural.
And in this NFL, there's always free agency stuff that's going to hit you. Like, they were still going to be without Von Miller. That's tough enough.
Yeah.
And losing, who's the badass receiver, and OBJ, the fact that OBJ wasn't figuring into it, and just those little ingredients can matter.
They lost Cooper Kupp really early. Matt Stafford, that arm thing. Aaron Donald, he was in and out the lineup due to injury, and then their coach kind of just being on the fence. Do I want to come back? Do I want to keep coaching? Do I want to go, take retirement early or relax and do some other things with my hot supermodel wife?
That's got to be tempting.
Yo, don't get caught up like Tom Brady. Don't get caught up. Tom Brady has set an example for what not to do. And if you have a certain amount of money where you're good, like Sean McVay, he's good. He's well off at 37 years old. Millions, kids, it's good. Everybody's good. So he doesn't necessarily have to keep coaching. The drive is what keeps you coaching. If you've lost that drive, then you're doing your team / franchise a disservice and they're showing the work every day if you're not all locked in. Like, you got to really be locked in as an NFL head coach. There's so many distractions that you got to endure and so many people that you're responsible for. And if you're not locked in and completely 100% there, which I don't think he was this year, you're going to see what you saw.
Yep, I know the rest of that division's happy he did what he did.
Yeah, they'll take it.
Because they definitely will take it, especially the Niners that are now one game away from the Super Bowl. All right, that's why today matters. We do it every day about 2:30. Up next, stems and seeds. If you're just jumping in, Texas did indeed get that wide receivers coach. Not a lot of drama here. It's one of those names you'd been hearing. We'll tell you which one, get you a couple other notes, and then get you off to Ball Don't Lie with Rod and Harge. Keep it right here on The Horn. Oh, mercy. This one's tough to get out of your head. Tough to get out of your brain. This would be Miss Gwen Stefani.
That's right.
Holler back, girl.
Yep.
Say it's easy. Look at you give me a nice easy one to finish off the day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Of course. When Gwen went hip-hop, changed her career.
Yeah?
Changed her career.
For the better, I'm assuming?
For the better, yeah. We knew she could do...
Well, it just kind of broadened it out.
Yeah.
Right? She showed you she could rock, and now she was showing you another side.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw a little snippet with her and Eve, that little track they did. This was a few years later, but yeah.
That's a sexy video with the two of them.
I love that video. Love that video, but Holla Back Girl, Pharrell on the beat, Neptunes.
When Chris Rock did the bit with this song in it, that was so good. We talked about how catchy the song was. He just couldn't stop singing it. Yes, so Gwen Stefani rounding it out today. We had Zero earlier, Oasis, Whitney Houston, Razor, Black and Blue, had the Mobb Deep beat to start this hour. Zay's always bringing you all kinds of great, different, varied music on the show. There's going to be something you like. I guarantee it's got to be something you like out of the group. There was stuff early I liked. I didn't even know it, but Zay's busting out Black and Blue and Razor.
I'm putting you on new metal?
For you metal fans.
Putting you on new metal?
I mean, Zay's even introducing me to metal that I either missed back in the day or I missed along the way somewhere. So we got all that going on. If you're just jumping in, there is an update in Longhorn football land. Let's get you that, and we'll start stems and seeds. Here we go.
No stress, no seeds, no stems, no sticks.
It's brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. Not a lot of drama with this story. Chris Jackson's name was reported as one of the ones Sark was looking at for the wide receiver's job, and it looks like he will be the guy. Earlier, Jeff Howe of Horns247.com let us know that they at Horns247 were reporting that it is going to be Chris Jackson. Now that the Jacksonville year is over, they can officially get to all of that and look for that to be announced in the next day or so officially by Texas. But it will be Chris Jackson, a guy that was a receiver for Ryan Leaf at Washington State. And Jeff is telling us Jeff Banks was also there at that time. So those connections plus connections back in the day with Sark that involved Mater Dei High School. So a West Coast guy, Chris Jackson, going to be the new receivers coach at Texas.
Yeah, go look at his work this past year with the Jacksonville Jaguars. That wide receiver room was very underrated. Austin Knight, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk definitely got his money's worth this season. And Marvin Jones was terrific too. Also Evan Ingram. All those guys, you got to feel pretty good with Chris Jackson coming in to another very good wide receiver room at Texas.
I think it's a great point. What he did with with the Joneses and the rest of that crew, Christian Kirk and the development of Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that group got after you. Lots of varied routes. And what I think Texas needs to get into, don't attack somebody with a receiver. Attack them with receiving. Attack them with your receivers.
Yes. One of the first things I'm doing if I'm Chris Jackson, I'm coming down, I'm showing Xavier Worthy Christian Kirk tape.
Yeah.
You saw that pass that Trevor Lawrence threw to Christian Kirk, that little fake on the side, and throw that Christian Kirk. I think he was playing a running back. He was in the backfield at the time.
Yes.
And rolled out on that wheel round. Trevor Lawrence threw it on the money.
Yep.
Just things like that. Like Christian Kirk, he's a solid receiver in the league. I know he might have got paid a little bit too much for his type of quality, but I thought he got his money's worth this year.
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it. I've said it about the offense. I'll say it about Worthy. It's not that they were too cute with Xavier Worthy. They weren't cute enough. They got to get cuter. They got to find all kinds of different ideas. And I love that comparison with what they did with Christian Kirk. So that looks like it's going to be Chris Jackson with Texas. We've obviously talked Texas basketball as they get ready for Oklahoma State tonight. Also, remember, Bill O'Brien going to be the new OC in New England. That has been made official now. So we look for some of those other offensive coordinator positions to be filled. And by the way, Zay, I went back and watched it. You're right. That play that they ended up calling not a catch in the back of the end zone, that throw from Burrow was stupid.
Shouldn't be able to make that throw in the snow.
Wow. For his sake, for the sake of that throw, I wish it could have been 21-7 at that point. Because, by the way, that would have closed that building down. Those Bills fans were ready to leave at that point. What a throw that was. And part of me still thinks it was a catch. I get why they said it wasn't, but man, that was close.
It was close.
Woo, that was right there. What a bullet that was. All right, Ball Don't Lie coming up with Rod and Harge. 7:30 pregame tonight. 8 o'clock tip for Texas and Oklahoma State. We'll be back to talk about that and everything else tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Stay dry. See ya.
Welcome back to another edition of Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. We got a lot to get into, and we don't have a lot of time to do it, so let's get right to it. We'll get off into a conversation about the Cowboys because both coordinators interviewing for head coaching vacancies. A lot of questions to answer for the Cowboys, especially after their loss to the 49ers in the divisional round. We'll get to that. Also, who do the Cowboys decide to prioritize in free agency? They got a lot of time to think about that, but we'll get into that conversation as well. Also, Texans Tuesday right here on Ball Don't Lie, so we'll talk about the Texans coaching search, speaking of head coaching vacancies in the NFL. Also, we got the flex, Texas basketball playing tonight versus Oklahoma State. We'll preview that matchup, and breaking news, Texas has hired, or it looks like Texas is reportedly ready to hire a new wide receivers coach. We'll get into that as well. Before we do, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, but a first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 acres and chase his dream in the cheese. Pimpin' ain't easy, but for him it's a breeze. Mike Hardball Hard. Say what's up to the people.
What it do, what it do. We are in here again. It is Top of the Charts Tuesday. Can't wait to see what goes down on Top of the Charts Tuesday. And I want people to understand, let's move on. Let's move on from the stuff that happened on Sunday with the Dallas Cowboys and give flowers to those who did perform and got their opportunity to play in the championship round. But let me talk about my boy that sits across from me every single day. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's a former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study, but he's not a fan of white condiments, but he is a fan of you, the listeners. My man and yours, Rod Babels.
And I appreciate the intro as always. That's not always anytime introducing the real MVP of the show. He's the Idealionaire, one of the hardest working members of the ARN family. He's got a hustler spirit, period. We don't know what he's paid. We do know that he's underpaid. The Patrick Davis. What's going on, brother?
Doing good, doing good. Looks like the weather is clearing up. We're getting ready for a good basketball game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's hoping it is a good basketball game because that means a Longhorn win, but it is the Big 12.
It is the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
Harge walked in. He goes, "How you feeling?" I go, "We should win." He goes, "Not a lot of confidence." I'm like, "It's the Big 12.
It's the Big 12.
Every game could go anyway."
That is true.
For any team. Any game can go any way for any team in the Big 12.
Saw it last night.
You're going to see it every night.
With Kansas and Baylor.
Yeah,
One
exactly
team
right.
is headed in one direction, the other team is headed in the other direction, and it's not the teams that you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%, man. So it is, it is a Herculean task each and every night for every team in the Big 12. There are no bad teams in the Big 12. There are teams who are at the bottom of the standings, but there are no bad teams in the Big 12. There's no easy win. So tonight, the Longhorns, another test versus Oklahoma State. So we'll preview that matchup as well when we go behind the burnt orange curtain and then talk a little Texas football because reportedly there are now multiple reports that Texas has zeroed in on a new wide receivers coach, and it is the guy that we all thought it would be, Chris Jackson, the name that was mentioned multiple times. Shout out to my man Bobby Burden over at Inside Texas. They threw that report out there. It feels like a long time ago. Orange Bloods also kind of confirmed it from their own sources as well. So, and then we heard crickets forever. There was nothing. There was no reports. There's no speculation. The last name that was thrown out there was Chris Jackson, and now that he is done with the NFL playoffs because the Jaguars are out, looks like, and we haven't heard from him, and we hadn't heard from Texas either, but just reports. We'll get to that too from Jacksonville. Actually, from Jacksonville media, suspecting that he may be leaving his post and deciding to take the wide receiving coach vacancy at Texas. So we'll get to that too coming up in the show. You can always be a part of it. You're the heartbeat and the pulse of it. 512-337-3776. That's the number to the Specs text line. You also can hit us up via Twitter. My man Harge is at Hardball Harge. Patrick Davis at It's Patrick Davis. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. All right, let's get right to it, gentlemen. Let's start off with the Cowboys because the big news is that there are both coordinators for the Cowboys are interviewing for head coaching vacancies. The biggest one, I think, is Dan Quinn. He's going for his second interview with the Arizona Cardinals. And remember, there's already been interest in Dan Quinn from the Denver Broncos. He was one of their finalists last season. Seems like this season he'll also end up as one of their finalists for their head coaching vacancy if he doesn't get the job. And also Kellen Moore interviewing with the Panthers for their head coaching vacancy.
Yeah, this is something that you and I had talked about for a while, actually, what was going to be next for the Dallas Cowboys. They could lose not one but two coaches, two coordinators on their staff. So I would be surprised if Dan Quinn came back. You get in a second interview. Obviously, he probably wasn't traveling during the time where the team was getting prepared for their playoff game. So this is why they're bringing him in. This is why they want to do that face-to-face, walk him around the facilities, have him talk to some people and see if this is going to be a true fit for him. But here's the biggest challenge for me. If Dan Quinn does not get this job, what is the job that he's going to get? Because it's real hard for me to think that he would want to come back to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, because you know as well as I do, in the coaching ranks, when you're a hot DC or a hot OC and you're the hot name at that time, it's difficult for you to continue to say, nah, I don't want that job.
Got to cash. You end up like Eric Bieniemy.
Exactly. You're still sitting over there looking around, trying to figure out. You're in the corner with your hands in your pocket trying to figure out why nobody's talking to you. It took a little time for you to be there, especially because you are a former NFL head coach.
Yeah.
So your opportunities are still going to be there, but you're getting an opportunity to go to a place where, number one, you have a quarterback, whether people like him or not. If you go to Arizona, he is your quarterback. Hopefully he'll be ready to go by that time. Number two, you still have some talent there. There's some talent there.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can definitely acquire some more. So there's a lot that plays into this decision, but I find it hard for him to not get a head coaching job in this cycle of coaches that are out there right now.
Yeah, I wonder for him what he considers the most attractive of the opportunities that he has right now. Arizona, like you said, there are some benefits. You do have a quarterback. He's going to be hurt to start the season, so we don't know when he's going to be available, but you do have a franchise quarterback at least. And, yeah, with the Broncos, you do have a franchise quarterback there too.
Yeah.
Whether you want him or not.
Right.
You have
Seems
one.
to be the theme around the NFL these days.
Yeah, but you have familiarity with that one.
Yep, you do.
You know that one a little bit.
And you may not have liked him when y'all was together before.
That is also true. It may make the job unattractive. So, yeah, I mean, for Dan Quinn, I'm with you. I think Dan Quinn has to take advantage of his name being hot right now.
Yeah.
Because there's always rising stars. You miss this round of the coaching carousel, and then other hot names come up, and then your name isn't so hot anymore. And then who knows? You could always the Cowboys could have a regression on defense if he stays with the Cowboys. I doubt it. Because I think Dan Quinn is a really good defensive mind. I think he's got some really good pieces with the Cowboys. But I think you always got to take advantage of it. I think the Cowboys need to plan on losing Dan Quinn.
Right. That would be the one.
Start making a list right now.
Exactly.
Get your list together.
And the list that I'm looking for right now, Vic Fangio.
Vic Fangio?
I think that would be the next best thing to come in and be able to create with what you have on that defense. If not him, Greg Williams. I know Bountygate. I understand. But do you want some guys that are going to go out there and continue to pop people, to be aggressive like Dan Quinn was? Yes, he was very under control because he was up in the box and he wasn't on the sideline. But those are two names that jump out to me right away. Vic and Greg. Those are the two.
You're right. They're proven commodities.
Very much so.
I would have to do some research. I do like the Vic Fangio one, though. I'm with you. I'm a big fan of Vic Fangio, so I'm with you on that. I would. I'd endorse that. I got to do some research and find out, who would possibly be a candidate and who are the kind of up-and-comers and the big names, the hot names, if you will.
Right.
But, yeah, I wonder if the Cowboys they'll probably go with a proven commodity.
They have to from the success that they just had.
Yeah, just because of Dan Quinn and what they had. They'll probably go with someone who does have a big name already. Kellen Moore, I don't know if you're going to lose Kellen Moore. I don't think Kellen Moore is going to get the Panthers job.
I don't think so either.
But I could be wrong about that. They obviously like him, but I don't think Kellen Moore is going to get that job.
If I'm the Carolina Panthers, I go and get the OC from the Giants.
Kafka?
Yep.
That's
who I would go and get. Because you already know Dayball's the offensive coordinator and the head coach. So that's going to be the biggest play.
My question would be, where was Kafka before? He was
with Kansas City.
Kansas City.
So he was the quarterback's coach. So he will get a job before Eric Bieniemy, even though Eric Bieniemy has been said he's calling the plays. Kafka was definitely not calling the plays, and then is not called the plays in New York.
No.
And then we get a head coaching job.
Hello.
Behind other great coaches. I don't get the Kafka thing as much just because I don't think he has proven it himself. He's been a part of great offenses.
Yes.
But to go, hey, man, we're going to escalate you from like a co-offensive coordinator, quarterback's coach kind of guy that is up and coming all the way up.
McVay started this. Mm-hmm. This is McVay because you had multiple coaches from McVay's staff who were just quarterback coaches who ended up becoming head coaches and being successful. I believe Zach Taylor's one of those.
Zach Taylor is one of them.
So and I'm with you. I don't necessarily like Kafka that much. I would have seen him call some plays.
If I'm the Panthers and I just went through a really bad run with Matt Rule, I don't want to go out and get another guy who's a super iffy hire and go, man, do you want to stack up super iffy hires back to back?
I'm with you.
I think I would try and go for, and that's where it's like, if I'm the Panthers, one thing I would do is I would go after Dan Quinn and then be like, hey, can you bring Kellen Moore as your offensive coordinator and you guys just come as a pair? And then I get a proven head coach in Dan Quinn who has at least been to a Super Bowl before, and I have a good defense there. I have some good defensive players. That would be more of what I would try and pull off if I was the Panthers in that scenario than going after someone completely unproven with no head coaching experience.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the question for everyone with these vacancies. Even, like you said, potentially a vacancy for the Cowboys with Dan Quinn. You go proven commodity or you go do the real research and find the next young up-and-comer who you may have for a while because some of these older guys, and I guess you got to worry about that with everyone, but maybe you can actually build some continuity, keep that guy around on your staff for a while. The truth is, that's hard for anybody. As soon as you have success in the NFL, somebody's coming to poach your staff. They're coming to take those guys. Sean McVay's had to deal with it. Shano's now dealing with it. Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers. And it's like more money, more problems, right? Yeah. That's one of the things you hope you have. Those are problems you hope you have. I want the problems that come with having a lot of money. Give me them problems that come with all that money. I want them problems. More money, more problems. That's the reason PD's dancing in the video. He's like, he's happy.
I'm a monster.
He's happy about them first world problems for the rich. That's what good problems to have. So ultimately, that's what you would want. People want the coaches on your staff. So for the Cowboys, that's a good thing. That's a reason that people should praise the Cowboys. Somewhat of a success building that coaching staff because Dan Quinn highly coveted, and I think Kellen Moore is. I don't know if he's highly coveted, but at least he's sought. He's sought after.
He was a hot commodity a couple years ago. Going back to your time when you were talking about Dallas being first in offense, Dallas being first in points, being second, third, and fourth, being in that range.
Yeah,
that's when I felt like he was on that high rise, like we were talking about. But the biggest thing that has happened to me, right now, is the same thing that we've been talking about for a while, and you started to see it a little bit, is the fact that he's very creative, but he gets writer's block sometimes. He doesn't expand that playbook when the challenges are in front of him. Now we can also say that was Dak going up to the line, changing plays. We heard that before with Tony Romo when things didn't work. Romo was checking out of plays a lot. It just seems that there's some common denominators in these things when these guys get to the line of scrimmage, and if they are changing it, this is the time that we sit here and say, is Kellen Moore not being more creative than the guy across from him? Is he not being able to look at what somebody else is doing and creating his offense off of that and finding some of those tricks of the trade? I don't know. I think people are now looking at it and saying, is he really that good? Or are they saying he's being held back because Dak is their quarterback?
I think it's and that's a good point there toward the end about Dak. I think we're living in a world in the NFL where the industry is built around quarterback, right? So just as Patrick mentioned, so you're seeing more and more of these guys who are just quarterback coaches get opportunities. And you're like, he ain't even been a coordinator. He ain't called the plays. Why is he getting opportunities? And Zach Taylor's a prime example and a good example because he's been really successful. So that's the example they're looking at because everything now is built around the quarterback. So they're trying to build the entire organization around the quarterback position, which is, 20, 25% of your salary cap usually when you find the franchise guy. And in order for your your team to reach its ultimate, the ultimate success and to reach the promised land, which is the Super Bowl, most people believe you got to have an elite quarterback or have your quarterback performing at an elite level to get there. So you got to maximize the quarterback position, and that's why you want a guy that thinks like the quarterback, who knows how the quarterback thinks, who works with the quarterback every day, who knows the pretty much a football DNA and character of the quarterback. And this is the case because you start looking at the NFL and the way things are built now, and like Brian Daboll is considered a made man. Why? Look what he did with his quarterbacks recently. Josh Allen was balling out of control, considered an MVP candidate when Daboll was there. When Daboll left, oh, man, look at the regression now.
Yep.
Now he's a high-risk, high-reward quarterback.
Yep.
Look what Daboll did with Daniel Jones. Oh, man, so it's about the quarterback. And everybody wants to, when they draft a quarterback, they want a head coach that can maximize that quarterback and turn him into the face of the franchise. Same thing with Sean McVay. Yep. Sean McVay did it with Jared Goff, and everybody went, oh, he's a savior. Hallelujah. Sean McVay, get everybody on the staff. Do it like Sean McVay. Do it like Sean McVay. Because everybody wants to build ideally around the quarterback. That's the ideal way to go because you got the longevity of your window. You got the longest window, championship window when your quarterback is balling out of control. Joe Burrow even told us, hey, man, the Bengals window is as long as I'm playing.
Right.
That's how long that window is.
That.
And now Tom Brady's showing you, oh, man, that window can last even until your late 30s, maybe even early 40s if you do it the right way. Aaron Rodgers probably wants to prove that too. So you want to maximize your window. You can only do it with quarterback. And for all of the NFL right now, I'm not saying that they're wrong or right in the way they're approaching it, but there's a lot of desperation around building around QBs in the quarterback position. And what's hurting Kelly Moore, going full circle here, is that Dak Prescott. Everybody's watching Dak Prescott and going, yeah, Kelly Moore, that offense looks good, but man, look at Dak. Dak's supposed to be the franchise, and now he might have reached his ceiling. Exactly. Well, regressing, or that he's hitting his ceiling, and that does that Dak ceiling all along? Maybe. But I think a lot of us believe that Dak's just not playing well. That's just not seeing the field well. He's not playing his best football. He's not the best version of himself. So getting back to that obsession with the quarterback position and building the franchise around that position and wanting a guy like that thinks like that and that can see that quarterback for what he is and also communicate with that quarterback, that's kind of why Kellen Moore has a little bit of value, but it's also why he's losing value.
And I can see all of that. I mean, I'm looking at it just like you, and I sit there and I say, okay, when Dak was playing great, that's when he was the high commodity. When Dak was lighting it up and being healthy, and even with Cooper Rush, he was able to make things happen with Cooper Rush and made things look like, okay, he's headed in the right direction.
That's a good point.
He's like, oh, he's dialing up plays because he had balance. He had balance during that time. Now all of a sudden, the balance is off. It wasn't right, and they went from smiling on the sideline to confusion, not making adjustments to the zone defenses, which is rudimentary a lot of times. I mean, if a guy is playing zone, you normally know how to have zone beaters going across it. They didn't have any of that, and maybe it was because Dak was not playing high-quality football. So we can look at both of them, and both things can be right. But in this situation, both things can be right. He might have hit his ceiling, and you talked about this a little bit yesterday. Is the relationship to the point now where this is the best we can do for each other, so we might need to go find something else for each other? And hopefully for Kellen Moore, it's a positive move for him to go get a head coaching job. And then him go and create whatever mojo he wants with whatever quarterback he gets. Or does he have to stay there with Dak and try to figure out how do I put myself back in there? Because if Dak comes back next year, just like he said, you will never see these interceptions like this again. If Dak comes back and plays well at the beginning of next year and continues to show progression, then Kellen Moore's back on the hot list.
Agreed.
But to your point, back to the quarterback. How good is my quarterback going to be for me?
And that's the thing is, it's not Dak Prescott necessarily as the offense as a whole.
Correct.
Because Dak Prescott is Dak Prescott. He's been the exact same Dak Prescott for the last 3 years. It's just the situations you put him in make him look much better or much worse. We know what we've never thought Dak Prescott is an elite quarterback.
But this year he's a little different, though, just because of the turnovers.
Yeah, but that's because they put him in a situation a lot. Because in the weeks where after Cooper Rush, where they were like, all right, let's be nice to him, he looked really good. And then they started to give him more and more autonomy to do what he wanted on the field and gave him a little bit more. And he just started to go back to, hey, man, now he's trying too much. And now he's only really looking at CeeDee Lamb down the field. And he doesn't have a rapport with Michael Gallup anymore when he comes back. And there's all these problems that he starts to find. I never got this concept for Dallas of building around Dak like he's Joe Burrow. He's not Joe Burrow. He will never be Joe Burrow. He's not ever going to be a top 5 quarterback in this league. So if you're building on a premise that Dak Prescott did well with 5 weapons, so he should be able to do great with 2, it's a flawed concept.
Right.
And you just can't build that way. And that was, I think it's partly Jerry Jones not going out and replenishing when you get rid of Amari Cooper and when your O-line starts to go down, you're drafting guys instead of bringing in proven guys. Just kind of working through that gave Kellen Moore less options. But then the fact he couldn't figure it out in there, that's where the Kellen Moore problem starts going, where you go, man, Kellen, wherever team you go, you're probably not going to have a quarterback. And you're going to be lucky. And when I say you won't have a quarterback, you would not have an elite quarterback because there's only about 4 or 5 in the league.
Correct.
So you're probably not going to have an elite quarterback. So you're going to have to find a way to win with someone around as good as Dak.
Yeah, this is why everybody praises Shano and Kyle Shanahan's, because he's never had one of those guys. Matt Ryan is the closest he came to having an elite quarterback playing in that year. But now people are wondering, man, it may have just been Shano's system with the highest level quarterback he ever had that time, which was Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is a damn good quarterback, but I don't know if Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer or anything like that.
Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp looked unbeatable last year.
No, but see, this thing about Matt Stafford, though, and we talked about this too. Matt Stafford led the NFL in interceptions and pick sixes last year, but people didn't talk about that and complain about that. I talked about it, but nobody really talked about it and complained about it. Why? Because Matt Stafford made the plays that needed to be made in clutch time.
That's it.
That's why it mattered, and that's why we're getting on Dak. Dak, and you can throw all the interceptions you want. And by the way, that's why now people are finally getting on Josh Allen. Josh Allen last year was making plays in clutch time, also throwing a lot of interceptions.
Still having them interceptions,
but it was like,
and
you know
them
what?
fumbles.
He's making the plays. Just make the damn plays when they need to be made in clutch time. That's all we ask of you as a quarterback. Then you can make the big money. You get all the girls. You get all the grief. You get all the gold. You get it all. Just make the plays in clutch time. Joe Burrow actually has been throwing some interceptions lately. Nobody talks about that. Joe Burrow makes big-time plays in clutch time. Dak didn't do that.
Nope.
Dak didn't do any of that.
Yep.
You didn't have a shot. You got the ball back with three minutes left, 3 timeouts. You didn't even move the damn ball. You ain't move the damn ball. You ain't moving it up because Dak's not that kind of guy. It's just so in that respect, I agree. They need to. It's the Cowboys' miscalculation for not recognizing that Dak. No, he's got a ceiling, but hey, man, no, we can still win it all with his ceiling. But we got to build it. We got to build the team around him the right way.
Yeah.
And defense matters, and ball control and the running game is going to matter a ton. And then he's going to be kind of a complementary piece, all right, to that offense. The way we're going to build it. They didn't go that route. They still didn't even learn lessons to Patrick's point that after, remember the Amari Cooper trade is made because they try to go Dak with a complementary group of receivers that's a stable of receivers. Remember? Receiver by committee.
Oh, yeah.
And then they went, oh, hell no, this is terrible.
This is not going to work.
And they traded for Amari Cooper and went, no, we got to have at least a guy.
Exactly.
And they started building up the receiving core a little bit and building up the weapons around Dak. And for some reason, trading away Amari Cooper, they forgot about that lesson. No, Dak needs a lot of weaponry around him, and he can really function at a high level. You take that away, and you start relying on him to uplift the talent around him, that's a dang coaching mistake.
Right.
The talent needs to uplift him.
Correct.
He can't uplift the talent. He need, you know what I mean? And every now and then he can. We're talking about consistently? No.
Very true.
Because Dak's Viagra. Dak was a happy accident from the jump. And what's the problem with Viagra? I can't get it in every time I want to get it in. I got to take the pill first.
Right. You got to figure it out. You got to get some hymns.
It ain't consistent all the time.
Yeah.
That's Dak in a nutshell. He was a happy accident from the jump. You got to be cool with that, but you also needed to build the organization accordingly around him. And the Cowboys didn't do that. They got, I think, a little bit complacent. With Dak.
I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I've been screaming it since the very beginning. It's like, how do you expect him to lead this organization with no weapons? You got CD. You got a broken down Zeke that we're still trying to figure out. You got Tony Pollard, who you thought you were going to try to put in all these different places, but in reality, you didn't try to be that creative with him. You lied, and it kills me to say this. When we talk about college game and we talk about the NFL game, your boy Shano, what does he use a lot of? Motion. Cowboys stopped using both of those.
Motion, play
because
pass.
you thought that if you lined people up, you were going to win the one-on-ones. Well, you can't do that every single time. If you go back, what did Clarence Hill tell us? The Cowboys have the worst separation in their wide receiver core. It happens. But now, like you said, you miscalculated on what you thought the vibe was in the room. You didn't read the room right.
Yeah. No,
you didn't read the room right.
Like I said, I don't necessarily think that the Cowboys are, SOL and they'll never be able to break through this glass ceiling without moving on from Dak. I think they can do it with Dak, but they just got to build it the right way. But now you got more immediate problems.
Yep.
Now you got your coordinators maybe moving on, and maybe that's a good thing with Kellen Moore. I said before, Kellen Moore and Dak have the most unique relationship of a coordinator and a quarterback in the NFL. There's nothing like it. They were literally on. They competed against one another for that position because Dak was the third string and then Kellen Moore was the second string, and then because it's a unique, unorthodox hierarchy for the Cowboys. Very some would say dysfunctional, but it's definitely non-traditional. They hired him as the quarterback coach, like almost immediately after he was officially done playing. He became the quarterback coach of Dak. Became his quarterback coach, and then became his play calling coordinator. And remember, when Scott Linehan I've told this story, when Scott Linehan's the OC, Scott Linehan never talked to Dak on the sideline during the games. They would relay all information via Kellen Moore, from Dak to Linehan and Linehan back to Dak, because he would be the translator.
Yep.
Which was, trust me, really strange. But still, it just shows you how unique that relationship is. So I agree. Maybe it is time. Maybe they're like the, that couple that's been together since high school, and they had a kid, a couple of kids together, but maybe they've just kind of hit their ceiling as a couple.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's time to separate. Y'all been together a long time. But
you've been around
and if you look at Kellen Moore of who his head coaches and his GM and all that are, not the most appealing to some teams. If you say, well, who have you worked underneath? And he goes, Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, and Jason Garrett. And they go, all right, well, we wouldn't have hired any of those people to run our team. So we don't necessarily want their influence to be as much. So we think you're good, but if you go off and learn from some other guys and are part of that, that's when we talk about Sean McVay and everybody wants to hire from him, or Shanahan, everybody wants to hire from him. Those guys don't necessarily have coaching trees where everyone's like, man, we gotta plunder them.
That's fair.
Dan Quinn's but Dan Quinn is because of his past record too.
It's a great point, and I wonder if Kellen Moore is almost in the same position as Eric Bieniemy, and not for the same reasons, but where you need to just go. It might need to be a sideways step, but it could advance your career exponentially, because there's a stigma attached to you, and we know how hard it is to lose, a stigma or a reputation about you, even whether it's true or not.
Right.
And the stigma and reputation about Kellen Moore is great point that Patrick just made. First of all, you were born of dysfunction. You were birthed of dysfunction. So we just don't know really if you are a quality, program builder or someone to lead an organization. But also, when the regression of Dak needs to be explained, because maybe it's Dak.
Right, maybe.
But right now it's attached to you.
Maybe.
That smell is attached to you.
Like you said, it's a stigma.
It's on you. So you need to go somewhere else and go revamp their offense and their quarterback room, and then people will praise you. Oh, you know what? It was Dak. It wasn't Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or maybe they thrive. Maybe you're, like I said, maybe you're a couple right now that's bad for one another because everything's become stale, and y'all are both going to be better off when y'all separate.
Right.
But both of y'all are going to thrive as a result of it.
It's been real.
Because y'all have done everything y'all can do for each other at this point.
You can't maximize anything else.
It's done.
Yep.
It's done. You guys have siphoned everything you can from the relationship in each other, and now you can't grow together anymore. You got to grow apart.
I'm with that.
Separately.
I'm with that.
I don't disagree. I'm a Kellen Moore fan.
Yeah.
And I'm stating I think it could be a possibility as well. And I'm telling for Kellen Moore for his own, professional aspirations. I think he might need to. I say the same thing about Eric Bieniemy. Go somewhere else and go prove yourself. And it's unfair. You have to do it,
right?
Because you've already done it. But sometimes that's life. You got to go do it again.
Sometimes life is about adjustments and changes. What can you do?
Yep.
To make yourself better and give yourself a better opportunity. This might be it for both of them.
Yeah. So somebody looking for an offensive coordinator right now, and maybe Dan Quinn's going to take Kellen Moore. Maybe he likes him that much.
Maybe
he likes him that much. That's possible. I don't know.
That it's also a little bit different for
them.
Kellen because Bieniemy signs 1-year deals now because he wants the opportunity to walk away if he wants it. He doesn't have to have permission.
Yeah.
Which I get. Kellen Moore, I believe, has 2 more years on his contract. So there is something in there.
That's very true.
So there is. He can't just make a lateral move unless Jerry allows him to make a lateral move.
I mean, yeah.
So
Jerry's probably saying, we got to change something.
Jerry it might be one of those things where it's like a Shaka Smart Texas situation where it's like, listen, we would love you to get hooked up somewhere. In fact, we're going to make the call. Let me call the folks over there and see if they need a good coach. Like
believe me, I agree. And I think, man, that's the smartest thing you could do is let him walk away and go and just
play
you don't have to
matchmaker?
fire him. I mean, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
But it's Jerry.
That's what I'm saying. Like I know it is.
Good luck to you
like,
guys.
yeah, good point. It's Jerry. All right, great conversation. We'll come back. We'll get into Texans Tuesday. We'll go from the dysfunction of Dallas Cowboys, which is a divisional round losing team. We're talking about that dysfunction. First world dysfunction to third world dysfunction.
Wow.
Texans Tuesday right here on Ball Don't Lie. What without the horn. Welcome back. This is Lifetime Logo and Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my favorite tequila. Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila. And the recipe is simple and brilliant. It's just cinnamon, agave, and tequila. I know. It's perfectly simple, perfectly delicious. It's light and smooth. It is a tequila lover's dream. And if you're not a fan of tequila, hey, I got to tell you, Hot Cat Tequila will turn you into a fan of tequila. Hot Cat Tequila will turn any event into a party. Every party feels like a celebration. So celebrate and turn up with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't go back to that old cinnamon whiskey or that cheap tequila you ordered rounds of when you were just trying to get the party started. So turn up your party with Hot Cat Tequila. No football watch party is complete without Hot Cat Tequila. Perfect way to pregame for concerts, festivals, or a night on the town with family and friends. Visit cattequila.com. That's cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this new year with Hot Cat Tequila. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. This is usually something I might hear on a new theme Thursday too. Just try to give us a hint of something. I remember this song mostly, strangely enough, from the Seinfeld episode.
So you can find your answers downtown. It's like the song?
Yeah, that's mostly what I remember it from, too. Yeah. Yes, that's a great Seinfeld episode where George's boss is basically trying to give him hints about an assignment that he needs to do.
It's the fact that his boss will just go in the bathroom while continuing a conversation so he doesn't follow him in. And when he walks back out of the bathroom, he's like, so you got that? It's like, what? No.
Oh, man, it is great. Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, and then they end up playing this song later on in the show. All right, random Seinfeld reference. Top of the charts Tuesday. That's how it goes. You can be a part of the show, 512-337-3776. You also can hit us up via Twitter. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse, Harch at Hardball Harch, Patrick Davis at It's Patrick Davis in the Twitterverse.
So who was that?
Petulia Clark.
Yeah, I never would have got that.
No.
Never. I don't even know the year.
The only reason I know that is also because of Seinfeld, because they say it in Seinfeld. They go, oh, the Petulia Clark song.
Yeah.
Got you.
And somebody on the Spec Sex line apparently say like the Petulia Clark song. There you go. I had no idea. That's why I leave a little bit more enlightened and knowledgeable and educated after Top of the Charts Tuesday. One of my favorite musically themed days of the week. All right, Texans Tuesday, also a theme of the week for us on Tuesdays during football season. Brought to you by good friends at Bud Light, so shout out to them. And as a Texans fan, sometimes I need to drink a lot of Bud Light just to deal with the Texans. But they are interviewing candidates for their new head coaching job, and they have so far completed interviews with Shane Steichen, the Eagles OC, D'Amico Ryans, 49ers DC, Sean Payton, the former head coach of the New Orleans Saints. They have Jonathan Gannon. They've also completed an interview with him. And Thomas Brown, Rams assistant head coach. They've completed an interview with him. They are currently in the process of interviewing Mike Kafka, the Giants OC, for the second time. Ben Johnson has taken his name, the OC for the Lions, out of the process. And they have they're also in the process of interviewing Ejiro Evero, the Broncos DC, for the second time. So that's the update on the Texans' head coaching vacancy.
If the Texans do not get D'Amico Ryans, that's a huge problem. That's your coach. That's your head coach. That's the face of your organization. It's somebody that has been a part of your organization as well. Mm-hmm. And this guy gets it. And you cannot tell me that there's not a bunch of guys that are willing to line up next to him and go and coach and work with him.
No, he's going. That Aaron Wilson actually reported that the interview went really, really well. I believe Aaron Wilson's now with the Pro Football Network. He reported that the interview went really, really well between D'Amico Ryans and the Texans. And D'Amico Ryans actually declined interviews because they had him on, for some reason, on game day.
Jeez.
He had interviews on game day. So he declined a couple of interviews on game day. I don't know if he is going to reschedule those interviews, or there's speculation that the interview with the Texans may have gone so well that D'Amico Ryans feels like he's got a really good shot at it, and maybe that's the only job that he wants.
Gotcha.
Is why he declined a couple of those interviews. But we don't know that for a fact. That's just speculation. But, yeah, he did decline, I believe. Just really quick, make sure I get it. Yes, he canceled his interviews with the Colts and the Cardinals.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't know if he's rescheduling those interviews. That has not been reported yet. Because he might, I think he should reschedule him anyway. No matter what, unless he left that meeting and essentially Texans ownership and Nick Caserio are like, dude, you're our top candidate. He can't be the top candidate because Sean Payton would be the top candidate.
Yeah,
and they don't know what's going to happen with him.
Then he would be 1B. You know what I'm saying? If Sean Payton is 1A, D'Amico Ryan is 1B for me.
I feel the same way. I'm a big D'Amico Ryans fan. I think it helps you that he has been with the organization before, so it's some street cred there. They need to gain a lot more credibility with the public and with the fans. D'Amico Ryans is a fan favorite going back to his days as a player, so I like that. He's from the Shanahan coaching tree, so he'd be able to pluck all right, from that Shanahan coaching tree, and probably from the Robert Saleh coaching tree as well, with some of those guys, and with Mike McDaniel, he'd be able to. So a lot of those coaches around the league, he'd be able to put together a really good staff because there's been a lot of coaches from that recent time he's been there, since 2017 with the 49ers that have gone on to become head coaches and build their own coaching staffs too. So no, I don't think he'd have any trouble there. And Nick Caserio, even though some people don't like Nick Caserio and want him out, if he gets a job, Nick Caserio stays. Because he would be the personnel guy, and then DeMeco Ryans would be the head coach.
That's why during that meeting, Nick Caserio was like, man, you are a guy.
He gave him a hug. He gave him a long hug.
Man, ooh, this was great. I get to stay. I get to stay.
DeMeco, do you mind? He's like, Nick, man, please. Nick, I got to go. Nick, I got to go. Got to go, Nick.
DeMeco, do you mind if I coach the offense?
Do you have a problem with me keeping the headset on in the box?
Well, I get the job. And no, I don't. Yeah, I get the damn job. No, Nick, you can go. That's fire. That's a good point.
Yeah.
He probably blackmails him into it. But yeah, so I think Nick, I'm with you. I think because Nick Caserio actually gets to stay on if DeMeco Ryans is the head coach, and most people believe that he's out.
Yeah.
Or at least he will be
reassigned.
His power will be severely diminished.
He'll be reassigned.
Yes, reassigned.
Yeah.
I like that term too. If Sean Payton comes on, he'll want his own personnel guy, or he'll be the personnel guy.
Yeah, let's put it this way. On draft day, who's sitting in front of the computer will not be Nick Caserio anymore. Right. That'd be the thing. If it's DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio is still the guy sitting in front of the computer.
There you go.
DeMeco Ryans is on the table next to him. But if it's Sean Payton, Nick Caserio is down the end of the table.
Oh, yep, he's that guy. And they might sit him on an errand every now and then.
Right. That's what I was just about to say.
Hey, this coffee needs a warmer-upper? Nick, will warmer-upper?
They're going to do like they did Jerry Jones and lock him in the other room so he can't come in and pick Johnny Manziel.
That was a great story. Turns out it wasn't true. That was an awesome story. Sounded like it could have been true.
Right, it definitely could have been true.
He wanted Johnny, though.
Yeah,
that was true. That he did want Johnny Manziel. And you got Dak Prescott. So there you go. You lucked out. Okay, that's the Texans news. But quickly, since we're talking about coaching vacancies and coaching searches, basically we started out talking about that for the Cowboys as well. The news about Bill O'Brien heading back to New England to be their offensive coordinator. Great news for Mac Jones, by the way.
For sure.
Had Matt Patricia calling the plays and Joe Judge as his quarterback coach. How about that? Matt Patricia and Joe Judge are going to make you thankful to get Bill O'Brien back. You're going to be grateful for Bill O'Brien, celebrating Bill O'Brien.
I've been waiting. He's going to pick him up at the airport. I'm picking him up.
Taking a TGI Friday.
Exactly. Come on, let's go have some fun.
It's great for Mac Jones, but now there's a conversation about who's going to be the next OC.
Right.
For Alabama.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Well, keep in mind, too.
Major Applewhite.
Alabama's DC also went to Ole Miss. So their OC and DC are both gone now. Which they wanted. That was kind of writing on the wall after this season. But their DC has gone to Lane Kiffin poached their defensive coordinator as well.
Yeah, Al Golding or something like that.
Pete Golding.
Pete Golding.
Yeah.
Al is the basketball coach.
I mean, he's from and he go to UTSA or something? Like, go to UTSA, but he was coached there or something for a little while.
I believe
so. So that's interesting. I wonder who they're going to get for both of those vacancies. And that they still have tons of talent. I think they got one of the top 3 classes right now.
Oh, yeah, top recruiting classes.
Without their coordinators.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Hey, the coaching car wash is open.
Yeah, man.
So they were talking also that the wide receiver coach that we were talking about before from Alabama may be going with Bill O'Brien.
Oh,
so there's a possibility of that.
Go to the NFL
well.
instead.
Yep.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's a surprise that Chris Jackson, who just had a really good year with Jacksonville because the wide receivers Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, Ballin, one of the better wide receiving cores in the NFL. And now I'm sure that his name has come up a ton, that he's going back to college because there are a lot of people that believe the college job as a position coach is much harder because you got to recruit.
Yep.
You basically got 2 jobs.
Yeah.
In the NFL, you got 1 job. Your one job is to make sure those guys are performing at a really high level. Now, it's more cutthroat. If you ain't doing your damn job, you probably going quick, fast, in a hurry in the NFL. But at the college level, you got 2 jobs. You got to be a developer of talent, and you also got to go out and recruit.
Yep.
Not just recruit.
You got to recruit for a long time.
But also, you may know, man, as a wide receivers coach in the NFL, there's not a lot of opportunities for upward movement, so maybe you got to move around a little bit. get to college, and then you do well at Texas. Maybe you get an OC job somewhere in college, and then you can go back to the NFL if you want or something. But you got to keep moving if you want to move upwards.
No, I totally agree. But I guess getting back to it, like, it's a tougher gig, and some guys, they like Holman Wiggins, man, like, man, I'm done.
Chasing all these kids around.
Now, I want to go to the NFL level where it's all about ball. I don't have to worry about the recruiting.
Yeah, that's what Kellen Moore, when people are like, why didn't he take the Boise State job if he wants a head coaching job? You're like, because he has to work 24/7, 365 if he is a college coach, and he gets to go to the beach in the summer if he's an NFL coach.
Yeah, or just can sit in the film room and come up with new schemes and concepts on offense, which Cowboys fans would say he's not doing enough of. All right, we'll get back to some conversation about the Texans later on. Let's get to the flex on the other side. We'll get to that right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We know that Austin is a beautiful city. I mean, just look around. It is magnificent. That's why we all love it. But did you know the skilled craftsmanship for Ironworkers Local Union 482 is a big reason why we have such an amazing city? You see the labors of their love all over this great city in iconic landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. You see, like I said, the city continues to grow and thrive. Well, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office, they build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. If you're frustrated with your work choices and you want to change in your career, Ironworkers Local Union 482 are hiring 3,000 people. That's right, 3,000 people right now for a huge project. So become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of this great city. So maximize your potential and be your best self today by applying at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org. Welcome back to a Top of the Charts Tuesday. This song's kind of creepy. At least that opening line is kind of creepy.
Yeah, I mean, the whole song's a little bit like that.
Okay, yeah.
I was just about to say, man.
Is it one of those songs about stalking discreetly?
No, it's one of those things that didn't age well. But I mean, he does give her a chance to say no.
Oh, well, great. I'm glad.
He said there's a no.
Consent matters to him.
No, it's Tony, Orlando, and Dawn. And then it's he's like, I see you dance at your apartment below me.
I can hear you dancing.
And like you're dancing, I hear your music playing.
Yeah.
So it's like knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want to go on a date, and then hit the pipe twice if no.
Hit the pipe twice?
If it no. So that's a no.
Yeah.
Like twice if no.
Twice, hitting the pipe twice is no.
That makes sense.
And banging 3 times on the ceiling is yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she says no.
Number 1 hit.
Wow. Man.
Number one
hit.
Yeah, well, yeah, all the Top of the Charts Tuesday jams with number 1 hits. I've never heard this song before in my life.
Tony, Orlando, and Dawn.
Okay, there you go.
One of those
They've been
things
around for a long time.
Yeah.
All right. And what's the name of the song?
Knock 3 times.
Knock 3 times.
There it is. Just should have waited one more second.
Perfect timing. That was wild. All right, go to FLXATX.com, FLXATX on all your social media platforms, and go check out the great content over there on the website. Just to give you a heads up on some of the content, they have a rundown on the Austin area coaches who earned Texas High School Coaches Association awards.
Yep.
Which is really, really cool, actually. So that's up there. You can go check that out because it talks about the Wimberley Texans. They have head coach Doug Warren. He earned 4A Region 8 Head Coach of the Year. Assistant Coach Dane Saucier earned 4A Region 8 Assistant Coach of the Year. The Elgin Wildcats, shout out to them. They represent. Heath Clausen, Coach Clausen won Region 8 Head Coach of the Year for 5A. Yeah, he's a great guy, too. We got a chance to get to know him. Vandergrift Vipers, Head Coach Drew Sanders earned 6A Region 8 Head Coach of the Year, and Assistant Coach Blake Mauser earned 6A Region 8 Assistant Coach of the Year. So congrats to those coaches, getting a lot of love from the Texas High School Coaches Association Regional Awards.
That's tight. That is really cool. That is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you that football in Central Texas. We know it because, speaking of the flex, we know it just keeping up with all the talent that they're signing with Power 5 programs to play all over the country. We know it now because Sark just named his director of high school relations as Jamal Fenner, former coach of the LBJ Jaguars, who's got roots right here in Central Texas, of course. And he did that partly because I think he wants to lock down Central Texas. He's tired of Notre Dame and Ohio State and everybody else coming in Central Texas, taking all the top-notch talent. He wants to make sure that talent stays right in Texas's backyard and it comes to Texas. So, yeah, I think it's just another acknowledgement, those coaches getting some love, that the high school football in this area, man, is becoming as much of a powerhouse as some of those other big-time areas in Houston and Dallas, but it's just a slow, kind of slow evolving process.
Yep, a lot of people moving here, so don't forget about that.
That's
so there's going to be a lot of talent that's going to be in this area as we continue to expand in this flex area as well.
Yeah, no question.
And then basketball, of course, is going to be jumping off tonight. There are a bunch of games that are happening in the area. One of the biggest games that is happening in the area is Vandergrift is taking on Stony Point at the Tigers Gym. Stony Point is one of the hottest teams in this area, top ranked, got a bunch of good players that are going to be making some noise here pretty soon. And speaking of that, tomorrow at 1:30 on Chad and Zay's show, Coach Antoine Thompson will be on tomorrow at 1:30 talking hoops, giving a recap of tonight's basketball game. And as a matter of fact, speaking of tonight's basketball game, our man Zay will be doing the Georgetown versus Connolly basketball game.
Come on.
It is a 7:30 game at Pflugerville Connolly, but you can watch it, he and Roger Wallace, on KBVO.
And speaking of those two teams, they got the power rankings over at FLXATX.com as well. Among the 5A for basketball, for the men's basketball, and for 5A, they have Connolly ranked as number 3. You said Connolly and Georgetown?
Connolly and Georgetown.
And then Georgetown is number 5. So that'd be a top 5 matchup.
That's going to be a big matchup.
Going down.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. But you're right about Stony Point. They have Stony Point ranked the number 1 team in their 6A rankings at 22-1. And
they beat Maynard by 30, and Maynard has Ray Jackson's son on that. My boy, Coach Smith, has been doing his thing over there with them, but they're real. Stony Point's team is real and very athletic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Legit, huh?
No doubt.
All right, yeah. So you can go check that out at flxatx.com. Go to FLXATX on all of your social media platforms as well. All right, we'll come back. We got Texas basketball playing Oklahoma State. The men's, so we'll preview that matchup. But Texas hired a new wide receiver. Oh, take that back. Reportedly, Texas is ready to hire.
For rumor.
Yeah, exactly. You got to throw out his in there.
Yeah.
Reportedly, Texas is ready to hire a new wide receivers coach.
No doubt.
But we'll talk about that as well on the other side and go behind the burnt orange curtain right here on Ball Don't Lie. Wonderful, not the horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. My man Harge was jamming before this, little karaoke going on.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is one of your jams from back in the day?
It's one of the old school ones, you know.
Okay, all right.
I know it's show and tell, but I'm trying to figure out who's singing. Is it Billy Preston or Billy Davis?
Wrong on both accounts.
It is wrong on both.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who is it?
Al Wilson.
Al Wilson?
Al Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, this song used to get down.
I only know it because it's a favorite in my family too. Yeah. I there are multiple occasions on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
This is playing.
Yeah, a little
Mama's in the kitchen.
Then they're doing a little slow groove.
Yeah, Pop's going there trying to dance. But I'm like, I'm out. I'm going to go play in the yard, man. I don't know what y'all doing.
When he walked in the house, you know, he could walk in the house and hear this song. He's like, girl, what you trying to do to me?
I'm leaving.
Yeah, girl,
I'm
what
gonna
you
go play
trying
some
to
football.
do?
I'll be back when the street lights come on.
Don't you be burning that chicken in there because we're going to be a minute.
Great jam there.
Yeah.
I feel like Patrick's in the same decade of a lot of these jams there.
I think this gets us into the 70s.
This
The
is
first two were
70s,
60s, I believe.
60s, okay, yeah. I feel like you're close to the same era there.
Al Wilson, okay. I got to remember that.
Oh, yeah. You're going to go download that one
for sure.
immediately.
Oh, man.
Should have had that already.
Just kind of like the soundtrack of Kings of Comedy that I recognized right away.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yes.
No Shazam on my phone, baby.
Okay, there we go.
One day he's sick.
The coincidence.
One day
the
he's
one
sick.
time he wasn't here for midweek movie music, he guessed it on the first song.
As soon as the song came out, I knew
you know
it.
what?
Yeah.
But I give you credit. I'm just saying, I point out the coincidence as well. I'll give you credit. You did it. Because I got the text in my phone from you. But it was the one time you also wasn't here.
Yeah,
so
that wasn't there Shazamming in Google.
Google is a possibility. Shazam. No, one of your kids or your wife you being there going, hey, this is it. Oh, that is right. I'm just saying, there could have been some deceitful deeds going on.
There might have been,
some
but I would never do that for you guys.
Duplicitous intrigue.
Not to my brothers.
I don't think so. But it's just a one time you wasn't here. Though. One time
It just
you did.
happened to be perfect,
Happened to
right?
be that. So
Timing is everything.
blame Patrick for it. All right, let's get to this news because hopefully it is news, but it's it's not official. All right, so I'm just gonna say that reportedly, it looks like the Longhorns are zeroing in on their top candidate based on multiple reports. See?
That's
Did
a
I
good
get
way
that?
of doing that.
You know what I mean?
That was good. I was
That's
proud
like,
of you the
I
way
should
to do
tell
it.
women back in the day, be like, listen, I didn't tell you I loved you. What I said was I could see myself falling in love with a woman like you at one point in my life.
I like it.
But I never said I loved you, actually.
Yeah, you did.
I just said I could see myself do. Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing right here. So just in case we don't get ourselves in trouble.
There you go. That was perfect.
I won't get the call from the 40 acres, but Mia O'Brien, via Mia O'Brien TV. So she covers the Jaguars. And she put out this report a couple hours ago, and you sent it to me, Harge. That Jaguars wide receiver coach Chris Jackson has informed Doug Peterson's staff that he is taking the same position at Texas football per multiple sources. And of course, we know the Jaguars wide receivers have been pretty legit this year. They've been really impressive. And Horns 24/7 also, I believe, reporting this as well. And on top of that, prior to all of this, a week and more, we heard that Bobby Burton of Inside Texas pointed out Chris Jackson was the top candidate from his sources, but also Orange Bloods a little bit later after that also said their top sources said that Chris Jackson was the guy. So you just had so many different sources and so many different entities saying it was Chris Jackson. And now that the playoffs are officially done, we're getting a separate report from Jacksonville media saying it is also going to be Chris Jackson. We have not heard anything officially from the University of Texas or from Chris Jackson himself.
Yeah, that's the way things go down. And I was trying everything in my power to find out if old boy was going to still be on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, hard to know everybody's reaching out to his sources too.
I'm like, come on, man, just tell me the truth. Man, I ain't heard nothing. He ain't really said anything to me about it. I'm like, yeah, of course not. And then all of a sudden, all these stories start popping up. And this is something, too, you and I had talked about before, Rod. When things go silent, that normally means that something is there.
Mm-hmm.
Because the conversation seemed to just cease at that one point when he came out with his statement talking about, I'm just worried about being here with Jacksonville until I'm not. Until I'm not. And that might be coming true right now.
Yeah, and I've said this before, too. I do think Sark wants to focus on a technician of sorts at the wide receiver position, or at least someone whose main focus is the technical expertise, fundamentals, getting back to developing talent, because the regression in the wide receiving room, a lot of it was based around fundamentals. Guys just dropping passes, guys not being able to play through contact, not being able to run routes that separate. I always say route running is just the art of creating separation from a defender. Don't let anybody lie to you and tell you anything else. It's just creating separation, and there's an art form to it. And the Texas wide receivers, that wasn't always something they excelled at in terms of playing through contact, being able to get off a jam at the line of scrimmage, but also downfield playing through contact to be able to make contested catches down the field. So I think all those are things that he wants a true developer of talent to focus on, to maximize the talent in the wide receiver room. And the NFL is all about developing talent.
Yeah,
and he's proven he can do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we saw it firsthand. We saw the growth of all those wide receivers and what he was able to do. But as like any other position, is he going to be able to make that impact with all these young kids? That's the other part of it. I know he's been working with the NFL, understanding, hey, these guys are professionals. They're going to come in and do what they're supposed to do because their money is on the line as well. So now you get to come in and but the problem is, Rod, are you ready to recruit that much? Are you ready to put that grind in every single day? Because this now has become 365. You don't get summers off anymore.
No.
You are constantly working and you're constantly recruiting, not only out in the public, but also in your locker room. This is a full-time grind, and hopefully he can come in and take over and get these kids back to where we thought they were going to be last year.
Man, this is a guy that, I will say this, he loved the game of football.
For sure.
Listen to him as
know
a
what
player
you're
and all
about
the
to say.
stops he had as a player.
Yeah.
And by the way, his Wikipedia already says Texas. It's already.
Oh, so they already in the mix.
Longhorn fans don't wait long. They're like, nah, you Texas, we already got you on here. Let's not waste any time.
That's funny.
But yeah, he went to Mater Dei High School, which is the same high school that Sark went to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he played football in college at Washington State with Jeff Banks as well. Went as an undrafted free agent into the NFL. But here's all the teams he played for as a player. And I played for a lot of teams. You're talking about, Rob, he played for a ton of teams. He got drafted by the Giants, went to the Lions, Bears, Bucks, Broncos, went to go play in Canada. All right, for the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
I like it.
Went to the Arena League with the Austin Wranglers. And then I figured out, you know what, I'm done. So that was 7 professional teams that I played for, and I decided, you know what, nah, I'm done, I'm hanging it up. This dude, Tampa Bay Bucks, Seattle Seahawks, Tennessee Titans, LA Avengers, Green Bay Packers, Miami Dolphins, LA Avengers, Grand Rapids Rampage, Georgia Force, Philadelphia Soul, Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So he went to Canada, Arizona Rattlers, which I remember them in the Arena League. So this guy, he loved the game. I would say, I love the game too, but I knew when it was done. He didn't realize it was done for him. I probably would have hung it up the second time I got with the Los Angeles Avengers. That's my second round with the LA Avengers.
I need you to get one more stint.
It took Rod B just one season with the Austin Wranglers, and I was like, okay, this is not what the dream was. I need to reassess. All right, I need to make the reset, and may need to pivot a little bit. And it's possible this NFL dream, my dream of being a Hall of Famer in the league, maybe that's done. And like I said, it took me going to the Austin Wranglers. And I always said, nobody grows up wanting to be a CFL star. Nobody grows up wanting to be a Canadian Football League Hall of Famer. No, that's not your dream. All right, I don't care who you are.
Unless you from Canada.
Not even guys in Canada. They want to make it to the league, be a pro football Hall of Famer from the league. Even though, yes, Canada counts because that's Pro Football Hall of Fame. But nobody wants to go there. You just end up in Canada, like I did, like BY did. You end up there. It's kind of like the adult entertainment industry.
Ricky went there.
Yeah, it's like the porn industry. Nobody grows up wanting to be a porn star. They don't. They just end up there. You look around one day and you go, damn it.
How did I end up here?
But you love the game that much. You ended up there. I don't know what you call going to the Arena League. If Canadian League is the adult entertainment industry, then I guess you're just a full-on sex worker when you're with the Austin Regulars. And that's when I gave it up. I was like, you know what? No. I can't do this. This is not. It wasn't the dream. But this guy loves football. That is obvious based on his resume. Because I didn't love the game as much as he did.
Well, and that's that.
I love it.
Did.
And you guys know I love it.
I was going to say you did, but you were like, I don't need all this on my travel.
I could have went back to Canada. I got calls.
You could have get your.
I got calls to go to other Canadian teams and arena teams. You know what Robbie said? Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm straight.
I'm straight. I'm straight. They were like, yeah. I got like 4 or 5 calls from Canada and from places like the 2 years after I was done, and I kept waiting for the NFL call.
Right.
And they just like, man, I ain't getting no NFL call. I was like, well, I ain't playing.
Well, I'm good right now.
I'm not playing.
I'm sorry.
Good. I'm done. I know people want to keep the dream alive. I knew the dream was dead. I recognized a dead dream when I see it, and mine was a carcass. when I trotted it out there for the Austin Regulars, my dream was a carcass, and I was like, I need to find a new dream because this dream is dead.
Was Dion the coach there or the owner or whatever?
Yeah, Dion was flirting with one of my ex-girlfriends one time. I was like, is Dion hitting on my woman? I consider it as a compliment, but Dion definitely was. I don't know what he was. I mean,
oh my God.
She said, she was like, I think Dion was definitely flirting with him. I was like, it looked like it.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing something, right?
Dion looked like he flirted with everybody. I will say that. When Dion,
he was just happy back
when he's
then.
talking to you, it looks like that. But he was really into her. That conversation they had, I was like, do you know Dion? She's like, no. I was like, no. It looked like y'all knew each other really well. She was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he told me he was gonna get you a raise.
I already knew. I was like, if Dion want my woman, there's a good chance Dion can steal my woman. It's one of the greatest DBs in history. He can intercept Rod B's woman if he wants to. And you know what? I would take it as a compliment because Dion's my favorite player, and I would brag about Dion stealing my woman.
I lost my woman.
I'd be like, I date Dion. I lost my woman to Dion Sanders. Ain't no shame in that.
That is so funny.
But this guy, he loved football, obviously. I love that about his coaching resume. And as a coach, started out in the NFL as a Bears assistant. As well, all right, Bears assistant and then assistant with Jacksonville. Well, actually, think about it. He was a defensive assistant too. I like that.
So he's been on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I like that about his resume. And then he became assistant wide receivers coach and then a wide receivers coach. So
nice.
I like that about his resume, though.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it's about that time for Texas to be able to make those kinds of changes. We've been talking about it all week. We figured that we were gonna figure out something about the director of high school relations. Check that off the list. We're working on trying to figure out what's going to happen with the wide receiver position. Looks like from the rumors and information that we have been receiving
there you go. Nice.
that there may be something coming down soon on the 40 acres, which will fill another void. And all this is happening during the winter workouts. All this stuff has been going on.
Great point.
Winter workouts are starting right now, and coaches are out going to see players as well. So this is a great opportunity for the University of Texas to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, man, like I said, nothing official from Texas or Chris Jackson, but our friends at Horns 24/7, they've already put out a story about it, and based on reports from other outlets earlier this month, and all the I would say the lack of noise or the crickets in between after Chris Jackson's name came up as the top candidate, and then now right after he's done in the NFL playoffs, now we're hearing reports come up again. I think it's easy to jump to the conclusion that it will be Chris Jackson as a new wide receivers coach, and I like it. I know that you wanted someone with Texas ties, and I wouldn't have minded someone with Texas ties as well. He went to school he went to the same high school as Sark at Mater Dei, and so he's got those California ties, and we know Sark still wants to be able to pluck a lot of talent from California, even though Lincoln Riley is there, trying to boss hog the state of California. They want to be a kind of a nationalized recruiting base, and I think this will help them with that too. But hey, Jamal Fenner, they just brought him on. Director of high school football relations. So that's obviously a lot of Texas ties.
That would be that other part to complement what you're bringing in for somebody that doesn't have those Texas ties, right?
Great point. Yeah. And you can bring in, and you can
still bring somebody else in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can bring in assistant wide receivers coach.
Yep.
I mean, you can, or you can just build in support staff who also have those connections, but you got to give them a different title, like special assistant to the head coach.
There it is.
Assistant to the assistant.
There you go.
Like instead of a assistant wide receivers coach,
you can do one offense and one defense.
Yeah.
You can just start putting all these analysts in there.
You really can. So
Yeah.
you should have a special assistant to the head coach, then the special assistant head coach.
Right.
You can do
You can
like
do
the
all
Office
that.
with Dwight Schrute. Like you can go assistant manager or assistant to the regional
There
manager.
you go.
There's a
I
difference.
like that. I
There's
like
a difference.
that.
But either way, you can just hire people with those connections, which is what you really want. So looks like it'll be Chris Jackson. I do like that. And once again, you got a ton of talent. I mean, here's the wide receiving room now, at least the projected one for the spring. Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, A.D. Mitchell now joining the group from Georgia, Isaiah Nayor, Casey Kane, Brendan Thompson, Savion Red, Jonte Cook, Ryan Niblett, and DeAndre Moore.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful opportunity there.
That's a great.
That is when you walk into a room and that is your room. This is your room. I think you like your chances. You gonna look real good if them boys go out there and make them plays.
Yeah, man.
You gonna look real good, man, because they regressed last year. Remember all those drop passes, routes? They didn't seem to be on the same page. I saw them arguing on the sidelines. Remember they weren't all together.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna be in there like. He came in and did that.
Yeah,
he got them on point.
It looks it's a group that I'm with you. It doesn't have a lot of holes. I mean, you got pretty much
all
veterans.
levels.
You got veteran talent. You got some young dynamic talent coming in with guys like Jonte Cook, and then you got some guys who should be on the cusp of making a move.
Mm-hmm.
Your Brendan Thompsons. We saw Casey Kane have the best game that he's had, or at least he had all last season. In the last game, Isaiah Nayor. I mean, we hope he had obviously a great recovery from his surgery. So knock on wood for him. But I mean, there were high expectations for Isaiah Nayor coming in. I think A.D. Mitchell is kind of an Isaiah Nayor insurance policy in case he doesn't come back as the player that we all expected him to be. But, I mean, there's plenty of talent there.
There's a ton of
there ain't
talent
no lack
there.
of talent. I don't want to hear like, man, there's not enough talent in that room. That's why they regress. If there's regression or if there's not enough productivity, that's not a personnel issue.
Not at all. No, it should not be about personnel, because when you start looking around and you see all those 5 stars that are walking through that locker room, there's no excuses. The only excuse you possibly could have is if the quarterback's not accurate enough. That could be the only thing. If the quarterback's not doing his job, because when you look across there, player for player, you can find some happiness in there.
And that's why I can't wait to see what the offensive identity is going to be for Sark's offense post Bijan and post Rojo, because you lost your best player and you lost your best leader on offense, and those were arguably your 2 best players on offense. So this is the first time we'll see Sark's offense without Bijan and without a Rojo, and I want to see what the identity will be. I'm gonna act like the Alamo Bowl never happened, but I do like the way.
That's fair.
I'm gonna act like it never.
That's fair.
I like the way he got his young quarterback in a groove in that game, and turns out that may be a kind of foreshadowing, if you will, of your new identity. You're really high, at least a high ceiling quarterback who's got a really high ceiling, and you got tons of weapons in the passing game. The offensive line's got to do it, give them time, and that offensive line should be also one of your strengths next season.
Yep.
So
when you got that much return, and think about it, we talked about the 2 things. Well, the one starter that's going to be missing is Bijan Robinson. You can also put / Rojo because those were your leaders. And I love what you said yesterday about the fact that because of Rojo and Bijan not being there, and you can't figure this out, then we got to start questioning you.
Yep, I agree with that.
We definitely have to start, because the weapons are there. Jonathan Brooks is not Bijan Robinson, but he's very good at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing last year at the end of the year with a sports hernia. He ended up having surgery. Yeah. So you're going to have some players there. You brought in Jaden Blue, who's one of the top running backs. You talk about Cedric Baxter. You're going to be able to complement that in there. It's going to take all 3 of them to become just one of Bijan, but you have the pieces. And then you line them up across the field, there should be no excuses on the offensive side of the ball. Zero.
The roster should be almost completely turned over. You should have close to 90% of the roster turned over
exactly.
by now. And I believe he does.
I believe so too.
You're probably close to that. You still got a few guys left over from the old regime, but that's almost Bijan's leaving is symbolic of that old regime leaving. These are Sark's guys, and Sark's recruited a ton of talent at a really high level, and they've developed talent really well too.
Right.
Let's throw that out there for this group. They developed talent really well, but it will be a test for Sark. What's the identity of the offense post Bijan and Rojo? The Alamo Bowl, I think there was a lack of an offensive identity. I don't think we really figured out, but I do like the progression and development of Quinn Ewers in that game. I would say that's probably my favorite part of the game for Texas. I know favorite part of a loss, but still, my favorite part is that I saw growth.
Yeah.
From a young Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
I saw it. And
you saw some fire.
Yeah, you did.
You saw some fire finally.
And like I said, he had even better game if the receivers
caught them passes.
There you go.
Yeah. And we greedy.
All right, we'll get to Texas versus Oklahoma State. We'll preview that matchup coming up in the 6 o'clock. What you got for the people coming up in Harsh Knock?
I'm going to give some love to the other teams that are going to continue to play football this weekend. Not going to give too much because we're going to end up breaking it down during the week, but I want to talk a little bit about Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City, and, of course, my man Joe Burrow at Cincinnati.
Ooh, yeah, man.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, he is something. He built different.
He built different. That's a great way of putting
special.
it. Yeah.
We saw that firsthand, though. We saw it before everybody else did here at Texas. Before that season, they won the national title.
3rd and 17.
Oh.
Yeah, 3rd and 17. Wow. Dime. I wonder who he threw that ball to.
3rd and 17.
Might have been either.
Zero blitz.
There it is.
Zero blitz.
I think we know who they are.
Oh,
they're exactly who we thought they were.
Oh, that just hurt. I'm sorry to revisit that for everybody. I apologize.
Folks.
Yeah, that one hurt. Think about how different everything would be if you had just stopped him on 3rd and 17.
Yeah, life would have been good.
All right, we'll come back. We'll discuss that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn.
Welcome back to a Top of the Charts Tuesday edition of Ball Don't Lie. It's your boy Hardball Hard. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hard. You can follow my man Rod Babers at Rod Babers. And you can follow the man behind the glass that's in charge of all our special themes every day during the week is my man Patrick Davis, and you can follow him at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're a part of the show. Hit us up on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. So as we sit here and dissect what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys and try to figure out how we're going to take care of the Dallas Cowboys, I decided to take a rest from the Dallas Cowboys for a moment at least, because it's kind of depressing. I've been arguing with my boys. I couldn't believe how many text messages I got when the Cowboys lost and how bad Dak Prescott is and what is going on with the Dallas Cowboys. And I keep telling them, what are you going to do? You can get rid of them, but does that make you closer or does that put you further behind? There's a big difference in it. And you know the teams that are playing for the championships this weekend, they made moves around their quarterback to make them better. Look at what Philadelphia did. What did they do before the draft? They went out and traded for A.J. Brown to complement what he had already with Devontae Smith. Miles Sanders. They changed their way that they went about it. If Dak was running that offense, I'm not going to say he would have Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts came out of nowhere. We thought he was talented, but no one, if you would have told me that you would have thought he was going to be the MVP of the league, I'd call you a liar to your face. There's no way that you would have really thought that. Then you look at what they've done with the San Francisco 49ers. Going into the season, whether they were going to play with Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, or Kyle Shanahan at quarterback, we knew that team was going to be good. We just didn't know how good they were going to be. You know what they did? They went out and made a trade for Christian McCaffrey, and that put them over the top. Remember, they had their own issues going into it. They didn't know who was going to be their quarterback, but the one thing they did have was a hellified defense that was going to be able to keep you in a ball game. Just got to make sure Jimmy didn't hurt you, right? Or Trey Lance. But then you go over to the AFC, and this is one of the most beautiful matchups that I have seen in a long time. You have Patrick Mahomes, who legitimately could be the MVP every single year, and it looks like he might be the MVP again this year. But they got taken to the brink multiple times this year. And even last week, if Askew doesn't fumble that ball on the goal line right before they were getting ready to go in, we may have ourselves a different ball game. Not saying they would have won the game, but he fumbles it, they end up winning by 7, and you were right there at the goal line. So there's a lot that goes into this playoff. But you got to look at what Joe Burrow is, too. Joe Burrow is somebody that, you mentioned it before we went to break, Rod, is somebody that we looked at before and understood that his story's a little bit different. He went to Ohio State, was behind a bunch of other quarterbacks, didn't get the job, transfers out, found a home, got Joe Brady to be his offensive coordinator at LSU, put up an unreal number. That might have been the best offense that we have seen in the history of college football.
It's in the conversation.
When you go and look at the players that he had there, and remember, that was one of the things that everybody kept saying, the only reason why he did that well is because LSU had all that talent. Once again, LSU has had a bunch of quarterbacks that have come there, and none of them have won the Heisman Trophy.
Damn right.
There's been a lot of talent that has been there, and it hadn't been taken to that level where he's sitting in a locker room smoking a cigar after he just won the national championship. So then we get into this game again this weekend, and this matchup is so intriguing to me. So intriguing because Joe Burrow has beaten the Kansas City Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes 3 straight times, which is rare.
It's crazy, man.
Which is rare when you think about it. But I think it's more about, yes, he has a lot of talent. They figure some things out. But I think Joe Burrow has that it factor that we as football fans look for. I heard somebody talk about he's cocky, he's arrogant. He just seems to think he knows everything.
He is.
It is true. You have to be that.
He is.
Just because he goes to the microphone and lets you know, what'd you say a little while ago, Rod? My window isn't closed. As long as I'm the quarterback here, our window is always open.
Always.
And if you could keep Joe Mixon, you could keep Jamar Chase, you could keep Hurst at your tight end, Boyd and Higgins, who can all be number one receivers somewhere else. If you could keep those guys together with a banged-up offensive line that we initially were sitting here like, ooh, there's going to be 3 different linemen. You talked about it last year, Rob. My man was the most sacked quarterback in NFL history to take his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Dude is a baller.
Crazy.
And what that what that has to be is he exudes confidence with every single person that is on that team. Everybody, when he first got in the league, Joe Shiesty, Joe B, Joe Namath, I don't care what you call him a winner because that's all he wants to do. He's going to take his team and put them on his back no matter what. But I want to give a little bit of credit, a lot of credit to Patrick Mahomes. And again, I said this yesterday, Andy Reid standing there arguing, yelling at Pat Mahomes and letting him know you are not going into that game. You can yell, you can scream, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me until you take your butt in there and let me know that you're okay and you can protect yourself. Then I'll put you back in there. I knew he was going to come back in halftime because they probably did go in there and have a fight. They really did go in there and have a fight. But I want to give you some numbers that I saw of Patrick Mahomes before he got hurt. And this is why he's so cold-blooded. And the fact, too, that Eric Bieniemy and Andy Reid, they know how to work with Patrick Mahomes. They got this chemistry going. Before his injury, he was 10 of 12. He had 6 plays outside of the pocket. And his average time to throw the ball was 3 seconds and 3.12 seconds. He had a passer rating of 121. When he came back in, they had to make an adjustment. So what do? They make sure he's 12 of 18, did not let him get out of the pocket, told him do not run around. If you're there, take a sack, whatever you got to do, but don't get out of that pocket. He went from 3.12 seconds to throw the ball to 2.5 seconds to get the ball out of your hand.
Yep.
And he had a passer rating of 103. That's impressive to me. That is totally impressive. Now, we can all sit here and say, Patrick Mahomes, the way he goes about his business, the way he throws the ball, how he's been able to handle it. He was throwing some passes, looked like jump passes, throwing it off of one leg. He's talented. He's got very good arm talent. But the fact of the matter is, when you have a coaching staff that understands the player and understands his limitations and creates an opportunity for him to still be on the field and be able to be successful, that's the most impressive part to me. Those are some of the things that other coaches, Dallas Cowboys, should be looking at. I don't understand it, and it drives me nuts that you're not looking at what other people are doing. It's frustrating when you see it. Same thing we were talking about before with Sark. Like, take you went and met with all these people and trying to get these offensive minds together. How can you, an offensive coach that watches a lot of football, that can break down film like no other, how is it that you don't see how they're using their tight ends? How is it that we're not seeing the schemes of being able to get a crossing route where we have players running across the field and they're wide open? It used to amaze me. Remember, I think I told you about this, Rod. I used to get so mad every single day. I would walk into the studio every Monday morning and say, how are Oklahoma's wide receivers that open all the time? It was amazing to me. How are you manipulating the defense so much that you have guys running scot-free by themselves? And I've never understood that. So the highest form of flattery is taking some of other people's stuff and using it as your own, creating it to be your own. And that is where I give Andy Reid so much credit, Eric Bieniemy so much credit, because everybody in America knows that Travis Kelce is going to get the ball. And they still find a way to get him the ball. Like, He is the only weapon that everybody's worried about, and yet you still can't stop that weapon.
Nope.
So it's intriguing to me, but it's also maddening because I hate watching other people have so much success and not figuring out how we can come to this level and not make the adjustments every single time. And it's the same thing with Joe Burrow. We talk about all of his weapons that he have, but the biggest thing for me is the line has been suspect over the last couple years for him. And he's making it work. He's making it work because he does not let those types of things hurt him. He doesn't look at those types of things and say, all right, well, so are we not going to play the game? Because I've had to deal with these injuries on the front line. That they had three offensive linemen that had to be replaced, and they still rushed over 100 yards on the ground. 172, I think. 172.
Yeah,
it was something that to me is the will to win, and that's him going in that huddle and finding a way to get his guys to perform. So as much as we want to talk about the failures of all these other teams, or especially Dallas Cowboys, I want to give kudos to the fact of all these other teams that are advancing and have been using that creativity to their benefit in making the change. So I know that we got to talk a lot of Cowboys, and I'm a Cowboys fan, but when I watch good football and watch these teams that have advanced to these championships, this is why I sit here and say we have to make so many more adjustments. And we're close, but it looks like we're so far away.
Yeah, I'm with you. It feels like the Cowboys are far away, but the divisional round, I mean, you're right there in the thick of it.
Right.
And you were in that
down
game.
by 7.
There were plenty of opportunities for you to win that game, and you just didn't take advantage of those opportunities. You didn't make enough plays, but to me, if you're a Cowboys fan, there is hope that you were right there. Now, the bad news is you're going to lose a ton.
Right.
It's going to be a lot of change and turnover, and I don't know as an organization
You're not built
if the
for it.
Cowboys are stable enough to be able to withstand all of that turnover they're about to have on the roster, but also among the coaching ranks.
No doubt.
So,
no doubt. Because it
maybe that
starts
change
with
is
the
good, though.
roster. It starts with the roster because Catboy, I don't think you have enough miracles that can be performed to handle this year's Cap.
But you got young talent. I mean, you're built around young talent. You guys like Micah Parsons and Trevon Diggs. Those are young players. CeeDee Lamb's a young player.
Yep.
So Tyler Smith was a nice pick, home run pick for you. So that's a nice young piece you're bringing to the table. So you got some young pieces to build around, but you're right. I mean, that's the Cowboys do need to learn the lessons of the other successful organizations around the NFL, and I don't know if they pay enough attention to those organizational lessons they should learn.
And that is the hardest part for me is you have to take pride in the fact that when things change around you and you want to stay in your little level, unless it's the ultimate level of success all the time, it's a problem. You need to adjust with the things around you. And if you can't adjust, then the game is going to pass you by. Look at Nick Saban. Nick Saban even adjusts to the way the game was being played. Look at all them great running back rooms that he had. But you know what he did? He went in and got some doggone good wide receivers too, because he has some good quarterbacks. He's adjusted to the game. And if the Cowboys don't adjust, even though the numbers are great, you got to get to the next level. So kudos to those guys. I can't wait to watch this championship weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. But the adjustments that are made throughout the game, and it's something that we've talked about many a times here, they make them, and they continue to make them.
Yeah, no question. All right, we'll come back. We'll got off the record on the other side. We'll come back and get into the Oscar nominations, which have come out this weekend. So we'll get into that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. I want to quickly get into some of the Oscar nominations, not the whole list of Oscar nominations, just the best picture, best actor, and best actress to see if you guys have seen any of these nominees. Best picture has, I believe, close to 10 nominees here from them, just the eye test. All Quiet on the Western Front. You guys seen that?
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah. The new Avatar, The Way of Water. I have not seen that either.
Nope.
The Banshees of Inisherin. I have watched this, and I was not entertained, really. But have you guys seen this?
Nope.
Yeah, it's not great. The Elvis movie. I saw that one.
Negative.
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I did see this. It's a damn good movie, actually. Really good. It possibly could win it all.
No, sir.
Nope.
You haven't seen that one either. Okay.
No.
The Fablemans.
No, I do want to see that, though.
Okay.
I do want to see that one.
You want to see that one?
I do want to
Is
see
it
the
in theaters
Fablemans.
now?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Tar.
What?
Tar. I think this is the. I believe Tar is the Kate Blanchett. I don't know if I'm pronouncing. I may be pronouncing it incorrectly, but I believe Kate Blanchett's in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I think I wanted to see it, and I just haven't really made it a priority. The new Top Gun.
I've
Maverick.
not seen it, but I started to watch it, and then I ended up leaving the house.
Well, you obviously didn't like it that much then.
Well, I had other things.
Oh,
to
you
do.
had
Yeah,
stuff you had to do.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Patrick, seen?
Nope.
I've seen Top Gun. Top Gun is damn good. I don't know if it's going to win Best Picture, but it's probably the best movie experience of the year. Well, not probably. It is.
Really?
It's the best. Yeah, no question.
Wow.
Oh no, it's just a kind of a feel good, nostalgic. It's almost I would say it's kind of a nostalgic throwback, feel good Americana type of movie.
Man, you went way out there with it.
Yeah, there's some patriotic. You get a lot of patriotic vibes in it, but then you get the throwback of, if you've seen the first Top Gun, which I'm sure you have, you got some of that in there too, and they do a really good job of just the cinematic shots and everything, kind of cinematography, I guess, of it all is really well done too, just in the action shots.
Okay.
I think you should watch it. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right, I'll make it a priority.
I really enjoy it. Like I said, best movie experience I've had all year.
Wow.
Yeah.
For Top Gun?
Yeah, a movie experience doesn't mean it's a better movie.
No.
Just ain't trying to experience watching a
yeah.
movie. Because watching a movie, you should have fun watching a movie. People make too much out of it. No, and by the way, the Oscars are probably the biggest culprit of this, because they try to dig deep into the artistic, inception of the movie, and they dig too deep into the different themes of it. No, did you have fun watching the movie or not? Is it a fun movie to watch? Did you have fun? Is it fun to watch? Whatever they were trying to do. Yeah.
Okay.
And Top Gun Maverick, easily.
Okay.
I don't know anybody who hasn't had fun watching Top Gun Maverick.
Okay. I'll check it out.
There you go.
I'll check it out.
I'm not saying it should be Best Picture winner though.
No.
Triangle of Sadness.
No, I like happiness.
Going back to my Top Gun theory, it's a lot of happy vibes.
I'm more a fan of rhombuses as well.
Rhombus of Sadness. Well done. Women Talking. I've seen previews for Women Talking.
I've seen actually women talking just in life, but I've not seen the movie.
It looks disturbing, actually, a little bit, too. So that's a twist in that somehow. But I've not seen it. I probably will see it before the actual Oscars. I try to see most of them, if not all of them, but this might be a challenge. I've seen like 4 of these movies. Avatar, I don't know if I'm better to watch Avatar.
I'm a big Avatar fan.
Oh, really?
I haven't seen number 2 yet, but I'm definitely all in on Avatar.
Well, then what's holding it up then?
I got kids, Rod.
Don't they want to see Avatar? It's about
Not when
blue
we
people.
busy. Not when we busy all the time. As soon as I leave here, where am I at?
That's true. Taking some kid to some game.
Exactly.
He's got a game to go to every day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or practice.
A game or practice. That's fair. All right. Well, I'll try to see more of these movies and get back to y'all. My pick to win it all, though, is Everything Everywhere All at Once. Great movie experience.
Okay.
Really fun to watch.
Man, you had 2 great movie experiences on
but
this
they're
one.
on Best Picture. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, right? They're for me the best pictures of the year. Actor in a leading role: Austin Butler from Elvis, Colin Farrell from The Banshees of Inisherin, Brendan Fraser in The Whale. I heard is phenomenal.
Brendan Fraser going big on this, huh?
Yeah, I heard that it's like his best performance as an actor. Yeah, it's his Mona Lisa.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Paul Mescal and After Sun. I don't know that. And Bill Nighy in Living. I don't even know what those are.
Is Puss in Boots on there?
No.
Because I did go see that.
Yeah.
And that was great cinematography.
Yeah, that is a problem. I've seen one movie this year.
Didn't make it.
So I saw one movie last year. So I don't
What's
think.
the one movie you saw?
I saw Weird. That's it. It's the Weird Al movie. That's the one movie I saw.
Okay. Well, it's a good. I mean,
it was great. I mean, it wins all my awards. Also, it's the only movie I saw, so it is kind of by default going to win all the awards. But
I like it.
That is good. He wins Foul Patrick's awards. Actress in leading role, Kate Blanchett in Tar. So I was right about. She's in it. I haven't seen it. Okay. Anna de Armas in Blonde. Really? Oh, isn't she playing? Is that the Marilyn Monroe movie?
I have no clue, brother.
I could be wrong about that. Andrea Riseborough to Leslie and Michelle Williams in The Fabelmans. You said you want to see that.
I do want to see that.
And Michelle Yeoh in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah, she was great in that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's one I would recommend, Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's a bit of a mind blank, but if you like those, if you like your mind to be blanked.
Yeah.
Mind to be effed.
No, I got you. No, I got you.
I
know exactly
you
what
were
you're
looking
doing.
at me like
no, it wasn't
I
blanked.
actually said blank.
Yeah, I wasn't blanked.
I was just trying to bleep myself.
Yeah,
I should have said mind bleep if I would have been better.
I understood, brother.
All right. We'll come back. We'll get into more of the NFL news, notes, and nuggets. Cowboys coordinators interview for head coaching vacancies, and also what free agents should the Cowboys prioritize. All that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday right here on Ball Don't Lie. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. You also can hit us up via Twitter. I'm at Rod Baberson in Twitterverse. I'm at Harge at Hardball Harge. Patrick Davis is actually on his way to the Mood because he's getting ready to help broadcast and produce the Texas basketball game, which we'll get to breaking down a little bit later on. But you can cyberstalk him via Twitter at It's Patrick Davis. It's my man Corey back there twisting, tweaking down, so we really appreciate him. What's your Twitter handle, Corey?
Yeah, Corey Guidry 11, KORYGUIDRY 11.
There you go, Corey Guidry. I'll remember it. I'll try my best to remember it for next time to give you the shout out.
That's a lot, Corey. To be honest with you,
Corey Guidry 11.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's
Corey.
why, because it was
with a K. Don't forget, it's with a K.
Yes, people struggle with the last name.
People get confused, man.
Was it another Corey Guidry out there? I'm assuming.
Yeah, and
that's why you have to be 11.
And I had to rep the high school football number too. So.
There it is.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's how he set himself apart. Okay, you got to represent.
Got to.
Yeah, I'm just plain old Rod Babers. I probably thought about putting some numbers or something in there, but we good.
You gotta be like that guy that hit up.
It's easier that
CDC.
way. Yeah,
with 90224444.
Like the Twitter handle of a bot, and CDC answered that guy.
He was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have the game on April 15th."
That's how we found out when the spring game was gonna be, because essentially CDC answered a bot from Michigan.
My guy CDC,
man. He's accessible if anything. But yeah, so that's how you reach out to us via the Twitterverse. We'll talk some Cowboys here. Yep. Next segment. You know what? There are a couple of stories that I want to get to, so maybe a little smorgasbord in Rod's round of the day. So a couple of things that I want to get to, college football related and NFL related. So we'll do that in Rod's round of the day. But let's start with the Cowboys. And first of all, I rewatched that game again last night, and damn it, man, I gotta tell you, I don't know if you've watched it again, Cowboys fans, but it is heartbreaking how many points the Cowboys left on the field. Listen, the 49ers left some points on the field, too. Remember, they dropped a pick six from Dre Greenlaw. That could have been a pick six. They fumbled a punt that led to 3 points for the Dallas Cowboys.
Should have been 7.
Yeah,
That's a 4-point swing.
Yeah, so they left some points on the field. Every team does. That's part of the game, right? The team that leaves the fewest points on the field usually finds a way to win the game. But I went back and just kind of charted the instances where the Cowboys essentially left points on the field. So here we go, and trying to add them up. Dak, the first quarter interception, which ended up with 3 easy points for San Fran. By the way, a win for the defense, by the way, because that was deep in Cowboys territory, and that could have been 7 points, but the defense bowed their back, stood up, only ended up being 3 points for the Cowboys, but you essentially gift-wrapped at San Fran 3 points there. The blocked extra point. That's literally a point that you could have had. So that one is points left on the field. Dak's second interception. Man, which way you want to, it depends on which way you want to go with it. At the least, you'd have gotten a field goal out of that. Some people would have said, hey, man, you possibly could have got a touchdown there. But, man, that's right there. That's 6 points, because not only did you not get the 3 points you could have gotten, but you also allowed San Fran, because you gave them the ball right before half. They wouldn't have had that much time if you'd have went on and scored the touchdown and wouldn't have had the turnover. So they got 3 points on the other end of that right before the half. Remember, you would have gotten the ball back to start the third at that point. So to me, that's another 6-point swing.
Run the ball right there.
That's 6-point swing right there, right?
Correct.
Then I looked at the Kevontae Turpin return a ton. Woo! There were multiple times to Kevontae Turpin. There early in that return, when he first breaks to daylight, he could have taken it to the left. He could have broke it to the left and still taken it right to the house. And then once he gets to a little bit of the kind of traffic right there where Robbie Gold is there.
He
and Robbie
threw his shoulder at him to
basically
tackle
tackles him with his back.
Exactly.
If he just cuts to the outside there to the right,
yes,
the other 49er is blocked and he's going to the house. Nobody's going to catch him at all. So to me, that actually is, you end up with 3 points off of that, man, but that could have just been 7.
That should have been 7.
That's 4 points right there, because you got 3, but it should have been 7 for Kevontae Turpin. Then you got to think about the drop by Trevon Diggs. There's that drop by. This is the drive where the 49ers scored their touchdown.
They scored the touchdown.
This is actually the drive where they really changed the momentum of the game on this drive. This is also the same drive where Trevon Diggs failed to hit George Kittle and dislodge the ball on that improvised play by Kittle. I think it's a 20-yard gain or something like that.
Might have been more than that, I think.
It might have been 30 yards.
Yeah.
It was a long gainer.
Play. Yeah.
But it was an explosive play, and he didn't dislodge the ball there. I'm not going to hold that against him because he's a cornerback.
And his eyes were closed.
But on that play, that where they tipped the ball at the line of scrimmage, it went right through his breadbasket. He's probably got the best hands on the defense. Hell, maybe some of the best hands on the team. Big-time players make big plays in clutch moments.
Thank you.
That's a clutch moment. He's a big-time player. That's a big-time play that needs to be made, and they missed it, and you end up giving up 7 points on that drive. Also, that's the same drive Donovan Wilson has the holding call. And remember, on that holding call, they got a sack.
They did.
They got a sack. DeMarcus Lawrence gets his second sack, but it wasn't. It was called back because of the Donovan Wilson holding call. So essentially that whole damn drive, you had like 3 different opportunities to turn that touchdown drive, that 7-point drive for the 49ers into no points at all, or to at least hold them to 3 points. They end up getting 7 out of it. So you start adding up all these points. Guys, we're at 21 points based on all those different instances that I mentioned. 21 points left on the field. Now, the 49ers left points on the field, too. They dropped that pick 6 by Dre Greenlaw. They ended up fumbling 3 points away because they fumbled on the punt. Kelvin Joseph forced the fumble. And then they end up giving up a field goal, holding, I should say, Cowboys to a field goal. So that's 9 points. But subtract the 9 from the 21, right?
Yep.
Still end up with 12 points. Hell, you lost that game by 7. You take away, you make any of these plays that I'm mentioning here, and that's how close the game was. That game could change. That drive, that touchdown drive where Diggs drops the interception and Donovan Wilson has the holding call, and Diggs fails to hit George Kittle on the 30-yard gainer and dislodge the ball. That was it was 9-9. At that point. It's in the third quarter.
It was 9-9. Yes.
It was 9-9 at that point.
Yes.
It's anybody's game.
Yes.
So they just found a way to make those plays, and the Cowboys left too many points on the field.
Yeah, and that goes back to my point I was making yesterday when you asked me, are you upset or are you just disappointed? I'm disappointed, and the reason why fans are losing their mind on Dak is because the opportunities were there. There were opportunities in front of you. You just broke them all down. When you were watching the game and you see the final score, your thought process is, hold up, we got a chance to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
We right here. Like I said before, if they'd have came out and did what Philadelphia did to the Giants, story would be totally different.
Yeah.
Story would be so much different. But when you watch the game and you see those missed opportunities, you see the receivers and the throws and the fumble. You get the fumble and you only get 3 points out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are game changers. People were upset because Diggs, who, as you said, has probably the best. He was a wide receiver. You practice tip drill all day at practice. That's part of practice. And the people can say, "Oh, well, it's tough to do that."
It is
that
tough.
Ball hit him in his stomach.
Yeah. No, these are all tough plays to make. I'm just saying they make any of them.
Yes.
Games very
just
different.
make one.
Yeah.
Just make one.
Any of those.
Just throw one interception, Dak.
Yeah, 1 instead of 2.
Didn't throw 2.
Different game altogether.
Totally different.
I would say any of those changes. Maybe not to block the extra point. Maybe that's not the game changing. But the rest of those are huge plays that ended up being in anybody's game being momentum changing plays. So anyway, just notes from when I watched the game again last night. All right, let's get to this conversation before we talk about the coordinators who are interviewing for coaching jobs on the Cowboys staff. The Cowboys are going to have a ton of free agents coming up.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm going to read you a list of their free agents. You tell me what free
priority.
Agents. Yeah. We'll start with offense. We'll go offense and defense. You tell me which ones to prioritize, or which ones for you are top priority. Offense: Cooper Rush, Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle, Dalton Schultz, T.Y. Hilton, Noah Brown, Terrence Steele, Jason Peters, Connor McGovern, and Alec Lindstrom. Which one of those offensive free agents for the Cowboys should be top priority?
Connor McGovern.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And by the way, Terrence Steele is a restricted free agent. I apologize.
Yeah.
Restricted free agent for him. And so is Dowdle.
Connor McGovern is definitely number one. We talk about lack of line depth all over the place. I mean, but they showed us what they thought of Connor McGovern by lining him up in running back, the other day. So to me, I thought Connor McGovern is a valuable part of the success and failures of the Dallas Cowboys. So I would love to have an offensive lineman there. You talked about Tony Pollard. I think I would franchise him. And I know a lot of people love Dalton Schultz. I'm a big fan of Dalton Schultz. But is he worth all the money that you're going to have to spend when you just drafted two tight ends to come in? Because I'm a big fan of Ferguson. I said that at the very beginning of the year. I said I like what Jake Ferguson is going to bring because he's going to be just him. He's going to be just like Dalton Schultz on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
So do you want to pay that? Let him go elsewhere, see if he wants to stay back. Zeke is talking about taking pay cuts and wanting to stick around. There's a lot that's in there that you want to look at and say, okay, this is my opportunity. So McGovern, and then, of course, I'm good with I love Tony Pollard too, but he's coming off an injury. You don't know exactly what's going to happen with him too. He may get the franchise tag.
Yeah, this would usually be easy for me if Tony Pollard didn't have the injury.
Correct.
The injury to Tony Pollard
made a big difference.
It does. It makes a huge difference. I think you might be on to something there. Like I said, Terrence Steele's a restricted free agent, so it doesn't fall in the same category as everybody else because I think they will match any offer that some team gives up for Terrence Steele. Yeah, on this list, I'm with you. I'm going to go Connor McGovern. Jason Peters is too old to take that type of investment. He was a mercenary just to fill a void for you. Yeah,
he was at home.
And he was just trying to, make another Super Bowl run potentially.
Yeah.
And they made a run of sorts. Maybe not a run, maybe a trot. It wasn't a run. They made a trot.
They were like those people doing that fast walking event.
Right? Don't bend your knees. Keep your knees straight.
Let's keep it going.
Keep your knees straight.
Chris Paul.
Yeah. What about Cooper Rush?
I mean, what's the price though?
No, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what's the price
that
we're going to put on it?
Because you're big on the value of the backup quarterback, and so am I.
And
there's a guy that showed up for you.
Yeah.
If you're bringing back Kellen Moore, I think maybe it prioritizes bringing back a guy like Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Because he knows the offense. He's settled in it. He knows it already. If you're not bringing back Kellen Moore, don't bring back Cooper Rush.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's kind of to me they go hand in hand. Defense. These are the free agents who are projected to be free agents. Leighton Vander Esch, Anthony Barr, Luke Gifford, Anthony Brown, C.J. Goodwin, Trayvon Mullen, Dante Fowler, Jonathan Hankins, Carlos Watkins, Donovan Wilson. Man, that's a tough group to choose between.
Leighton Vander Esch and Donovan Wilson would be my two picks.
I would go with Leighton Vander Esch. Ooh, Leighton Vander Esch and Donovan Wilson are probably my two. But Anthony Brown, I know people don't like Anthony Brown, but he needs to be in that conversation because right now, if you let Anthony Brown walk, you don't have really another corner opposite Trevon Diggs. They put Deron Bland there because that was the bad idea they had was just move their started nickel out there and go with. He played with big nickel and big dime, but you want to be versatile. Yeah. You want to be malleable defensively. You need to have a guy that can play nickel. You need to have a guy that can play corner opposite Trevon Diggs. Right now you don't have that.
Yeah.
You got Deron Bland who can play both, but you need separate individual players who can play both. And you're going to be getting back, I guess, Jordan Lewis.
Yep, you're getting back some players.
You'll get Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
And I guess.
So you can slide. You know what I'm saying? You can slide because of the fact that Jordan Lewis is more valuable to you than Anthony Brown. I know I say Anthony Brown.
No, Jordan, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
But you can also say, Deron Bland, what do you have, 6 interceptions? Played well.
Yeah, he played at the nickel.
Right.
At that other corner versus the 49ers, he didn't look that impressive.
He didn't have no over-the-top help. He needed over-the-top help.
If you need over-the-top help every time, you need time to find another corner. If you need help over the top every time, you need another corner. So my point is they need stability there. Yep. And say what you want. I know everybody hates Anthony Brown. I think y'all all found out how valuable Anthony Brown is.
I got a new relationship with Anthony Brown.
Now, what's the Anthony Brown price tag? That becomes the question.
Right.
Now, if Anthony Brown wants to come back on a mercenary deal, something like that, because he got hurt, his value is going to be depressed.
A little bit, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I was looking at the problem, but I agree with you. Leighton Vander Esch and Donovan Wilson, they have earned contract extensions with the Cowboys.
And for my man Lucas, who hit us up and asking you would sign Vander Esch with all the injuries, absolutely. I think he's earned that right. I was not a big fan, but we saw what it was like for the Dallas Cowboys when he wasn't there, and we saw what it was like when he was there. Remember, they did the same thing for Sean Lee for a while, but Sean Lee was Glass Joe. At least Van Der Esch is making it to where he's coming back out there and playing to a very, very high level with this defense of Dan Quinn. But that's the other part. Maybe the new defensive coordinator, if Dan Quinn takes this job, maybe the new defensive coordinator goes with a different scheme. You know that too.
That's another thing
it
too.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we're talking about all these guys coming back, but they hire a new defensive coordinator. All that goes out the window.
Correct.
They come in with a new system, new philosophy, want their own guys.
Unless it's my man Vic Fangio.
Vic Fangio runs a multiple defense, so yeah, he'll find a way to use a lot of these pieces you have because his formula is pretty malleable. But yeah, that's a good point about whoever the Cowboys decide to bring in if Dan Quinn takes another job. Bringing us to our next topic of conversation, the Cowboys coordinators, both of them are interviewing for head coaching jobs. The Panthers have brought in Kellen Moore to interview for their head coaching job, and the Arizona Cardinals bringing in Dan Quinn for a second interview, which that means a lot. That means you're a finalist there. Also, was a finalist for the Denver Broncos job last year. Probably will be a finalist for their vacancy again this year. And the Colts are really interested in Dan Quinn as well.
Yep.
So hard,
rightfully so. I mean, Dan Quinn is the man. He's proven time and time again this season and last season. He's a hell of a defensive coordinator. He puts people in the right position, and it seems to be the Cowboys players loved him.
They did.
Offensive and defensive, which leads me to believe he's obviously a player's coach, but he's in tune with both sides of the football. He's not just going in there and looking at the defense and not looking at the offense, not being a part of what they're doing. You saw him after games give him every single player a hug that walked through that tunnel.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, and I kind of want to see the Dallas Cowboys without Dan Quinn to see. No, and I'm not wishing doom and gloom on the Cowboys. I'm not. Just in terms of intrigue.
Right.
I'm just interested to see what Mike McCarthy does and who he hires. And if the culture that has seemed to be building in a positive direction for the Cowboys since Dan Quinn came on, if that also starts to deteriorate a little bit.
Right.
And then we learn maybe a lot of that was just Dan Quinn coming in and you just had another head coach on the staff.
Bringing that big D energy.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Dan Quinn. And it's because the defense turned around almost instantaneously when you brought in Dan Quinn. And that was a different culture about the Cowboys, but it could just been take Mike McCarthy some time to implement his values and his philosophy. So I'm not hating on Mike McCarthy. I'm just saying I'm intrigued, just like I'm intrigued to see what Sark is going to bring to the table offensively as a play caller and a play designer and an offensive mind without Bijan and without Rojo. Really intrigued to see it. I'm not saying it's going to be bad or good. I'm just intrigued to see it.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Because if people are ready to jump off the Mike McCarthy bandwagon, hires Dan Quinn, everything turns around. If Dan Quinn leaves and then they go to becoming a Fustercluck again, I think we're all going to go, okay, well, it looks like Dan Quinn was the reason they were successful. So if Mike McCarthy has, and it's unfair because you're going to lose a lot of personnel via free agency. We just talked about that. And you're probably going to lose one of these coordinators, most notably, and right now it looks like it's probably going to be Dan Quinn. And if that's the case, that's a lot of change for any football team or organization to recover from. And if the Cowboys do have a dip, the blame will immediately go, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Told you, guy was a bum.
Yeah.
Guy can't get it done. We should have known from the first year and should have fired him. It was all Dan Quinn. That's the reason the culture changed. So he's got to watch that drop off. Just like Sark. Sark can't have a year where he wins 8 games again. Can't have it.
Correct.
If he wins 8 games and wins 7 games, people are gonna go, see, he was only winning games because of Bijan. Guy can't really coach. Got to get him out of here. He's got to win 9 or more. This is the way it is.
Win the Big 12 championship. Yeah. Be in the Big 12 championship game. Yeah.
So for Mike McCarthy, whether it's fair or unfair, if there's a drop off by the Cowboys, and there probably will be. I mean, he won 13 games, divisional round. If you don't do that next year, people go, it was it was Dan Quinn, not Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about perception is reality, whether it's true or not.
I agree. And sometimes I don't like reality Because it hits you right in the face.
It does. Life comes at you fast.
Hit you right in
It'll
the face.
slap you right in the face.
Yes.
But Kellen Moore, I've said this before about Kellen Moore. I'm not trying to rhyme.
You were slowing with it, huh? H-Town with the get down.
Right, exactly. But he's kind of like, in my opinion, he's in the same situation as Eric Bieniemy. Not for the same reasons, though. But Eric Bieniemy, he's in the kind of the coaching friend zone, if you will. He keeps getting called in for these interviews, but nobody wants to give him a job, mostly to fulfill the Rooney Rule. But nobody wants to give him a job because nobody believes that he's calling the plays, even though Andy Reid says he's calling the plays.
Right.
But he's just stuck there now. And for Kellen Moore, I think Kellen Moore right now, as a hot name, and he's not really a hot name, he's a lukewarm name. He was a hot name. He was a hot name when Dak was hot.
Yeah.
There's so much of our culture now in football built around the quarterback position. All right, there's an obsession with the quarterback position. They got their own damn club. All right, there's an obsession with it. That's why you're getting assistant coaches who've never been coordinators in their lives getting head coaching jobs. They've been a quarterback coach like Zach Taylor getting head coaching jobs. Why? Because we're obsessed with the quarterback position. Because we all know that if your quarterback is playing at an elite level or he is an elite player, that you've maximized that talent, then your championship window is going to be wider for a longer, extended period of time. That's the face of your franchise. So you're going to sell a lot of jerseys. You're going to stay relevant. You're going to be able to recruit talent because great players want to play with a great quarterback. All of that hinges on your quarterback playing at a high level, and that's why teams are really, really, I would say almost desperate to find a quarterback nurturer, a quarterback guru. Brian Daboll, prime example. He's a made man now. Why? Well, you turned Daniel Jones, everybody thought was a bust, into a playoff quarterback. You turned Josh Allen into a high-risk, low-reward a high reward, low-risk quarterback when he was there, but now he's a high-risk, high-reward quarterback now that Brian Daboll leaves. He's regressed, so now everybody's thinking, that was Brian Daboll. He was an MVP when Brian Daboll was there, and now he's not. Now he's actually a volatile quarterback. Look at Daniel Jones. Oh, man, now he's a playoff quarterback. But before Brian Daboll got there, nobody really cared about Danny Dimes. Everybody thought he was a bust and he needed to move on. So once, and just like Sean McVay, right? Jared Goff, considered a bust. He turns around Jared Goff's career, turns him into a Super Bowl quarterback, and everybody wants to hire somebody off of Sean McVay's staff because they want a guy who knows about the quarterback position, how to build an organization around the quarterback position. And goes back full circle to Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore was a hot name until we started seeing Dak regress a little bit. And I think Dak's regression, especially this year, or whether it's regression or hitting a ceiling, whatever it is, I think that's caused his name to become a lukewarm. He's cooled off a little bit because everybody wants to attach that Kellen Moore, whether it's fair or unfair, his prowess as a coordinator and a play caller right now is linked to Dak Prescott's regression or his development. Or lack thereof.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on how you look at it, right?
Yeah, when Dak was balling, everybody was like, Kellen Moore, hot name, he's interviewing, Kellen Moore. And then as Dak started to cool off, people cooled on Kellen Moore. That's what it is. I think it's perception. He's got to get away from Dak. I know it sounds crazy. He needs to get away from Dak. Unless he's going to turn around Dak's career and next year Dak will be an MVP candidate, then he'll become a hot name again. But if he gets away from Dak right now and then goes somewhere else to prove that he is a great offensive mind and also turn around their offense or turn around their quarterback situation, then he'll get that made man status that Brian Daboll has or that Sean McVay has. Everybody wants it. Right now, who's getting it right now? Ben Johnson. Who's that? The Lions OC. Because Jared Goff looks great, and that offense is top 5. So he's getting the made man treatment, and he's going to stay there. Dude, that's what it's all about.
So that means Dan Campbell's coaching tree is going to be lit.
It right now it's going to be lit because Ben Johnson's going to get a head coaching job with somebody.
And Aaron Glenn was getting interviewed as well.
Yeah.
He had some interviews as well.
Remember, Arthur Smith got his job with the Falcons?
Yep.
Ryan Tannehill. Everybody looked at Ryan Tannehill and was like, guy's a bust. He's a bum. He went there to the Tennessee Titans with Arthur Smith. And everybody went, damn, Ryan Tannehill's balling out of control. Man, who did that? Oh, they got Arthur Smith. All right, hire that man.
That's that dude.
Yeah, I think LaFleur was like that, too, with the Tennessee Titans because he was, I think Ryan Tannehill was there with him, too, and Ryan Tannehill turned around his career, and then, boom, oh, man, Matt LaFleur must be great. And maybe he is great. My point is, it's the obsession with the quarterback position, and Kellen Moore's worth as a play caller on the open market is dropping because Dak Prescott had not a bad year, but he became a different quarterback. He was a high-risk, high-reward quarterback instead of a low-risk, high-reward quarterback, which he's always been.
Very fair. Very fair.
So if I was Kellen Moore, honestly, I'd leave the Cowboys.
He might have to move around, man.
Move somewhere. But you know what? Maybe he likes the Cowboys. I know he's under contract there to be a coordinator, and Jerry's got to sign off on him leaving. But my point is, he's not going to get that job, I don't believe. And I don't think people are going to give him the job over other offensive minds because he, like I said, he's cooling off in terms of his quarterback nurturer or quarterback guru label.
I'm with you.
And honestly, he may only have that relationship with Dak. Like I said, he's got a special relationship with Dak. He was his teammate and competed against him. He was his quarterback coach, and now his offensive coordinator. There's no relationship like that in the NFL. And maybe people who are interviewing him are going, man, I need to see something else outside of that Dallas Cowboys organization. Yeah. You've been there with Dak, and you've been there with Jerry, and honestly, I don't like the dysfunction of their organization anyway. And you were birth of dysfunction as a coach.
I like that.
You were born into it.
Ugh.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get into Roger Round the Day. Good things can come from bad. We'll talk about that. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. A brand new year, that means a brand new you. And my friends over at Apple Leasing thinks a brand new you, you probably need a brand new car. And they can help you out with that. Apple Leasing has the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. All it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Apple Leasing's simple interest, easy lease allows you to have a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Inflation is through the roof. It's never been more expensive to buy a new car, buy a used car, buy anything for that matter. So leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So call Apple Leasing today, 512-346-9977, and let them see how much money they can save you. They get all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Time for Rod's rant of the day. And I wanted to talk about something that a lot of people see as a kind of a terrible fate of amateurism in America, because NIL is taken over and it has replaced the old model of amateurism in major college sports. And it's an unchecked right, pretty much no holds barred version of NIL, because the NCAA has not put a lot of guardrails in place. That won't always be the case forever. There will be better guardrails, checks and balances, and restrictions put on NIL. And one day the federal government will do it with Uncle Sam. But I agree, Uncle Sam's got bigger fish to fry. So Uncle Sam, do your thing right now. But it'll happen. But it has replaced amateurism, and I think we all agree NIL, as right now, as chaotic as it is and unchecked as it is, still better than the old system that the NCAA was using for, decades, where they were basically taking advantage of free labor and exploiting young men and women and calling it amateurism. Student athletes.
Brilliant.
Right? So that's, and NIL has got a lot of, and so I understand why people are complaining about NIL. It is far from a perfect system. And so there's we won't get deep into it because we don't have enough time, but there's a lot of different entities that need to weigh in on NIL before it can be a truly fair and balanced system. But one of the things that we've seen as a kind of a byproduct, a positive, fortunate byproduct of NIL, just in the short time that NIL has been the law of the land, the number of players declaring for the NFL draft has dropped precipitously. And I don't want to say it's a really good thing, but it's a good thing for college football. Number one, because you're keeping a lot of your star talent. But it also, I think, is a good thing for a lot of these young men who are making that jump ill-advised, deciding to go to NFL. And some of them, a lot of them, would go undrafted and then would be SOL and would not have the opportunity to get their degree, and then they got to try to make it with the toughest route in the league, which is as an undrafted free agent. So in 2019, you had 135 underclassmen plus graduates with eligibility remaining declared for the draft. 135. In 2020, that number was 115. In 2021, it was 128. In July of 2021, NIL goes into effect, and that number drops to 100. Last year. And it was 82 this past deadline for declaring for the NFL draft. Dropped to 82. It's been a long time before we've seen the number that low in players declaring for the NFL draft. Essentially, unfortunately, guys were declaring for the NFL draft, and the number was rising year after year, even though the NFL advisors were advising against guys going to the NFL. Remember, the NFL changed their policy on advising prospects coming to the draft. They only had 3 different options that they would advise you to choose. They said they would basically declare you as a first-round pick or projected first-round pick, declare you as a projected second-round pick, or you need to go back to school. Make it easier, which I thought was great. I actually like that system. First, second, because you're first, second round, you're making good money. You're going to make big money, and you can afford to make some decisions about your future in that regard. But if you're not going to be a guaranteed first or second rounder, man, you probably should go back to school.
Absolutely.
That means you're a middle to and anything can happen in the middle to the late rounds. Anything. And you can end up dropping. So it's in your best interest, especially now with NIL, it's in your best interest. Go back to school. Because if you're that kind of prospect anyway, you're probably making a nice bit of change wherever you are. So the 82 submitted names is the lowest number in more than a decade.
That's
for
crazy.
Players submitting for the NFL draft. The 2023 numbers represent an 18% drop from 2022, and the 2022 number was a 22% drop from 2021. Overall, the NFL draft has seen a 36% drop of early entrants from the final pre-NIL year to today.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to go back to 2000.
Dollar bill keeping you in.
Amen, brother. Cream.
Dollar bill keeping you in.
Cash rules everything around me. The last time you had a early entries, I should say, number in the 80s was 2015. You got to go back all the way to 2015. last time you had a number even in the 80s. So you see a lot. I mean, so NIL, even though a lot of you hate it in its current state, like I said, it won't always be in this current state. It'll be, I think, better regulated in the future. But for now, one of the fortunate byproducts is that a lot of star power staying in college to play in college an extra year or 2 extra years, who knows, with all the COVID stuff. And also, I think these guys are making smart decisions about their future. Always helps to get a degree. Now, you do have the risk of injury. That sucks. That's always the risk of injury when you play football. But going back to school to get your degree or to put, another year of film on tape, I think is a good move by a lot of these guys. I'll go back and look at the number of players who who were leaving early and weren't being drafted, but that number also was rising every year. And maybe that's just, the cost of doing business. But I think now that you have NIL at the college level, a lot of these guys were just desperate to try to make some money. And try to start making money for, the reps that they were taking, period. And now, you got a little change. You can make, somebody gave me $15,000, $20,000 in college for that semester or that year. I guarantee you can make it. I mean, you got enough dollar menus around here. You'll be all right.
I was going to say, bro, Rob B would have been making a little bit more than that 15 to 10.
But now these guys have NIL deals with restaurants and stuff.
For
so
sure.
they
eating for free.
They're eating good. And this cost of living stipends have gone up. So I think just the quality of life for student athletes, period, has really, really improved dramatically. And that has led overall, and that includes NIL and transfer portal, more freedom, all that kind of stuff. Now you're not just stuck somewhere in a bad situation. You're like, no, I'm going to another school with a better opportunity for myself.
Yeah, they got some bread for me over there.
Exactly, right?
Yep.
I think all of those different factors have contributed to. I'm sure it probably would be the case if we studied other sports, but obviously basketball is very, very different, and so is baseball. So football specifically, looking at it, I think it's really good for the sport. I think it's one of those things where it could be considered a win-win for a lot of these guys because they can still make the money.
Yeah.
They can make, you can't get your top dollar value like you can in the NFL, but you can make some good money. I mean, some of these guys, man, honestly, if you play it the right way, I mean, some of these guys end up stacking $250,000 before they even go to the NFL. Hey, some of these guys may decide.
Well, a lot of them like, no, I'm good here, man.
That's good, right? I'm trying to get this 6th year here.
Exactly.
Can I get a 6th year, 7th year? Because this is real
do we still have COVID years? I know I have one more in me.
Yeah, so it's like I know people don't like NIL, but this is one of those things where I think this is something good that's come out of potentially something chaotic. It's like the pandemic, right? The pandemic was chaotic and crazy and very unfortunate and sad for people who suffered. But we ended up, I think, you learn some lessons from that. And I think as a society, some parts of our society, we got better because we learned from that and we got better from it. I think one thing I like, people wash their hands more now. I've been observing it. People wash their hands now more post-pandemic. It's still
everybody walking around with some hand sanitizer.
Yeah, it's still like a good number of people that walk out of restrooms they don't even think about it. They don't even look at the damn faucet. All right, don't even pretend. I'm in there with you. At least pretend. At least run your hand under the water for a second or two. They just walk right past me. I'm judging you. I'm judging you. So,
hey, Rod No, I seen you.
Just got done with a pandemic. A pandemic. All right, you can't wash your damn hands. Come on, people, do better than that. But yeah, I think a lot of hey, we got booze to go. That was all, and that stayed.
I'm glad it's still around.
That stayed. I like that. That was a good one.
They're just gonna put that little seal on the top.
Yeah.
Make sure you cover it up.
Hey.
Make sure you don't open this until you get up out of here.
Yeah, booze to go was that was a good thing that came from chaos of the pandemic. Also, working from home more. People work from home more now than they ever did before.
True that.
And they can spend more time with their families. Well, hopefully, unless you're Tom Brady. But spend more time with your families. You know
He's
what I mean?
still working from afar.
Remember, he got a house across the bay, I think.
Yeah,
so you can watch
way
him.
across the bay.
All right. There you go. But there you go. That's NIL. Also, we believe other factors causing guys to come or just decide to come back to school and not enter the NFL as an early entry. There you go, too. Also, something I've noticed post-pandemic that I actually kind of like. I like that because people used to wear masks in the airport before the pandemic. This was a thing. Now, if you do it you're not judged for it. People used to judge you for it back in the day. Now you wear a mask, you're like, he's just a mask person from the pandemic. It's just a remnant from the pandemic.
It's over, bro.
Yeah,
let it go.
But I've noticed less judgment. I think people they're just used to mask people now. Like people, I've noticed less judgment.
Yeah.
There was a time we were, I don't know why the hell we were polarized over masks, which was ridiculous. If you want to wear a mask,
Michael
wear a
Jackson
mask.
been wearing masks for a long time, and gloves.
Exactly. You don't want to wear one. Well, don't wear it. If you like wearing one, wear it. Who gives a damn?
I'm with you.
I'm not a mask person all the time, but in airports, I'm a mask person. In an airport, I'm a mask guy in an airport.
Okay.
Airports and airplanes, I mask up. In regular society, I'm not a mask person. I don't mask up going to the grocery store. But in airports, I mask up.
Okay.
I do.
I like that.
I've seen too much disgusting grossness in airports to trust all of my fellow citizens. I love them. I don't trust them.
That was the person that just walked out without washing their hands next to you.
It happens in the airport.
Yeah.
That happens in the airport more than any other place on the
for
planet.
sure.
There are
I'm
more
like-
people going into the bathroom and not washing their hands in the airport. I'm like, what are you doing?
I'm like,
you
better
doing?
have some hand sanitizer in your pocket right now. Because do not kind of try to come over here and talk to me.
Hey, come on, man. We're in the airport now. We're flying all over the world and the country, and you're just spreading germs and viruses everywhere. Wash your damn hands. You know one thing we found out during the pandemic that Americans didn't know, that washing your hands for at least 20 seconds was standard? That you had to wash it for more than 5 seconds. We were washing our hands for like 5 to 10 seconds as a country.
Talking about, hey, man.
No scrubbing. Gee, no scrub.
Sing the song.
Sing the
Sing the
song.
song while you're washing your hands.
I always sing the Golden Girls theme song. That always worked good for me.
That's all.
By the time I get done with that, done. Scrubbed
that.
up. You know what I mean?
I like
Thank you
it.
for being a friend.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come right back. Off the record on the other side right here on Baltimore Live. What a point now. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We know that Twin Peaks has one of the best happy hours in the city, and if you haven't heard about it or you haven't experienced, you need to get there immediately. You still got like an hour, a little over an hour left for their happy hour, 2 to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday. You can score sweet deals like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. And if you're feeling snacky, they got $2, $4, and $6 appetizers. I'm a ball on the budget, so you know I love that. Also, I love that 29-degree draft brew. For me, it's all about Bud Light, but for you, it could be whatever beer you choose. And if you love those late night specials, they got those at Twin Peaks as well. They have a great menu, so if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or dinner or those late night eats, I gotta tell you gotta go to Twin Peaks. Their scratch menu, every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So folks, trust me, you will not regret it once you go there and have lunch, dinner, or just a late night snack. Love Twin Peaks, love the happy hour. You'll love it too. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com and find out what's happening at your local Twin Peaks, the Stastny location, the San Marcos location, or the Round Rock location. That's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. I like this texter. I don't feel like Raj rants are really rants anymore. They feel more like well-thought-out discourse. Let's change the name to Raj well-thought-out discourse. Actually, I thought about changing the name, too, because I had a texter say it should be Raj Rabbit Hole. Because usually it's just me going down a rabbit hole or something. We could change Raj around there because I don't rant
all
much.
of them run together.
Yeah, during football season, though, for Texas, there's usually a rant in there, though. That's why. Hopefully, I'm not ranting anymore. Hopefully, I'm just praising Steve Sarkisian and his fantastic offensive acumen during football season.
Like it.
All right. Specs Text line wide open 512-337-3776. You can hit us up via Twitter. Harge is at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse. Man, Corey twisting and tweaking the dials now is at Corey Gidry 11 with a K.
Yeah, with a K.
What a K. Make sure you get the K in there.
Get a K in there.
That's right.
And I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. Okay, have you heard of we talked about the Oscar nominations last segment. Have you heard of the Razzies? Not last segment, last off the record.
It's funny that you bring that up, my friend. Our good friend Chip Brown is a Razzie voter.
Of course Chip Brown's a Razzie voter.
And so is Shannon B. Sweeney, Salty.
Oh my God, are you serious?
He got her on the committee. So they're both Razzie voters.
Oh, but I cannot believe that.
Yes.
That's a real thing.
That's
so,
a
all right, so this is
real
real.
thing. Yes.
Now you know it's real.
Yes.
Because Chip Brown
is
on it, and so is Salty Sweetie. Well, it is basically the reverse, or the Bizarro Oscars is for the worst pictures and the worst performances of the year, the calendar year for these movies. So here's the worst pictures. Have you seen any of these? Blonde up for worst picture of the year.
No.
Disney's Pinocchio. I believe Tom Hanks is it. Isn't Tom Hanks in Pinocchio?
Possibly.
Okay, I gotta check that out. Anyway, Pinocchio. Have you seen that? Nope.
Nope.
Good Morning, as in mourning someone who's passed away. That kind of mourning.
No.
The King's Daughter. Glad I haven't seen any of these bad movies. Oh, I tried to watch Morbius. It's on here. It was terrible.
It was a Razzie.
Listen. My wife knows this because she makes fun of me all the time. I will watch any bad movie. I'm a bad movie watcher. I won't turn off a bad movie. I won't. I'll watch it all the way through. Every now and then I'll fast forward through a bad movie, but I'll watch a bad movie. I'm that guy. I'll watch it all the way through to the end to see if you'll wow me in the end. And sometimes you gain something, some factoid, knowledge, whatever from a bad movie. But I watch a lot of bad movies. And Morbius was so bad, I couldn't watch it all the way through. I had to turn it off.
I did not see that.
And I watch a lot of bad movies. I'm telling you. All those bad movies on Netflix, you're like, who the hell's watching that? Rod B's watching that bad movie.
That's the only reason why it keeps popping up.
Exactly. I watch a lot of bad movies, and I watched Blonde, and Blonde, it's not that bad.
Is that the one with
the Marilyn Monroe? Yes. Which also is available on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. That's where I watched it. So that's up there. But yeah, Morbius is that bad. Don't do it to yourself.
Okay.
Don't do it. It was see the texture. It was awful. It was so bad. It really was. Like I was shocked at how bad it was. It was like a parody of a bad movie. Okay. It was really bad. It was like that. It was like they were doing it on purpose to troll me, to make it bad.
They did it on purpose to throw you off. They did this on
purpose, man. This is terrible. Anyway, someone said Pinocchio was good. Okay, there you go. Someone said Pinocchio was good.
Okay.
Worst actor, Colson Baker. He was Machine Gun Kelly in Good Morning. Okay. He was Machine Gun Kelly, but I'm saying Good Morning. That's the worst actor there. He's Machine Gun Kelly. Pete Davidson in voice. He was voiceover for Marmaduke. I didn't see that.
I did see Marmaduke.
You did?
I got kids, man.
That's right.
Yeah, I got kids.
That's how you told me that. What was a good movie? Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots.
Number 2.
Puss in Boots number 2.
Yeah, Puss in Boots number 2.
And which, by the way, you're right. It's nominated for Best Animated Film.
Yeah.
So you were right. It is a
really
good
one.
Now, I think it was like the number 1 revenue generating film in America too. At least for a while anyway. Tom Hanks as Geppetto in Disney's Pinocchio. He's up for worst actor. Jared Leto in Morbius. He should winner. Terrible. Sylvester Stallone in Samaritan. And I saw that. That wasn't terrible.
I want to see that. I want to see Samaritan.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I saw it. I mean, it was bad, but I mean, it is what it is.
It's a Razzie.
It's a Razzie. It is what it is.
Okay.
Worst actress: Ryan Kiera Armstrong in Firestarter. That's on a remake. Bryce Dallas Howard, Jurassic Park Dominion. Diane Keaton. Come on, Diane Keaton's a great icon.
Actress.
Mac and Rita. Kaya Scodelario. I'm sure I screwed that up. From The King's Daughter. And Alicia Silverstone. The Requiem.
No.
I like Alicia Silverstone. I liked her
seen
in
any of these, bro.
What was she in that I read? Clueless? Is that Alicia Silverstone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is Clueless.
She was great in Clueless.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
She was great in Clueless.
She really was. And so was Stacey Dash.
Stacey Dash. Before she lost her mind. Oh, Stacey Dash.
I'm not even going there. I'm not even going there.
She was at the top of the list.
She
for a
still
while.
looks fantastic, though.
Very much so.
She still looks really good. But there are your Razzies. Apparently, Tom Hanks has been nominated twice. He was also nominated for his character on the Elvis movie.
Oh, yeah, that's
Major, whatever he
That's
was.
right. That's right.
I forgot. Yeah, he was nominated for that too. And
you said you did see the Elvis movie.
I did, and I liked it. I liked the
Okay.
Elvis movie, but I like Tom Hanks. I'll watch anything Tom Hanks is in.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically see. Yeah, I have a T Hanksgiving, but basically on Thanksgiving we just watch Tom Hanks movies.
T Hanksgiving.
T Hanksgiving, baby.
Just seems to be perfect.
It's a holiday.
I like it.
Keep hope alive.
I like it.
All right, we come back. 6 o'clock hour. We got Texas basketball preview versus Oklahoma State. Also, Texas hiring a new wide receiver. Reportedly, it looks as if Texas is zeroing in on a top candidate for the wide receiving coaching vacancy. That's how we'll see it.
There we go.
Right here on Ball Don't Lie. Wonderful, not the horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. And a little Michael Jackson for you.
You know who it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, this is and how many Billboard top chart how many chart toppers, I should say, did Michael Jackson have that topped the charts?
I would have to say at least.
I'm sure we can just Google it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like.
I'm sure it's close to being a record or something.
It definitely
like that.
has to be the record, I would think.
It's probably him and I don't know, the Beatles or something like that, and.
I think
hell, it might be
at least
Drake or something. No, I'm serious. I
think
crazy,
he's right there.
He's right
Drake
there too.
Right there,
I know
yeah.
I'll look it up, but I guarantee it's like those are some of the names in the rarefied air there. But yeah, you go top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams to reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. You can be a part of the show. Specs text line is the best way to do it. 512-337-3776. You also can hit us up via Twitter. Bless you. Harge is at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse, and my man Corey Twistin' Tweaking Downs is at Corey Gitry 11, and that Corey's with a K, by the way. Patrick Davis is on his way to the mood. He's probably there by now, actually. Probably setting up as we speak and getting ready for Texas basketball's game versus Oklahoma State. We'll get into previewing that matchup here in a couple of minutes. Also, we got conference championship preview starting up next segment. We'll just start to talk about this kind of surface preview of the conference championships, the Final Four of the NFL. Let's start, though, with the breaking news. The big news today. Actually, it ain't breaking yet, so I could have quit saying that. It's not breaking. It's just it's right now simmering. All right, but it ain't breaking yet. But there are multiple reports from multiple media outlets.
They did preheat the oven, though.
It'll beep when it's ready to go.
Exactly.
But there are multiple media outlets that have reported that now the Jacksonville Jaguars season is over, that their wide receiving coach Chris Jackson will be the next head coach at Texas. Now, Texas has not confirmed this, and by the way, Chris Jackson himself has not gone on social media to confirm this is coming from separate media outlets around the country. Mia O'Brien, who covers the Jacksonville Jaguars, she tweeted out about 1:30 today that wide receiving coach Chris Jackson has informed Doug Peterson's staff that he is taking the same position at Texas, per multiple sources. Horns 24/7 has also put out a story saying that Chris Jackson will be the next wide receivers coach at the University of Texas. And remember, week or more ago, Bobby Burton over at Inside Texas, probably the last report he had actually about the wide receiving coaching vacancy at Texas was that Chris Jackson was the front runner and the top choice. After that, crickets. Also, shout out to Orange Bloods, who had a report as well around the same time, probably a little bit after that. They also said Chris Jackson, based on their sources, was the top target. So looks like based on previous reports, Harge, and now based on multiple outlets also reporting that the Longhorns are zeroing in on Chris Jackson to be that guy, but nothing confirmed just yet.
Ding! No, I'm just saying the oven is getting ready.
I was ready.
It's time to put food in there now, baby. It's right around the corner. And yes, to your point, there has been multiple reports, and you start looking around and listening to certain things, and I'm still waiting to see. I tried to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars website to see if his picture is still on there. It's still up there right now. Okay. They are in their off season right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that could be, a lot of moving parts that are going on with this, but I think this is something that is a good thing for the University of Texas. We talked about Brendan Marion, and you and I have had this conversation off air and on air talking about wanting somebody to come in with some Texas ties. Well, you sit back and you look at what Brendan Marion was. He wasn't a guy that had Texas ties, and he did a great job as well.
Good point.
So I started kind of moving myself away from just that. You talked about Jamal Finner being hired as the director of high school relations for the University of Texas. I think that created a huge opportunity for all the coaches to be able to talk about this. So you will still have that connection deep in the heart of Texas, so you'll be able to do that. So now you start looking at the experience of what Coach Jackson possibly can be bringing to the University of Texas. Like I said, the oven is warm. But I'm impressed with the fact of how he's going to go about it, what he can bring to these young players. And it also gives them the level of respect because he did just come from the NFL.
Very
you can
true.
tell those guys,
Yeah.
this is what you need to be at that level. This is what they're looking for. So if you come in and work and listen to the things that I'm talking to you about, this might help your chances of getting to that level.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's a good point. And like I said, this guy loves football. He originally played football at Mater Dei in California, same place that Sark played his high school ball. He actually played college ball with Jeff Banks at Washington State, and he's played for 11 different pro teams. 11. I thought I played for a lot. I played for 7. He played for 11. Played for Tampa Bay, Tampa Bay Bucks, Seattle Seahawks, Tennessee Titans, the LA Avengers, Green Bay Packers, Miami Dolphins, LA Avengers again, Grand Rapids Rampage, Georgia Force, the Philadelphia Soul, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the Arizona Rattlers. And I know it sounds like obviously just an anecdote, but when he's talking to these young guys about pursuing their passion and their commitment to the game, you got to be committed to the game. Harsh knows about being committed. He was committed to 2 of them. Then ended up ultimately committing to the game of baseball and playing at the pro level. But and in fact, there are plenty of Augieisms about this. You probably remember the exact quote from Augieism about you get what you commit to the game. You get what you give to the game.
Yep.
And if you disrespect the game by not giving it the proper amount of commitment and the proper amount of energy and passion, then you won't get that return on your investment at all. Yep. And he can talk about that firsthand. Like I said, I thought I loved the game of football. I did. I went to 5 different NFL teams, and I went to Canada to play for the Tiger Cats, and I went to the Arena Football League to play for the Austin Wranglers for a little while. And at that point, I realized I am still in love with the game, and I do still love the game of football, but she don't necessarily love me back. And that's what I realized, that my dreams were dead. My dreams were a carcass, and I needed to find another dream.
Said a carcass.
Oh, it was dead. There ain't no Pet Cemetery. This thing ain't coming back to life. That thing was. I tried to resuscitate.
Flying around.
I was giving it the CPR treatment, banging on the chest. Oh, that dream was dead, man. It was dead. But it's okay. I mean, that's how most people's careers end up. They have that moment where they realize, oh, it's over for me. But I could have gone on longer. I had Canadian Football League teams and Arena Football League teams call me, but I decided to pursue other passions because I knew that my dream of playing in the NFL was done. But he didn't care about his dream of playing in the NFL. I think he just wanted to play the game. I mean, it
seems like it. I mean, he went into the AFL, the Arena Football League, and put up big numbers.
He got done playing in the NFL in 2003.
Yeah.
He didn't get done playing professionally to 2014.
Hey. Hey, make them take that uniform off of you, right? Make them take that uniform off.
That dude has a pass. Like I said, I thought I loved the game. Man, I was in the Palace on Palmer. We practicing for the Austin Wranglers. And I was sitting in the locker room, and I looked in the mirror, and I thought to myself, I'm in a high school football locker room. This is full circle. This is where my dream started. This is also where the dream.
This is where I've been.
This is where the dream dies. I went to got drafted, went to the NFL, played on the highest stages, and now I'm back here in a high school football stadium trying to keep the dream alive. Let it die, Rod B. Let it die. It's dead. What are you doing?
Hey, I had that same moment. I was in a locker room where we didn't even have proper showers. And I'm sitting there looking like, bro, what are you doing, man? Like, why are you doing this?
Why are you here?
Why? I promise you. I love everybody around me that is on this team. But, bro, I'm waiting for you to get out of the shower so I can go into the shower. It's time to make a move, dog.
You're in line for the shower.
Exactly. Just standing there, mad because I wasn't the first one in there.
Mad because you ain't playing at the major level?
No.
Yeah.
where we could just walk in there and take a shower. Hey, man, let me get that. Let me
extra
all right,
shower
cool.
heads for
now
everybody.
Now we sitting there. Hurry up. You're going to know it's going to run out of hot water. That's what I knew, too.
Yeah.
It was like, it's time to make a move.
It's time to make a move.
It's time to make a move.
Yeah, and it was that week I wouldn't talk to the coach, and he was like, "Oh, I get it." He said, "All the coaches here, we were wondering when it would hit you that you was like, I should go somewhere else. I don't belong here."
Yep.
Yeah, I just didn't have the same passion for it. And,
I got it.
but like I said, this guy,
he definitely did.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Like I got done playing with Miami in 2003. Then played for the LA Avengers, the Grand Rapids Rampage, Georgia Forest, Philadelphia Soul. Just kept going on, kept his commitment and kept the dream alive as long as he could. So
he's number 9 all time in arena football history with touchdowns to receptions percentage. 32.4% of his catches went for touchdowns.
No, I want to say when he's in the Arena League, Rob B was in the Arena League.
You might have been matched up against him.
I want to say I was drafted like 6 years after he got done playing.
He was still there, bro.
And when I got seriously, when I got to the Arena League, I think he was there. As a partner and as a beast.
Right.
Like I was a scrub in the Arena League. And
he was probably locking up with him.
No, I think I would have did dirty out there. He was the AFL Offensive Player of the Year in 2003 and 2008. 5 years support. First team, 3-time first team all arena team. 2003, 07, 08.
And your last year was when? In the
league?
Yeah.
08.
So then you so you probably did match up with him.
Yeah, like 08, 09, I was still hovering around getting tryouts.
Yeah.
But I was done 08 and I came. Yeah, you're right. That was it. 08 was my last year actually.
And you probably
then I went to Canada.
Against him.
And then after Canada I came back here to Texas and went for the Arena League. Austin Wranglers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So Chris Jackson is the guy. I think Sark wants a focus on technical proficiency.
Well, I think this guy has the history to be able to share it.
The guy was a wide receiver forever.
Forever.
Got a pro.
Still running routes.
Bro, he had, you're talking about a 16-year pro career, basically.
Bro, he probably still, like you, Rod, he still got them cleats in the car.
I think he does.
He got them cleats in the car.
He one of them.
Yeah.
He is one of them.
About that life.
That dude is about that life. So
Yeah.
I want to talk to him. I want to get a chance to meet him. Ask him about his time, just kind of, around Arena Football League. Just kind of, like I said, keeping the dream alive.
No doubt.
I think I could have played in Canada longer. Canada, I got offered a contract in Canada, and I should have taken the contract, and I didn't. I had a very, elevated view of my value at the time.
Hey,
I thought I was too.
We all did.
Exactly.
We all did because you've been to that level.
Exactly. So I didn't take that contract yet, but I had a great time. I played with Kwame was up there when I was up there. Kwame Gaville, who was awesome. He was a beast. Like Kwame Gaville was a beast in Canada.
Oh,
like
Kwame said y'all had a little bit of fun up there.
Oh, we had too much fun. That's probably why. That's probably why I ended up becoming a vet in the Canadian Football League. It's because me and Kwame was having a lot of fun. But it was. I thought about dual citizenship. I really like Canada.
Right. Oh.
I really did. Oh.
Yeah.
Some exotic fruit.
Yeah. Of your labor.
North of the
of your labor.
It is. It's random, but yeah, man, you get a lot of exotic hotties that would go to the Canadian Football League games.
Come on, man.
Oh yeah, it's nice stuff, man. Really good stuff.
Athlete.
But anyway, so he's obviously very passionate, but getting back to his time as a pro, he probably is a technician about his footwork. The guys really had a regression in the wide receiver room, a regression when it came to their hands, playing through contact, getting off of bump and run, and always being able to create separation consistently. That's hit. I think that's what they're bringing him in for. Recruiting, I'm sure he can recruit. NIL will help with that. He's a young, dynamic personality. I say young, he's 47. That's young to me as a coach. Young, dynamic personality. He's got the NFL on his resume, so he can always drop that card. He's coached some like Christian Kirk and Zay Jones, some really good wide receivers at the NFL level. So I don't think recruiting will be a problem even without the Texas ties. I want the wide receiving room to really become a more stable collective group. And the regression we saw last year from the top down, from Xavier Worthy to guys like the inconsistency of Casey Kane, the inability to find a true third wide receiver in that group, all those things should be remedied with the depth you have at wide receiver.
No doubt. No doubt, because what we talked about before is when you walk into that room and you see what this smorgasbord of great players that you have, the potentially great players that you have, and you can bring that out of them, and your message is easy. I'm dedicated to this position. I'm dedicated to this craft. I just left the NFL where I helped shape these guys and made them one of the best receiving corps in the NFL that nobody was talking about.
Yeah.
Nobody was talking about that. But then you go back and you look at what he did with Evan Ingram. You look at what he did with Zay Jones. You look at what he did with Christian Kirk, who I questioned when he got there. And then all of a sudden he turns into the star of that team. Yeah, you got some skins on the wall, and you could definitely come in there and have that conversation with these guys.
Yeah.
He's a lifer. You said it. I'm a lifer at this position. And if you want to know it, I've seen it all and I've done it all.
Yeah.
So I can teach you and give this to you.
Yeah.
So I think that's huge.
Yep. No, you're right about that. That's a good point. All right. Let's get to some Texas basketball conversation. They have a game coming up versus Oklahoma State tonight. You got the pregame will be at 7:30 right here on 104.9 The Horn. And you'll also have the game, of course, with Craig Way, the voice of Longhorns, and Eddie Oren. That will be tip-off at 8 p.m. You can listen to it right here on 104.9 The Horn. But let's get to the matchup between Texas and Oklahoma State. The first time that Texas played Oklahoma State, it was, let me know if I'm wrong here, wasn't it after the K-State loss?
It was
that
the 7th? Yes, it was
right
after the K-State
right
loss.
After the K-State loss. It was a bounce-back game for them after a disappointing loss to K-State, and it was a hell of a bounce-back game. I believe they held Oklahoma State to 46 points.
Yeah, it was. It was 56 to 46. Yeah, it was 56 to 46.
Yeah, and Oklahoma State's a defensive-oriented team. They want to play defense. They want it to be a low-scoring game.
They want it to be ugly.
Yes, they want to muck it up.
That's right.
And for Texas, even though Oklahoma State's in the Big 12, they're not a bad basketball team. I feel confident Texas should be able to win this game just because they have so many more scoring options than Oklahoma State.
I agree.
And if you're Texas, you kind of want to turn this thing into a bit of a shootout because I don't think Oklahoma State can keep up with you.
Well, here's the other thing. In that game, it was obviously one of the lowest outputs for the University of Texas. 56 points is not who they are. They like to be up in the 70s.
Yeah.
They like to push it up the court. But you had Marcus Carr with 12 points and Timmy Allen with 11. But after that, Dylan Dessou had 6. Tyrese Hunter, who's still going through that little lull in his game right now, only had 5. Dylan Mitchell was 4. And Brock Cunningham had 8 points. Sir-Jabari Rice wasn't that much of a factor until late in the game. He went and made some free throws, and then they ended up taking over the game. But the person that you have to kind of stop on Oklahoma State is Caleb Boone. Caleb Boone was the one who had 16 points against him. He's very athletic, number 22, can get up and down the floor. He's an athletic, kind of like a swing guard. He's that guy. He can play the wing. He can play in the post. He can do a little bit of everything. He's their only true scoring option. And if you can control him, then you have a good chance of winning this game. But they've been doing some things differently too. I mean, I think if you can see them getting in transition for Oklahoma State, they're going to try to run. They're going to try to create those turnovers and get up and down the floor because that's all that they look to do. I don't know if Boynton and our man Terrence Rencher, give him a shout-out if you're going to the game tonight. T-Wrench will be there.
That's my man right there.
Former coach David Cason is the assistant coach on that team as well, who was here before with Shaka. They're going to have some ideas of how to attack the Texas Longhorns, but Texas has the better athlete. They have the better basketball players.
Yeah. T-Wrench, actually, when I came back to school after I was done playing, T-Wrench was here.
Yeah.
He was going back to school, too, at the time. Got a chance to hang out with T-Wrench. He was cool. And, my man CB says, 08, you were on the sports buffet, right? Yes, I was 08 on the sports buffet. That, I believe 08 or 07 into that was when I had my Austin Wrangler stuff and then came back to school. Just came back to school at that time, too. And ended up, that seems like a long time ago on the buffet then. Those were good years, actually, in Texas football. I thought they would always have years like 08 and 09. It was my first 2 years in sports talk radio, and I thought, oh, man,
this is going to be easy.
Yeah. Man, we're going to be like
Look at all the success that we're having around here.
And then 2010 happens, and the majority of my sports radio career has been with Texas in mediocrity. When it started out as an unbelievable run. Anyway, getting back to Texas basketball, though, Oklahoma State, winless on the road in the Big 12. So that is, and also Texas has been really good at the Mood. They only have lost one game at the Mood. So Texas has been really good. And one thing I like about Texas, not only have they, they haven't had a losing streak, so they don't lose back-to-back games. They find a way to bounce back really well, so they're a resilient group. Was that any issues that plague them in those losses or in a subpar performance, I'll give Rodney Terry a ton of credit. He fixes those issues. They have not become systemic issues that plague this team. And so whether it be the drought that came back to haunt them, those scoring droughts that came back to haunt them versus Iowa State, or the lack of defensive prowess versus K-State that came back to haunt them, those things seem to be fixed. And as long as they're not systemic issues that plague this team, I have faith that Rodney Terry can help this team, have a shot at winning this league. If you got a shot at winning the Big 12, even in the conversation, considering how tough the league is, man, your team's a damn good college basketball team.
No doubt about it.
Toughest conference in the country.
Well, one of the biggest things for me, and I'm going to be looking for, is are they going to be able to get out to a fast start? Is the University of Texas at home going to be able to get out to a fast start? Because lately at home, they have not.
Yeah.
It's been taking a little bit of time because remember, Rodney Terry had to show them video of how they weren't moving the ball during one of their halftime breaks. And the Texas Tech game, I happened to be there. They were struggling. They weren't closing out on defense. They were doing a lot of dribbling around the perimeter, and they weren't asserting themselves right away. That is something that I'm going to be looking for tonight. Are you going to come out and deliver the punch right away? You're at home. You just came off a big road win against West Virginia. Now come back, seize the moment, because you got to go to Tennessee this weekend with game day going to be there. Basketball game day is going to be there with Coach Barnes. This is the time for you. Don't get caught looking ahead. Make sure you come out and deliver the blow now.
Yeah, it's going to be important. I'm with you on the fast start. And also, I love what they did with Tyrese Hunter last game to find a way to get him involved offensively and get him easier buckets, to get him in a groove. If they can ever just get those three guards, Marcus Carr, who's having a fantastic year, Serge Rice, who has been great, especially in clutch moments, to be your closer down the stretch, and Tyrese Hunter going. I mean, that to me is their kind of holy trinity. That group, if they all become consistent, I think two of the three have become really consistent. You get Tyrese Hunter going, and he becomes one of your kind of your scorers who can create, your creator and a scorer for you. Man, I think Texas offensively can be kind of not a juggernaut, but they can be really tough to stop.
They can definitely be tough to stop.
Because then you got Timmy Allen sprinkled in when he needs to show up for you. You can get random performances like a Christian Bishop, and you got last game we had 11 points, 7 rebounds.
Played big, was moving without the basketball. Actually facilitating a lot of times too. So I'm with you on that.
Man, they can be dangerous offensively. We know defensively they're gonna come to play. That's their calling card. That's their identity. But man, it's really exciting to start seeing Tyrese Hunter get more and more confident offensively. All right, so Texas versus Oklahoma State. That's tonight, 7:30 pregame. And you got the first tip coming up at 8 p.m. All right, we'll come back. We'll get into the conference championship preview, the Final Four in the NFL. We'll just give you just a little taste of a preview. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It's a top of the charts Tuesday. We take jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history, and we play them for you. So a question was asked, and thank you to the texter, because we were just, we're just spitballing here. Sometimes we're just freestyling. We don't know what the hell we're going to talk about. Sometimes subject matter, content-wise, we have a outline here. But we start freestyling about conversations about artists and stuff. We don't really know. We're just talking, having a conversation on air. And then one of the texters hit us up because we were talking about Billboard. Talked about top of the Billboard charts on the top of the charts Tuesday. Which artist had the most number one hits? Because Michael Jackson came on. I was like, I know he's in the conversation. And Michael Jackson, the texter told us, has 13 number one hits, 30 top 10 songs. And so I went and looked at it. I think I threw. I bet Drake was in the conversation. Drake has 11 number one hits. So he's also kind of in the conversation. But here you go. I went and looked it up. And I'm sure lately maybe there's some other number, but this is the most recent I can find. Stevie Wonder has 10. There's a tie for 10. He has 10 number one hits. He was just 13 when he had his first number one hit. Stevie Wonder, what'd I say? Underrated. The Kareem Abdul-Jabbar of music. Janet Jackson also tied with 10 number one hits. Whitney Houston's got 11. She's tied with Drake, number one hits. Madonna's got 12 number one hits. How about this? The Supremes. The Supremes had 12 number one songs. How about this?
Was that with Diana Ross?
Yes.
Yeah.
All in 5 years. They did it in 5 years.
That's when Diana said, I got to go.
Yeah, she was like, I'm the hottest thing going, and it's because of me. I'm the Beyonce of this Destiny Child here. I'm out. Michael Jackson with 13, as we said. How about this? Rihanna's got more than MJ. Rihanna's got 14 number one hits already. So Stephen A. Smith.
Don't tell Stephen A. that.
Stephen A. Smith, you better quit hating on Rihanna, man. You got 14 of them Jones. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's got 14.
Yeah.
Elvis Presley, the king, he's got 18 number one hits. He's in third place all time.
Okay.
Mariah Carey.
Oh, she was getting
19 chart toppers.
She was in there.
She's right behind the Beatles.
She was in there.
Who have the most number one hits all time with 20. Mariah Carey is sandwiched in between the Beatles and Elvis Presley for the most number one hits.
Hey, now.
Let that sink in.
Hey, now.
Man, that's wild.
I'm impressed by that, though. Those numbers are very impressive.
Anybody you expected to be on this list who wasn't on the list?
I was thinking more of, you said Elvis, you said the Beatles.
I'm surprised Beyonce had more on
I
this.
was going to say Beyonce and the Jackson 5.
Oh, you went to Jackson 5. The Temptations, I'm surprised would be on there, too, because they had a lot of hits, but there you go. All right, random conversation there. And you actually made a good point, too, that now fandom has changed.
Yeah, your dedication is not what it used to be. Because now all you got to do is, let me go ahead and download that tape right now. Let me get that. Let me go to my Apple Music and get what I want, or Spotify, or wherever you're listening to it. But before, you had to go to the record store and actually make that purchase.
Come on now.
And a lot of times you was waiting in line. You had to catch a bus. You had to figure out if you had enough change in your pocket.
That's what's up.
And then you had to make sure you had the right record player, because if you lost that little thing in the middle that you put on the 45 and the 33, hey, man, you got to make sure everything works.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, not a lot of households had a record player in every room.
No.
You know what I mean? That's something you had to go.
So you got to wait for mom and dad to go to work.
Exactly. Yeah.
Y'all going to work? Y'all gonna be here all day?
I'm going to jam this new Purple Rain album I got here.
Yeah, I got to do my time here.
My brother, that's the first album I remember my brother buying was a Purple Rain. He had a Purple Rain album and an NWA album.
What?
Like back in the day.
Purple Rain?
Oh, and it was like the first NWA, like the first Purple Rain, like the Purple Rain back in the day.
So I was really
I used to try to steal them as a kid.
I was going to say how that NWA record goes.
Changed my life as a kid.
Well, I'm talking about where was Mama and Daddy at? Because I know they wouldn't let you jam that.
He was getting that on somewhere from one of his friends or something like that. In our household, Mom and Daddy were not buying you explicit lyric rap stuff. No way.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Beyonce has 8 number one hits. Is what I've been told here.
What is that parental advisory that's on there that you're trying to play in my house?
That was back when they were having congressional hearings about rap music. Remember? They're like, rap music may be dangerous. They were bringing 2 Live Crew in to talk to Congress.
Yeah. Yep.
They're bringing Luke Skywalker to talk to God.
Like he was the right person for y'all to bring in there.
Cool
right?
hand Luke.
Yeah.
You're just like, nah, that ain't the right way to do it.
That ain't the choice.
All right, let's talk about the conference championship preview. Are you leaning one way or the other already? I know you're not ready to make a prediction. Are you leaning? Because I'm leaning Cincinnati, Philadelphia.
I'm leaning Cincinnati for sure, but I'm also leaning San Fran. I like San Fran.
I love San Fran.
And they run the football. That's the biggest thing. Those other teams didn't even try to run the football. And I don't know. I know you said you had a chance to go back and look at some of the game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look at Big Trent Williams and what he was doing on that end. He was a monster. Michael was trying to get there, but they were dancing together. Trent Williams is a large human being.
Yeah.
It's hard to get around that. And he's got great feet.
Yeah, there's a case to be made that Trent Williams is the best player on either team.
Correct.
In this NFC title game.
Correct.
He's that good.
He's that talented.
Yeah,
and he makes that big of a difference for the 49ers in what they're capable of doing.
Totally agree.
I'm down with because you still don't know what's going to happen with Patrick Mahomes either.
It's true.
So it's still and right now
that's why I'm
Joe
leaning,
Burrow is 3-0.
That's why I'm
against him.
Yeah, no, and Patrick Mahomes, I believe, versus the Bengals is 1-3. Period.
Right.
So honestly, I'm with you. I think Joe Burrow is playing the best football, arguably, of any quarterback in the playoffs, aside from Patrick Mahomes, when he's healthy. But he's not healthy. And Lou Anarumo, most underrated DC in the league. Not even close.
Agreed. This is a great point right here. The Big 12 versus the SEC in the Super Bowl. Two Big 12 quarterbacks going against each other in the NFC. Two SEC quarterbacks.
Well, Jalen Hurts is a Big 12 quarterback.
Go ahead and say that.
He is.
Well,
he was a Heisman finalist as a Big 12 quarterback.
Started his career at Bama. So
but he's a Heisman finalist.
I'm with you.
So he played his best football as a Big 12 player. Now, you want to claim both, that's fine, but he's a Big 12 quarterback.
I'm with you.
There are 3 Big 12 quarterbacks in the Final Four of the NFL playoffs.
That.
They are. Because you're going to say, you want to claim him, but you benched him.
You benched him and you ran him out of town.
You benched him and he transferred, and now you want to claim him. That's fine, but don't say he's not a Big 12 quarterback. He's both, if anything, but he is definitely a Big 12 quarterback where he played his best football as a Heisman finalist. He's a second-round pick because of what he did at Oklahoma in the Big 12. Not because of what he did at Alabama. In fact, he left Alabama with more questions about him as a quarterback than answers.
Very fair. Very fair.
Yeah. Come on. Don't let no SEC fool tell you that. It's ridiculous.
Back at y'all.
That's ridiculous. He's a Big 12 quarterback, and the Big 12 has 3 of the final 4 quarterbacks in the NFL playoffs, which is shocking.
I do like that.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And the Big 12, I believe the first quarterback to win a playoff game, the first Big 12 quarterback to win a playoff game was Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, boy.
He was the first one to do it. Yeah, he was. He was the first one to do it. How about this? The first Big 12 quarterback to win a college football playoff game was Max Duggan.
That is true.
And the first...
Because you had Baker Mayfield.
They never won it.
No,
Kyler never won it.
Kyler never won it.
And the first Big 12 quarterback to win a playoff game was Patrick Mahomes. And I believe that was... When did he win his first one? 2019?
Well, he's been to that championship game for
2018?
5 straight years. So maybe,
he's probably
been.
So maybe 2018, whenever he first got there. But when he first started, that's when he won. But it took, the Big 12 hadn't been around for long. The inception of it was, 1996 or something like that?
But still, though, it took a while.
It took a long time for the Big 12 to break through. And now,
it took a while.
Maybe this is one of those moments for the Big 12.
I like that.
All right, low conference championship discussion. We'll be breaking it down, that matchup, both of those matchups from every angle, and giving you our official picks coming up later on in the week. We come back, we'll let you know what's on tap, wrap it up, put it in the oven. Right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 on the Horn. Getting ready to wrap this thing up and put it in the oven. Before we do, we'll let you know what's on tap for us tonight. If you missed any part of any of the shows, please go to hornfm.com. You can catch up with them on the podcast page. All right, Harge, what's on tap for you tonight?
Well, I'm about to go in here and watch these Longhorns.
That's
Make
right.
sure that they go out there and handle their business. And then I'm also going to watch a little bit of my man Zay Collier making the call with Roger Wallace on KBVO tonight.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Zay's blowing up.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's that time, the right call.
That is
with
true,
Zay
man.
Collier.
Damn right. He knows his hoops for
That's
sure.
right.
I'm going to go watch some Texas basketball tonight, too, as well. Hoping that they can, pull off the win. The Big 12 ain't no easy win here.
Come out there and play hard, fast, early in the game.
Yeah, I'm not really worried. Like I said, I'm not necessarily worried about Oklahoma State being able to score a lot of points. I'll score Texas. I'm worried about Texas hitting a drought potentially, or the Oklahoma State defense having a really good day. But I think Texas wins this game. And honestly, I think they win it in commanding fashion.
Okay, I like
Best
that.
way to say it. All right, Corey, what you got on tap, man? What's up
We're
for
gonna
you?
be here, yeah.
I'm gonna be here.
I'm gonna be here working.
Done
I'll
deal.
be on this game.
There you go. All right. Well, tomorrow we'll start breaking down the conference championships a little bit more. We'll give you some picks on those. Also, we're gonna hopefully reviewing a Texas basketball win over Oklahoma State as well. That's what we're hoping. And also, I want to talk about the quarterbacks a little bit more because there's a ton of quarterback news. We didn't really get to it today.
Oh, yeah.
There's talks about Aaron Rodgers and trades. We got to get to that. I think that's going to be the case all off season long. Also,
NFL never stops, baby.
it doesn't. And Tom Brady.
Yep.
There's talks now about Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Exactly. Tom Brady's upset. He doesn't know where he's supposed to play or if he wants to play. So we got to talk about that too. So we'll get into some of the quarterback drama going on in the NFL. We'll do that tomorrow as well. I want to thank my man Corey for doing a really good job. Thank Patrick as well. I want to thank my man Harge and thank you guys. Shout out to my man Chan, who always tells us to have a good evening.
My
and a
man
good show.
Chan,
So we
that's right.
appreciate him and appreciate all you guys and all your participation on the Specs text line. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. We'll be talking about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We do love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. Peace.